Alamein by Iain Gale. Read by Eamon Riley.
Part 1. Operation Lightfoot. Chapter 1.
9 a.m. Forward HQ, 8th Army, Burg El Arab, El Alamein, Freddy de Gingand. The stage was set. The players were waiting in the wings. They had rehearsed to the last detail, and Montgomery, he knew, was now fully satisfied that they were ready. Yesterday the General had addressed the men, or their officers at least. Everyone down to Lieutenant Colonel from all three corps had been there. De Gingand had never heard his commander talk with more confidence. It would be, Montgomery had told them all, a killing match, a dogfight that would last for as many as 10 days or even 12. De Gingand had been surprised by the vehemence of the rhetoric. They must all, Montgomery had said, be imbued with a burning desire to kill Germans. "The German," he had told them, "is a good soldier, and the only way to beat him is to kill him in battle." Even the Padres, Monty had joked, should kill Germans. 1 per weekday, and 2 on Sundays. That, of course, had provoked a real roar of laughter from the officers, and that, de Gingand knew, was all part of the commander's aim. Morale was of the essence. "Morale is the big thing in war, gentlemen. We must raise the morale of our soldiery to the highest pitch. They must enter this battle with their tails high in the air and with the will to win. And win we shall, my friends. Of that I am in no doubt." De Gingand looked at the map spread out before him on the table, surveyed for one last time the positions of the divisions, the brigades, hoped to God they had got it right, for all their sakes. He moved his eyes across to the right of the map, to where, on the table, lay the piece of paper containing the typewritten message which had been circulated that morning to all troops serving with the 8th Army. De Gingand glanced at it once again, and a paragraph caught his eye. "The battle, which is now about to begin, will be one of the decisive battles of history. It will be the turning point of the war. The eyes of the world will be on us, watching anxiously which way the battle will swing. We can give them their answer at once. It will swing our way." His eye travelled down the page. "Let us all pray that the Lord mighty in battle will give us the victory." De Gingand peered out of the tent at the endless desert, filled as it was with men and machines frantically going about the business of war. Well, he thought, this was it then. The die was cast, and there was nothing that he or anyone else could do about it now. He felt a sudden realization of the responsibility that rested on his shoulders. Montgomery might be the commander, but he knew that it was only through him that those commands must be channeled, and that should he make but one mistake, misinterpret one order. Monty's penultimate words echoed in his mind. "Let no man surrender, so long as he is unwounded and can fight." It was hardly Shakespeare, but something in those words gave him real comfort, and he hoped that the men would share in that. The General had ended with a simple message. The sooner they won, the sooner they could all go back home to their families. But de Gingand knew only too well, as he knew did Montgomery, that no matter how hard any man might fight, no matter how many Germans he might kill, there was nothing any of them could do that would guarantee that they would make it back home, and not end their days in the dust of the desert. And he wondered how many of them would have to die before the Lord of Battles granted them their victory. Chapter 2. 2 p.m, just behind the Allied front line, Captain Hugh Samwell. He'd been lying in this position for almost 8 hours now, and one thing was abundantly clear. Soon, no matter what happened, he was going to have to take a piss. The hated order had come through the previous evening, and issuing it to the men had been an onerous task. Strictly no movement after dawn. It had produced a predictable collective groan. Even more predictably, some wag had yelled, "Lucky dawn!" The CSM had cautioned him, but there were no charges on the eve of battle. And anyway, thought Samwell, that sort of thing was good for morale. Besides, sending up army speak was a field sport. But for all the levity, Samwell and every man in his platoon knew that when the army said strictly, it meant it. No movement. He wondered whether their people at home would even hear about that, would ever really understand what it actually meant. He shifted again and eased the cramp in his leg. His bladder felt like a football about to burst. Looking around the slit trench for the 10th, perhaps the 20th time, he saw nothing that might act as a makeshift urinal. Then, suddenly it came to him. The water bottles. Samuel dug gingerly around in his pack, which lay between his legs, and after a while his hand alighted on a familiar glass shape. It was an old whiskey bottle, one of 2 he had retrieved at the mess and filled with water. Reluctantly, he opened it. His dry mouth ached for a drink, but he realized that even the movement of raising the reflective bottle to his lips might attract the attention of an enemy observer. He reverted to his first thought, and taking care not to make any conspicuous movement, managed to get it on its side and gently let the contents run out. The noise brought fresh torment to his aching bladder. He urged the water out. Come on, empty, you bugger. Finally, when he thought that enough had gone, he managed to manoeuvre the bottle towards his trousers, and unbuttoning his fly, carefully positioned himself until he was just inside the neck. The relief was palpable, a feeling without parallel in his memory. For a moment, as he buttoned up and stowed the full bottle deep in the sand of the trench, Samuel was conscious of the absurdity of it all. Here he was, a grown man, an officer in a proud Highland regiment, lying on his back in a hole in the desert, with his dick inserted into a bottle. He almost laughed out loud, but managed to stifle that. War was like that, he thought, so unnatural that it was bound to create situations which even an artist or poet would find hard to imagine. Much of it was farcical, and thank God for that. They had all learned to laugh in the face of death. He took out the book he had just received in the post. They Die with Their Boots Clean. It was a novel about the Coldstream Guards. Its title hardly seemed to make it appropriate reading for the circumstances, but his wife knew only too well that he liked to read, and he thought of her kindness in sending it to him. He reached inside his battle dress and took out the precious photograph that had come with the book of his wife and their 2 small children. Alan was 3 now, and little Inga only 2. He looked closely at his wife, his darling Clara, took care to take in the lines of her face and her eyes, those deep blue eyes. Oh, my darling Clara, he murmured silently. Why did your countrymen have to make this war on us? His wife came from Cologne. He had met her there before the war, and they had married quickly, 2 young people hopelessly in love. They had thought that at first they might settle in her hometown. His German was passable, and there were opportunities for talented engineers in the new Germany, Hitler's Germany. But Clara had seen what was coming and wanted no part in it, so they had settled in Scotland, in a modest house in Dalmorglen Park in Stirling, a quiet residential cul-de-sac of new homes. Samuel had had a good job before the army took him. Not bad at 31 to be a managing director. His company, Scottish Radio Industries in Denny, was a relatively new business, producing wireless sets, but it was expanding and seemed to have a bright future. And the workers were a good bunch. Solid, dependable types with a keen work ethic. But then the war had come, and in an instant their dreams, along with those of millions of others like them, had been fractured into 1,000 fragments. Samuel, of course, had been one of the first to get into it, as Clara had known he would be. He was already a soldier in the Territorials. Commissioned second lieutenant in January 1938, his army number was 73830. To answer the call and go permanent into the regulars had seemed only natural. They had been mobilised in August 39. Of course, he'd been teased about his age at Aldershot. Even at 29, he'd been old for an officer cadet. The younger men had called him Uncle, as they did any of the older intake. He didn't mind. They were good lads for the most part, and his 8 or 10 years' seniority won him a respect which they did not have for each other. He had revelled in the mess nights, when the rooms seemed to sparkle with the light reflected from the regimental silver, and they might have been fighting Victoria's wars rather than this struggle against an inhuman enemy. Soldiering came naturally to Samuel. He had been a good officer cadet at school in Glenalmond, and had been under an Argyll sergeant then. He himself wasn't a Scot, of course. Born in Cheshire, in fact, just before the last war. Now, though, he found himself a lieutenant, acting captain now, in one of the proudest regiments of the British Army, Princess Louise's Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders. A Scottish regiment. A Highland regiment. Perhaps, he thought, the coming battle would confirm his rank. He intended to make something of himself in the army. Well, once you were in, you were in. Might as well give it everything you could, like anything in life. Even if afterwards he returned to the business in Denny, it would look good on the records, maybe even help his career in Civvy Street. Samuel thought like a soldier now. His mind had entered into the army framework wholeheartedly and without restraint, and the army had moulded him into an effective officer, a leader of men. What in effect his job was, however, was keeping records, acres of paperwork, and all the everyday duties of the company officer, sighting latrines, foot inspections, arranging sentry duty, pay parades, making sure there was sufficient ammo and rations, censoring letters, and organising games to keep the men occupied. At times he felt a little like a cross between a kindly schoolmaster and a local council official. And then there were the endless route marches, the fatigue, the sleepless nights. The desert brought its own problems. The great skin-searing Kamzeen sandstorms that ruined rations and ripped tents to shreds, skin sores, dysentery, jaundice, and the ubiquitous flies. No sooner had you opened your mouth to take a bit of bread and jam or a fried egg than it was covered with flies. He tried to read some of the book, which strangely was written by a man with a German-sounding name, Gerald Kirsch, who had apparently served as a guardsman himself. For the second time he wondered why they were fighting the Germans and how it all made sense. The book wasn't so bad. A look at the men in one platoon of the Guards in our own times. A passage caught his eye. We had discussed the retreat from Dunkirk. The Cockney, Bob Barker, said, "But it was a bit of luck the sea was smooth anyway." Hodge, opening one of his blue eyes, said, "Why, don't you see? The Lord God stretched out his hand o'er that water. He said, 'Now, you hold still, and let my children come away.'" He wondered whether God would be with them in the coming fight. God had always been with him. He thought of home, of his father, Edward, the rector of a small church in Falkirk, and his mother at work in their modest house, keeping up appearances, even though the war had meant cuts in all directions. They'd been so proud when he'd been commissioned into the Argylls. They were the local regiment, of course, with their HQ at Stirling Castle. How many hours had he spent in the regimental museum, poring over the battle honours and the relics of past campaigns? He loved the regiment. Clara often teased him about it. "Oh, Hugh, I think that you must love your soldiers more than me. Men in skirts." Then he would laugh and feign anger and chase her around the kitchen, at last catching her and kissing her, checking all the time that the children were not near. God, how he loved her. If only this could all be over, and he could be back with her in his arms. He tried to put her face from his thoughts, but once bidden, like a genie from the bottle, it would not go back, not at least until his lovesick heart had had its fill. He tried hard to concentrate on the matter in hand, but nothing lay around him save sand and rock, and the men, silent and motionless. Somewhere he heard a tank engine turning over, and overhead in the distance the distinctive hum of planes. Allied planes, he thought with a feeling of comfort. His mind drifted back to Stirling, to the museum. He tried to replace Clara's divine image with that of some regimental relic. The colours carried at the Battle of New Orleans, when the regiment had been all but wiped out by the American army. The bagpipes played at the relief of Lucknow as the Argylls had marched into the city. The drum carried in the Boer War with its bullet hole. The watch that had saved the life of Private Watson in Salonika in 1918. He wondered if there would be any similar trophies and relics from the coming battle. For a moment, Samuel felt a weird sensation of abject fear mixed with pride and elation. He felt almost euphoric. He was about to take part in a battle that would surely go down in history as one of the greatest. He knew in the same instant that this, too, might be the defining moment of his own life. He was suddenly aware of hard breathing close by, and turned to see who was with him in the trench. But he was alone, and realised that the breathing was his own. He tried to calm himself. To take part in such a battle was nothing new to the regiment. Hadn't it fought through Spain with Wellington? At Waterloo, when the French cavalry had swept on like an unstoppable tide against the British squares. It was the Argylls, too, who had been the original Thin Red Line at Balaclava under Sir Colin Campbell, and they had come home with 7 VCs from the Indian Mutiny. A fly landed on his right leg, and he recoiled at its bite before flicking it off. It flew back, and he swatted it hard, killing it. He looked down at the turned-up shorts, the rolled-over socks, and the non-regulation desert boots that so many of his fellow officers had also adopted, including the General himself. It was an uninspiring uniform, khaki and beige, bleached to nothing by the desert sun. They were hardly the stuff of the thin red line, he and his men, certainly by their appearance. No ostrich feather bonnets and tartan sashes for us, he thought. We are modern warriors. We fight in the colours of the desert. We are creatures of the sand and rock. Like rats, scorpions, lizards, we burrow, scuttle and hide, while around us the iron dinosaurs roam. It was a primeval contest, this desert war, fought on the most unforgiving terrain known to man. Yet perfect for tanks, like a great ocean, but of rock and sand. For a few minutes his trick worked. He was in the museum again, touching the relics, the RSM telling him their history. But all too soon, Clara came back to him again. Clara. Oh God. Her sweet face filled his every thought. Desperately trying to lose her, he tried again to go over the drill they had learnt for the coming attack. They had been told to walk forward, slowly, taking their time. It was precisely the same drill that his father had been ordered to follow, commanding a platoon of the Cheshires in the Somme in 1916, and not for the first time it occurred to Samuel that it might have the same catastrophic consequences. Wasn't Montgomery, for all his famous reforming zeal, nothing more than a veteran commander of that terrible war? Had he not learnt from its mistakes? They had been told that the barrage that was to precede them would be the greatest in all history. Rumours were that 1,000 guns would open fire at once. He prayed that they would be effective. Then there were the mines, thousands of them apparently, laid by the Germans and Italians across the front. He knew that the sappers would be out there before them in their two-man teams, were out there now for all he knew, with their new Polish mine detectors. They would mark the cleared paths with white tape. All the infantry would have to do was follow the tape. But what, he wondered, if the sappers got lost, or if the tape was blown away by shell fire, or if they missed their way? Better not to think. There was one good thing, though, about their walk forward. They had been told that the pipers could play. Just as they had in 1916, he thought, and in 1857, and in the Crimea, and at Waterloo and Salamanca. The news had given him a tremendous kick. Just like in the old days, he thought. Pipers at the head. No colours now, of course, waving in the breeze above the bonnets, but kilted pipers all the same, even in this age of mechanised war. He scanned the desert once again, but saw nothing. Looked at his watch. It was 4, 16:05 hours. He sighed. They had been told that the attack would go in that evening. 2100 hours had been given as H-hour. He reached into his sack, and once again pulled out the overprinted map which showed all the known enemy positions as noted by the air reconnaissance. Any fear had subsided now, and once again he felt the sensation of being present at a great event, though as an observer rather than a participant. He imagined himself, as he would be in 5 hours' time, advancing at the head of the platoon to the skirl of the pipes. To go into battle with the pipes, it was more than he could have hoped for. It must have been after 7 when he awoke and realised to his horror that he had been asleep. He wondered for how long and looked about him at the other trenches and foxholes, but the men, or what he could see of them, appeared not to have noticed him, or at least not his misdemeanour. Samuel shook his head to clear it and rubbed at his eyes. He couldn't, he reasoned, have been asleep for too long, as he did not have that telltale layer of sand on his body that came when you dozed off in the desert. Nor could he feel any fresh fly bites. At the most, 5 minutes, probably less. It was getting dark now, and he began to become aware of activity around him. At last, he saw a shape, a man scurrying towards him, his silhouette marked by the distinctive Balmoral bonnet unique to Highlanders, his batman, Baines, an affable Glaswegian. "Mr. Samuel, sir, there's some hot food coming up, and the CO's doing his rounds with the sit-rep, sir. Just thought you'd like to know." He peered at Samuel's face and red eyes. "Crikey, sir. You look like you're all in. Fit to drop off. You all right, sir?" "Of course I am, Baines. Sand in my eyes, that's all. Thank you for that. Better get back or you'll miss your own scoff." "Nothing much to miss there, sir. Desert chicken again, I'll bet." "Ah, yes. What would the British Army be without its bully beef?" "Better off, I reckon, sir. But I'd better not miss it. See you later, sir." As Baines disappeared back to his trench, Samuel again went over the drill for the attack, and then Baines reappeared at his side. "Stew, sir. It's really not that bad." "Thank you, Baines." Samuel took the mess tin and began to eat hungrily, washing the food down with a mug of black tea. "No milk again?" Sorry, sir. It's that problem again with the purifying tablets in the water. They've made the milk curdle. Stinks something rotten, sir.
Samuel was just drinking down the last of the gravy when he was aware of a man standing above him outside the trench. He looked up.
Don't hurry, Hugh. Finish your dinner.
Samuel stood up and, putting down the mess tin, climbed out of the trench and saluted his commanding officer, Anderson. Sorry, sir.
Well, Hugh, ready for the off?
Quite ready, sir. Can't wait.
Good. The men seem to be raring to go. Let's keep them that way till H-hour, shall we?
Sir, is it true that we're going to have pipers?
They've been authorised by division. Good idea, if you ask me. Remains to be seen whether it'll actually happen, but I'm inclined to think it might. Do you think it would help the men?
Most certainly, sir, and it would put the fear of God into the Jerrys. Anderson laughed.
Yes, Hugh, I dare say it would. Well, we'll see, shan't we? Good luck. Remember to follow the tape, and walk slowly, Hugh. We don't want to run into our own barrage, do we? The Jerrys won't know what's hit 'em. Just walk forward, and don't forget to collect the prisoners.
Chapter 3. 4 p.m. Between Haret el Himaimat and Deir el Munasib. Ruspoli. Luigi, tell me again, why is it that you wear a spanner around your neck? Lieutenant Colonel Marascotti Ruspoli had lost count of how many times he had asked the same question in the last few weeks. Of course, he knew the answer. That was not the point. He looked at the 6 young men who stood before him, their uniforms as clean and fresh as their smiles. They smelt of Italy, of home, and he envied them the fact that they had seen that blessed place such a short time ago. The question was a ritual. Ruspoli sat in his office, an unstable folding chair behind a table made from ammunition boxes in the command trench that lay a few metres behind the front line of his unit's position. The Raggruppamento Ruspoli, made up from the 7 186th and the 8 Battalion of paratroops and several artillery batteries. Just under 1,500 men in all. Not that there were 186 regiments of paras, of course. In fact, there were just 2. But they were the elite fighters of the Italian army, and jealously proud of the fact. As he prepared to listen to the familiar reply, Ruspoli munched at what was left of a hunk of dried salami that the cook had been keeping for him specially. Having handed out a few slices to his battalion officers, he was now savouring every last mouthful. Ruspoli was a fine-featured man of 50, younger-looking than his years, with a thin moustache as dark as his black hair, and small yet kindly brown eyes. His orderly, Luigi Santini, laughed and replied, "Well, you know, Colonel, how long we've been waiting for those anti-tank guns." He held up the spanner. "I reckon that this is the only way we're going to be able to fight the enemy tanks when the attack comes. We take them to bits, bolt by bloody bolt." The young men laughed. Ruspoli, too, although he had heard the joke more times than he could remember. The fact was that the men sitting around him now were mostly a new intake, there to replace the dead and wounded from the last attack. It was a habit of his to invite them to meet him face to face when they joined the unit. He liked to think of them all as a family. You could easily tell the new boys from the veterans, and boys they were, barely out of school. For one thing, their uniforms were still the original colour and had not been faded by the sun. He cast his eye around the newcomers and smiled as he saw that they still wore their tunics buttoned. Most of the old lags had their shirts forever undone to reveal their thin, sun-browned torsos. Their fatigue caps had long since lost any semblance of shape. Most, too, had discarded their distinctive tropical topes. Helmets were more practical, and the only effective defence against the red-hot shards of shrapnel that at some point during the day were sure to make an appearance in the trench. These were not, of course, the usual low-sided Italian infantry helmets, for these men were paratroops, folgore, and their hats were made to withstand a drop from a flying aeroplane. Ruspoli did not mind the lack of smartness. He was no stickler for dress. What did it matter in the battlefield as long as you fought well? But sometimes, though, he longed for the old days, the parade grounds, the pomp and the marching bands. Ruspoli turned to the new boys. "Any of you sing?" One of them looked sheepish and coughed and said nothing, but another, lean and grinning, pointed at him. "Of course, Marco is a great singer. He was studying at the Conservatoire in Milan when he volunteered. Eh, Marco?" The sheepish one smiled. "Si, Colonel." Ruspoli nodded. Good. That's very good. What can you sing, then? Opera? Verdi? Puccini?
Si, Colonel. All opera. Puccini best of all.
Bene. Well, then, you must sing for us some time. The General loves opera, and since the gramophone got hit by a shell splinter, we've missed our music here. Santini, remember that for me. I'll hold you to it.
Ruspoli brushed 3 flies off the salami, popped it into his mouth, and looked across at Santini, still grinning at the new boys. They think that the Spanner story really is a joke, he thought. But he knew that it was true. If the current situation held up, then the only way they would be able to defeat the British tanks would be to undo them, bolt by bolt. The long-promised guns had still not arrived, and with every day, Ruspoli could feel the attack building. He sensed it on the wind. He was quite sure that the British and their allies would come soon, before the winter set in at least. Montgomery and his generals wanted to push them back to Tripoli, and according to reports, they had enough armour now and the men to do so. And all that he and his men, his paratroops, could do was sit and wait. The Germans were their masters, gave them their orders, told them how to die. And all for what, he wondered. He and his men, like all the Italians in this accursed place, had come here to fight for their duchy, for the dream of the new Italy, and instead they now found themselves at the whim of another country. And who was to command them? Divisional HQ had told him that Rommel had flown home sick. So they were left with his deputy, the red-faced General Stumer. Ruspoli turned to his second-in-command, Captain Carlo Maltino de Servat, who was seated on an ammo box close behind him, and spoke quietly, ensuring that Santini and the others could not hear.
Carlo, did I tell you the latest casualty figures? Mayor Desposito told me yesterday at HQ.
No, Colonel.
1,000 of our officers and 14,000 other ranks dead and wounded in all divisions since the last push. Funny thing is, the Germans have apparently lost roughly the same. So why do you think, then, that they still moan about us always running away, about us refusing to fight and expecting them, the Germans, to win back our colonies for us? Martino shrugged.
I heard from a German officer last week, sir. Nice fellow, in the 15th. He told me how well supplied we were, assured me that we had better provisions than them. Plenty of wine, water, meat, and bread.
What did you say?
I laughed and told him he was wrong, that we lived on a 1/4 liter of water a day, and that we hadn't seen any fresh meat or fruit or vegetables for a month.
What did he say to that?
He laughed. He didn't believe me. Asked me to remember him and send back a case of wine.
Ruspoli shook his head. No one believes anyone anymore out here, Carlo. Nothing is real. Think about it and you start to see mirages, like Morgana Le Fay. He was referring to the wispy figure that appeared in front of you if you stared into the desert for a long time, as many of them did when on guard duty. It seemed to take the form of a woman, wrapped in a long robe and sometimes carrying water pitchers. He'd seen it once or twice. That's when you knew you'd been out in the sun too long. He wiped his forehead. Even under the camouflage netting, the day was oppressively hot. He called to his orderly. Santini, direct those boys to their companies, will you? You, Marco, I look forward to hearing you sing.
As the replacements were taken away, he turned back to Martino.
I suppose it's occurred to you that we're an embarrassment to the Germans.
No, not really. How, sir?
Well, think about it. The great Colonel Ramke and his paras teach us how to drop from the sky, how to act like proper Wehrmacht soldiers. We're trained up for Operation Hercules. We're told that we're going to take Malta. Then what? The operation is called off, cancelled by personal order of Hitler himself. Why? He doesn't want to lose his precious Fallschirmjäger, like he did in Crete. Of course, he's got other things for them to do. There's Russia, for one thing. But what about us? Good Italian troops? Impossible. The Germans can't admit to that anymore. We're meant to be cannon fodder, so we're sent here to the bloody desert. We are paratroops, by God. Paratroops, airborne. You know what Folgore means, don't you, Carlo? Of course you do. Lightning. We go in like a thunderbolt. We're not bloody rats to fight and die in stinking trenches.
Martino, the youngest son of a family of Piedmontese aristocrats, looked down at his boots, concerned that his colonel had lost his temper, an increasing occurrence over the past few weeks.
"I know, sir. I thought that they were going to drop us over the Suez Canal. We all did. That we would be the first into Cairo at the head of the advance, with the Duce on his white horse."
"Well, we all thought that, Carlo, until they took our chutes away, then we knew."
Another voice joined in from behind them.
"It was when they told us to take off our parachute flashes and wings, Colonel. That's when we knew."
Guido Visconti was smaller than Rispoli, but had the same fine features that marked him out as being descended from a line of aristocratic blue bloods. He was from a small village near Vicenza and had volunteered for the army aged 16 back in 33. But that had been a lifetime ago. Now he passed the hours with his head buried in whatever reading matter he could find. Mostly he liked the Italian lyric poets, but when he couldn't get them, any popular magazine would do, particularly Cinema, the new movie magazine. Film stars and directors were an especial passion. There was very little about Italian film that Visconti did not know. Martino nodded.
"Right, Guido. You're quite right. That was the end of it."
Ruspoli added,
"You know the reason for that, though, don't you? So that the Brits wouldn't know we were here. That was fair enough. We have a reputation, boys. It was tough, though, for the lads after going through so much to earn them."
"Now they're just exhausted, sir. Men are being relieved not from wounds, but from sheer physical exhaustion."
Ruspoli was reflective.
"How long have you been here, Carlo?"
"Same time as you, Colonel, since June."
"Since June. And tell me, how much action have we seen since then?"
"Enough, Colonel."
"Certainly enough. Do you remember our first time in action here?"
"Would I forget it? July 22nd. We'd only been disembarked for a few hours. We lost so many that they had to make one battalion out of two. And we've been here ever since, waiting for the British to attack."
Visconti looked up, tearing his concentration away from the torments of Dante's second circle of hell.
"Oh, I meant to tell you, sir. While you were on sick leave, Captain Camino had a direct hit on his dugout by a mortar bomb. He's fine, but was concussed for 4 days."
Martino spoke again.
"Sir, have you noticed anything?"
"What?"
"Well, it's long after 4:15, and the British haven't fired at us."
He was right. Every day for the past 2 months, at precisely 4:15, a salvo of 4 huge 88mm shells had arced their way across the sky and crashed into the Italian position. Ruspoli looked at his watch. 4:45.
"Something's up, Guido. Get Benezetti and Radio Brigade HQ. Tell them that something's not right. We haven't been fired on. Ask them if they know anything."
"I read the intelligence report, sir. Heavy movements of troops again on the telegraph track, the red track and the water track. Point is, we're in the center of the line. We also know who we're facing over there. The British 50th Division. Mainly light infantry with a few Greeks and a Free French."
Ruspoli stood up and peered down the trench at his men who were slouching, exhausted against the sides.
"They may," he thought, "be descended from Caesar and Scipio, but these men have no resemblance to any ancient warriors. I know they can fight, though. It's just making sure their morale holds up."
For once, he wondered whether new uniforms might help after all. He turned to Martino.
"We're fighting in rags, Carlo. No more than rags. Can't we get onto division and ask for more uniforms?"
"We tried, Colonel, but we just keep being told that they're coming."
Visconti smiled.
"Like everything else in this damned war, it's on its way. On its way. The reinforcements, the new tanks, the gasoline, the rations, it's all on its way. But it just never gets here, sir."
Ruspoli tried to inject a high note.
"You know that when the Duce was out here in July, he stayed for 3 weeks longer than he needed to." "Yes, I know, sir. But he took his white horse with him when he went. We might have had a few nice steaks out of that."
"Very funny, Guido. But I know what you mean. I'm as loyal as anyone to the Duce, but I'm fighting for Italy. We all are. And the men can see what's going on. The Germans are using us as cannon fodder.
Even the hardline fascisti are beginning to wonder.
Ruspoli shook his head. Look, I command the bravest men in the Italian army. Of that there's no doubt. But how can we send them into battle unclothed and unfed? And seriously, Carlo, how do you think we can fight tanks? What weapons do we have?
With the magnet bombs the Germans have given us?
That's it. And with Molotov cocktails. The only way to use either of them is to get close enough to a tank to attach the bomb or throw the bottle.
What that means is that I'm expected to sacrifice one man for every tank.
Visconti spoke.
You have to admit, it's a reasonable ratio. Montgomery's only got 500 tanks. We've got 1,500 men.
Martino grimaced.
Ever the realist, Guido.
Qui exhibitis vos servos ad obediendum serviestis eos.
What?
When you obey someone like slaves, you become his slaves. It's a quote. Romans, the Bible. That's what's happened here with us and the Germans.
Don't exaggerate, Guido.
Another voice spoke as they were joined by another officer, Captain Maurizio Pollini, a tall, thin man with a beak of a nose. He brushed sand from his clothes and unwound the scarf from his face, then took a swig of precious water from his canteen.
Sir, gentlemen, if you ask me, you can forget our problems with the Germans. The desert's our real enemy, more dangerous than the Brits, even.
Martino looked at him.
Been out again, Maurizio? On patrol, just short of the depression. Couldn't see a thing. No sign of the British, but then again, they come and go as they please. They're like ghosts.
Visconti, who had been reading his book, looked up.
It's the heat I can't stand. 43 degrees, non-stop, all day. It just saps away your energy. How can we fight like that?
Martino spoke.
Then at night it's freezing, below zero. It's the devil's own country. Your Dante would know it.
Caporale Santini had returned now from directing the new intake to their company commanders, and joined in with the officers in the informal manner that they had become used to, particularly in the elite band of brothers that was the Folgore. The other ranks treating their superiors with just enough deference, the officers looking on the men as underprivileged younger siblings.
The water's foul, sir. You must agree. We never have fruit or vegetables. Tinned food and biscuit, that's it. And they might say it's for safety, but you know the real reason the rations come up at night? So we can't see the flies that are already inside them.
It's an old joke, Luigi.
But seriously, sir, it's no surprise that we all have dysentery or something worse.
Ruspoli detected that perhaps they might have gone too far. Think yourself lucky, boys, that we only have the shits. General Ceriana's got colitis. Did you know that? They say he's very ill.
Perhaps another camel will wander into the camp. Beats me how the last one got through our minefield.
Didn't you hear, Carlo? You must have been away on attachment. The British had cleared a path through it in the night, 5 meters wide. We had to get the mobile sappers out to relay the whole damn thing.
But you ate the camel?
Of course. It made a very tasty ragout. Didn't we save you any?
Martino shook his head.
It wouldn't have kept, but I'm sorry to have missed it. Perhaps another one will come.
Santini spoke.
If he does, sir, then we should really worry. The Brits, they'll be right behind it.
Ruspoli wondered what his family would make of him eating camel. He supposed that at some point one of his ancestors might have done the same, perhaps on a crusade. They were princes of Florence, a warrior family. But while one ancestor fought with distinction at Lepanto against the Turks, another was a poet. It was often the way with Italian soldiers. Fighting and poetry went hand in hand. They had raised a regiment in 1708 to defend the Pope against the Austrians. He thought of the family home, high on the hilltop in Umbria. Castello Ruspoli, with its acres of olive groves and vineyards. What he would give now for a sip of that heavenly wine, or just one of those olives. He supposed that his elder brother, Costantino, was thinking the same thoughts wherever he now was on this damned battlefield. At 51, he must have been one of the oldest men in the fighting, but he was still fit. Ruspoli knew where Costantino's unit was meant to be, but in this war, who knew if anything was where they told you it was? As for little brother Carlo, the baby of the family, and still in his 30s, well, it was anyone's guess where he might be. flying his fighter across the desert skies, chasing the RAF. It was amusing, he thought, that the family should be able to trace its origins back to the Scots, to Marius Scotus, from somewhere called Galloway, after whom he had been named. His mother, of course, was French, Paulina Talleyrand, great-great-niece of Napoleon's foreign secretary. He knew that across the sand a Scottish division and a regiment of Free French were waiting to attack them. Not least, his own mother-in-law, his darling Virginia's mother, was English. So how could he hate the enemy? So much irony. But then he supposed that that was what war was all about. Absurdities, like the camel and Luigi's spanner. But they were all Italians here. Mostly men from the north, and whatever their family's origins, high or humble, he respected them. They were his men, all of them. Men like Geroldo Conticello, the baker's son from Orvieto, and Umberto Gelati, just 19, from Pavia, who liked to wear his hair long. How it infuriated his company commander, thought Ruspoli. Tenente Piccini was forever shouting at Gelati to get his hair cut, but Gelati would only ever have a trim. He would come back and protest, "It's enough, Tenente, just enough." But back he would be sent to the battalion barber, only to return too soon, and then Piccini would shout again. Ruspoli smiled. Such things were necessary when death stalked a battlefield looking for his next victim. Anything to keep the men amused. Ruspoli was still thinking about them as he walked along the trench. It was eerily quiet. Perhaps there was something in what Martino had said. This was not right. He'd be happier when that report came through. He heard voices up ahead and stopped. The men were talking. Intrigued, Ruspoli stood and kept silent and listened.
"So, tell me this, Lorenzo. Why are the Germans our allies? My father fought against Rommel himself at Monte Mattaiur, Caporetto, in the last war. He was wounded, never recovered. Now that German butcher's our commander. Where's the sense in that?"
"Actually, General Frattini is our commander, and Rommel's no butcher, Giovanni. He's an honourable man and a good general."
"Frattini? Ha, in your dreams, Lorenzo. Don't get me wrong. He's one of the good ones, the general. Wasn't he our commander when we formed? But now even he has to take orders from the Germans."
Another voice cut in. "And what about the Yanks? Some of the guys have got cousins living in the States. What if they end up fighting against them?" Ruspoli rounded the angle of the trench. On seeing their CO, the men stood up and snapped smartly to attention. Ruspoli waved them down. "Not here, boys. America hasn't sent any troops here yet. Don't worry, you won't meet an American in this desert, let alone fight against one. Besides, do I look worried? You know me. I was born in New York. My brother, too. Then we came home to the motherland. How do you think I'd feel killing an American? You might say I am one myself. So, shoot me." They laughed together, but their smiles turned quickly to looks of concern with the arrival of a runner. 23-year-old Captain Pietro Bonini saw Ruspoli and saluted, then paused to get his breath back. One of the best in his regiment, thought Ruspoli. A shrewd boy who always had a knack of being in the right place at the right time. "Bonini, you have news?"
"The radio is down, sir. Nothing. So I ran to division. I had the good luck to encounter Colonel Guiglia."
"The radio wizard?"
"The very same, Colonel."
"That man has a nose for radio signals. He can guess their contents long before our deciphering teams get it. Heaven alone knows how he does it. So, what's up?"
"There's going to be an attack."
"We know that, Pietro, but when?"
"Well, Guiglia said, mark my words, Capitano, it's a question of hours, not days."
Ruspoli said nothing. He looked into the dark, frightened eyes of one of his men, and then turned back to Bonini. "You're quite sure that's what he said, Pietro?"
"Certain, Colonel. He said that the British radioactivity had really fallen off. There's something going on in the southern sector. Down here, in fact, between Caret el Homar and Somakete Gebala. His men had picked up lots of messages meaning nothing. X279, I'll call you back, that sort of thing. He seemed certain, sir. He was sweating."
Ruspoli nodded. He knew exactly what Guiglia meant. The attack was imminent, and there was no doubt in his mind they would come tonight. Chapter 4. 6 p.m. Some way to the rear of Kidney Ridge. Bird.
The long day wore on. Tom Bird carefully unfolded the letter he had written to his parents 2 days before and began to draw a picture. It showed 2 of the men of his unit, both officers, chatting over a boiling stew pot in the style of John's Two Types, featuring 2 popular cartoon characters, officers in the desert, one army, the other RAF. In Bird's picture, one of them was wearing a Hebron coat, that gloriously non-regulation bit of kit made from cured goatskins, which he himself had not been alone in adopting among the British officers. He was pleased with the drawing. He knew that he had some talent as a draftsman, and had for a while dallied with the idea of art school, but architecture was his true métier. He thought that perhaps after the war he might join a good practice, or even form his own. A partnership. After the war, that was a good one. Who knew how long it would go on? What Bird knew was that Hitler needed a proper bloody nose. They needed to prove that they weren't frightened of him, that they could give as good as they got, and that was what they were here for. His father had been wounded at Gallipoli in 1915, fighting against Germany's then ally, Turkey, and had never spoken of his experiences. Bird took care when he wrote home. He knew that his father must be aware of what he was going through, the extraordinary, bizarre, once-in-a-lifetime experience of war. But he did not want to cause his parents any undue worry. He had good reason. His brother had been killed at Calais in 1940, and the loss was achingly raw. His brother's death, he knew, was at least in part why he was here. Not for revenge, but from a sense of justice. He felt the need to right a wrong against a foe who must in any case be defeated at all costs. A foe so monstrous that they stood against everything he held dear. As always, then, he had tried to lighten the tone of the letter, writing with schoolboyish expression about his friends and comrades as if they were all about to take part in some momentous rugby match. Hugo Salmon's still my second in command, and Jack Toms is another great standby. I should hate to be without either of them now. I may not write again for a little bit. Best of love, Tom. That was it. His father, he knew, would see through the last line and know instantly why he would not be able to write for a little bit. His mother, though, must suspect nothing. For her to know that her only surviving son was about to be thrown against the might of the German army would kill her, or at least drive her mad. And their enemy was mighty. Of that he had no doubt. Over the past 2 years they had conquered most of Europe and had run circles around the British Army in North Africa. Now, though, it might just be their turn. The talk in the mess was all about the newly arrived ordnance. Hundreds of tanks, great war machines that rumbled forward on tracks, unstoppable, able with a single shot to destroy a house. Tanks. That was what this battle, this war, was all about. The Germans had started out with many more, and better. Tanks filled him with dread. He had a secret fear of being crushed beneath a caterpillar track. A fear which he had never told anyone. A fear that had him waking in the night in a cold sweat. Tanks. Bird wished to God that they had just a few of the new Sherman tanks with them. Instead, they had guns, the new 6-pounder guns that they said could take out a tank with ease. He had yet to see it. And now they were under his command. He had been thrilled to get his own company. He had been promoted to major now, and had a bar to his MC as well. He'd won that back in July at Gazala. He'd been in the south with the Free French, in the Bir Hakeim box, fighting the Italian Trieste and Arietta divisions, and the 21st Panzers. He'd taken a column of 25 lorries carrying food and ammunition through minefields to reach the beleaguered French in their strong point. And once there, the commanding officer of the French garrison, General Koenig, had persuaded him to break out. They'd done it and saved 27,000 men from being taken. On top of that, he'd captured 14 Jerry prisoners and not had a single casualty among his own men. It was more, far more than he had thought he would achieve when he had joined back in 40. He knew that it had much to do with Colonel Turner's opinion of him. People had wondered why he had joined the Rifle Brigade, or the 60th Rifles, as the Colonel liked to refer to them. For of course they were not a brigade at all, but a regiment, one of the finest and proudest in the British Army. A regiment that had come out of the Colonial War as a response to the American practice of using light infantry skilled with smoothbore rifles. A regiment that had fought with pride against the French in the Peninsula. The Colonel was a sound chap. More than that, a father figure, or as Bird often thought of him, like a kindly housemaster from his old school. The regiment was like that, an extended family. The mess was filled with Etonians and Wickhamists. Sometimes Byrd sympathised with the newly commissioned officers who had to infiltrate this public school elite. Temporary gentlemen were not always welcome in the mess. He did not mind them himself, but there were others who did. The lads were good enough, though. They'd come through a lot in recent weeks. They were Londoners, mostly, East Enders, most of them conscripted into the ranks. But none the worse for that. And then there were the old sweats, the NCOs. They'd taken to the new men, had spent some time on them, and it had worked. Byrd felt that now he was in command of an efficient fighting unit. In fact, they constituted a formidable little brigade. 2nd Battalion had 3 motorised infantry companies, a carrier platoon, a machine gun platoon, and most importantly, his 4 platoons of 6-pounders, 16 guns in all. Aside from that, the colonel had also been given an attached force of another 11 guns from 239 Battery of 76 AT Regiment RA. They were all mounted on portees, lorries from whose flatbed top the gun could be slid down and into position. It was not an ideal method of transport, slightly Heath Robinson-ish, but it gave them mobile anti-tank power, and that was vital in this war of machines. All day they had been sitting here, keeping watch over the minefields, static and in support. It was not his way, and he was impatient to be in the action. But Byrd knew that their time would come, and when it did, he knew too that they would acquit themselves with honour, whatever the odds. Chapter 5. 6 p.m. Tactical HQ, 8th Army. The Beach, El Alamein, Montgomery. It was, anyone could see, a superb defensive position, and he cursed himself for not having been the man who had found it. For this was Auchinleck's position, a defensive line chosen by the general whom he had been brought in to replace. Auchinleck, the man who had failed in all else but this. The chance to define this sublime line, which ran for 45 miles from the Mediterranean in the north, due south across the desert to the impassable vastness of the Great Qattara Depression. It was the last line of defence between the enemy and Cairo, the perfect place to make a last stand. Here it was that they had fallen back to in the face of the enemy's last attempt to take the city. Here it was that they had regrouped and rested. And it would be from here, he knew, that they would attack. He looked at the map spread out before him on the table, which stood in the middle of his small command caravan, and traced a line along it from north to south. 40 miles of front line, all of it more or less level, but with 2 passages of high ground, Rueysat Ridge and Alamein. Though on the map it looked flat, Montgomery, like the men who had lived out there in the desert, some of them for 2 years, knew that it was far from that. That it was marked by small hillocks and dunes, dips that seemed as hard to climb as ravines, and sheer drops that could catch you off guard and swallow you up. And it was not just sand, but rock, and everywhere was punctuated by clumps, green bushes of sharp camel thorn. There were no roads and precious few houses. In short, it was the perfect terrain for modern mechanised warfare. And modern was a word that he liked very much. The whole essence of modern warfare could be reduced to 3 things: concentration, control, and simplicity. In short, it was about modernity. It was the only way to win. Complete change in the British Army. Dunkirk had taught him that. But it had taken till now to bring it in. 2 long years. So many of the old guard had gone now, he thought, and they were so much better for it. There was Ritchie, sacked after the Gazala disaster in June, and his replacement, Corbett, who everyone knew to be an idiot. A complete fathead, his chief of staff had called him. So Gott had been brought in. Old Strafer Gott. And it had been he that Montgomery had replaced. Though it had been unfortunate that it should have happened the way it had, with Gott being killed in a plane crash. Montgomery had simply been the next man in line. In truth, he knew that the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, Sir Alan Brooke, had turned Churchill's ear. And what great good fortune to have been given such a chance. Surely God was rewarding him for his faith over the years and his devotion to the army. The army had been his life, was still. Of course, his late wife, Betty, had been so dear to him, and her sudden and quite unexpected death, exactly 5 years ago this month, had left a dreadful vacuum in his life that could never be filled. But at least he had their son, David, now 13. He'd left him at school at Winchester when he'd come out here, in the care of his former headmaster from prep school. David was just a boy, but, he reflected, he was not that much younger than so many of the men he now led. He turned to see his ADC, John Poston, a 23-year-old captain in the 11th Hussars. Poston was a pleasant old Harrovian, a good horseman who had been in the desert since 1940, having joined straight from school. He was only 10 years older than David, he thought. A fine, handsome young man with a pair of honest and engaging pale grey eyes. He had taken to young Poston instantly on his arrival in the desert, and had asked for him in particular. Well, he had also been poor Gott's former ADC, and he clearly knew the ropes. Wouldn't drive him into a minefield as young Spooner, the ADC he had brought with him from England, had done on his first day. Montgomery smiled at the boy's clothes. Like so many of his officers, particularly those in the cavalry and yeomanry, he had adopted his own style of dress. Suede desert boots, spotted silk cravat, corduroy trousers. Montgomery indulged it. He knew Poston to be somewhat apart from the class-conscious society of the mess, and admired him for his simple professionalism. Hadn't he himself been somewhat unorthodox in his own dress? He followed Wellington's dictum. What mattered was not following the drill book to the letter, but the quality and professionalism of the man. Besides, hadn't he rewritten the drill book?
"Did you realize, John, that we have the longest supply routes the history of warfare has ever known?"
"I think I overheard you say as much to the Field Marshal, sir."
"What very sharp hearing you have."
"I'm sorry, sir." Montgomery tugged at his right earlobe, a habit of which he was hardly aware, but which was often remarked on behind his back.
"No matter. You should know in any case, John. It is true. Although, unlike Herr Rommel, of course, our lines are not at full stretch. It will be all about material, this battle. Rommel needs fuel, and he needs ammunition, and according to our intelligence, he does not have sufficient supplies of either."
Intelligence, he thought, was everything, worth 50,000 men on the battlefield. And they had the finest intelligence in the war, ultra. The code breakers at Bletchley Park were now able to break the German Enigma code. Since 1941, they'd been receiving intelligence based on radio messages from Fliegerführer Africa. But he knew, too, that intelligence alone could not win a battle. It was down to the generals, and it was down to the men. In this case, men who were itching for victory, the men of 8th Army. Men who had fought at Gazala and had been twice up to Benghazi. The Benghazi handicap, they like to call it. Men who had run from Tobruk to be able to fight again. Well, this was their battle, and everything was at stake. Not just the Allies' vital hold on the Middle East and Suez, but also, he knew, as Churchill did, the war itself, and indeed his own position as leader of the nation. He looked again at the map. Of course, they could have stood at Sidi Barini or Mersa Matruh, but the present line was superb, unassailable, and it exploited the fact that there were only 3 ways by which Rommel could attack them. In the north, in the gap between Rueysat Ridge and the railway line, in the centre where they were strongest, and in the south. He had to admit, no matter how it galled him, and it surely did, that Auchinleck had been right. Of course, he would never have admitted that in public, or indeed in private, to anyone. It was all important that the men should believe that the new man in charge of them had his own plan and his own original methods. He had shown them as much from the moment he had taken over, had made them the fighting force they now most surely were. Fitness was the key, physical exercise and a sense of purpose. Drill, drill, and more drill and battle training. But now they were ready, and now he knew they could win. He did not intend to defend. Rommel had had his chance, had attacked in June and had failed. Concentration, control, and simplicity. The holy trinity of the battlefield had defeated him at Alam Halfa. They had lured him in and destroyed his strength bit by bit. Rommel had overplayed his hand, and now it was their own time to attack. Well, of course, that had apparently also been Auchinleck's plan. But Churchill had perceived that Auchinleck's heart was not in it, and the men knew it too. They could tell a soldier's true feelings. Auchinleck had made too many plans for the evacuation that he felt must follow their defeat. That was no way to treat an army, to act as if they had been beaten already. Emerging from his reverie, Montgomery turned back to Poston.
Do you think the men are really ready for it now, John? The big attack?
More ready than ever, sir. They've had enough of fighting a defensive war.
Poston paused and smiled, then went on.
Do you recall, sir, that joke circulating in Cairo back in August when you'd just arrived? They said that General Auchinleck's defence plan was to allow Rommel to break through right up to Cairo, but that when the Germans reached the Jazeera Club in the capital, all the staff at GHQ would instantly turn out with their sidearms and chase him back to Tripoli.
Montgomery laughed, that strange, high-pitched laugh that made his features appear even more bird-like. When he spoke, it was with weak R's, turning them to W's, which, coming from anyone else, might have appeared comic.
Very good, John. Yes, I do seem to remember that one. I think we can afford to be a little more positive now, don't you?
You've worked miracles, sir, nothing less.
We've a different army now, John, and we're going to use it.
He knew that he had achieved something important. He'd got rid of all the belly-aching, and had told his staff quite bluntly on the first day that if any man wanted to continue to invent lame reasons for not doing his job, then he could get out of it at once. They were staying here, and if they could not stay and win and remain alive, then they would stay here dead. He had also decided that the plan of battle should be known to everyone from general to private soldier, and so he had attempted to visit them all. Not just the Brits, but the Aussies, the New Zealanders, the Indians and the rest. He had even taken up the offer of an Australian slouch hat, which he decorated with regimental badges as he toured the other divisions. He knew that his presence had had an effect on the men. Freddie de Gingand, his chief of staff, had told him that the sick rate dropped off dramatically. In fact, men were desperate to return from sick leave so as not to miss the big push. He was confident that now every single one of his soldiers felt a part of the plan. All that he had to do was to make sure that it worked. He looked again at the map, and this time traced another line to the west of his original. Rommel's own position was certainly impressive, but it had a fundamental flaw. What had Bill Williams called it? An Italian corset strengthened by German whalebones. Yes, he liked that. A bit like Wellington at Waterloo, strengthening his Belgian and Dutch regiments by placing them beside a battalion of seasoned British veterans. But it was not quite the same here. He wondered where they would be now without Williams. He was the finest intelligence officer that Montgomery had ever encountered. An Oxford Don with a quite brilliant brain, now a major in the King's Dragoon Guards, and Williams had said nothing further to him. The phrase continued to go around in his mind. If they could separate the German whalebones from the soft Italian corset, they would smash through the Italians. It was simple and quite brilliant, and Montgomery had readily adopted it as his own. So they would attack. Alam Halfa had paved the way. Ultra had revealed the losses. 51 German tanks destroyed and more damaged, and over 3,000 German and Italian casualties. Churchill, impatient as ever and keen to please the Allies, had sent Montgomery a peremptory memo telling him that it must be in September. Of course, he wasn't having any such nonsense. They would never have been prepared, and he told Churchill as much. He would not risk men's lives in a premature offensive. General Alexander, the Commander-in-Chief, had presented Churchill's case, but Montgomery was having none of it. He would launch the offensive in his own time. 4 days after the anniversary of Betty's death, the 23rd of October, looked set to be the perfect night. Tonight.
John, is Freddie back from Alex?
Yes, sir. He's in his HQ, I believe.
His HQ?
He's adopted an old Italian pillbox, sir. Made it quite like home, apparently. Still smells a little.
Very good. Then I think we might pay him a visit, don't you?
Both men stepped out of the caravan and walked over to the former Italian strongpoint, which now acted as the HQ for Freddie de Gingand. It was draped with camouflage netting, and around it some armoured cars had been dug in, connected by shallow slit trenches. He was pleased that Freddie should be so close at hand. They were complete opposites, it occurred to him, and not for the first time. Freddie de Gingand was 14 years his junior. He had first met him at TAHQ in York in 1923. Montgomery had been teaching soldering skills, and young Freddie, devilishly handsome at 22, a trainee second lieutenant, had impressed him with his perceptive intelligence. Despite their shared love of golf and bridge, how very different they were. Freddie forever living on his nerves, highly strung, a lover of wine and women, an inveterate gambler, an epicure, and he himself, Montgomery, calm, self-controlled, abstemious.
Those, at least, were the virtues which he liked to claim as his own, the heights to which he aspired. He had decided to make Freddie his chief of staff almost instantly after having taken up the command of 8th Army. Chief of staff, his invention. The army did not work on that principle. It believed that the army commander could use his staff officers himself, but Montgomery knew that a good COS was essential to coordinating any campaign. That was surely what had cost the other generals in the desert their commands. That was why he was here. With Freddie at his side, Berthier to his Napoleon, and Alexander, the overall commander, behind him, he had the framework of an unassailable team. If only he could be sure that he could rely on all his corps commanders. Horrocks, Lumsden, and Leese. Brian Horrocks he had known in the Great War, and had personally appointed to 13 Corps. As for Leese, he had taught him at Staff College back in 1926, and had appointed him, like Horrocks, on his own merit. But it had been at Horrocks' suggestion that he had given Lumsden 10 Corps, and he already felt uneasy about it. Lumsden was certainly a game fellow. Lanky, dashing, and with a liking for sartorial excess, he had been an amateur jockey before the war, but Montgomery disliked the arrogance that went with it. He might be a tremendous horseman, and have a creditable handicap at golf, but he was not sure that the man had enough real pep for such a plan as he had in mind. And therein, he suspected, might lie something of a problem. Ducking beneath the low lintel of the pillbox, difficult even for his diminutive frame, Montgomery entered with Poston, as ever, close behind.
"Freddie, there you are."
De Gingen stood and saluted, then grasped a thick sheaf of papers from his desk.
"Sir, I have the latest sit-rep here. I was just coming to find you and hand it over."
Montgomery stared at him, and a brief smile flickered across his face. He shook his head in a fatherly manner.
"Don't be silly, Freddie. You ought to know by now. You know I never read any papers when I can get the person concerned to tell me himself. Put all that bump away. See if you can find General Lees and ask him to dine with me. Oh, and why don't you join us? Shall we say 7 o'clock, outside my caravan? Don't be late."
Their frugal meal began at precisely 7 o'clock, but the food was of no great consequence to Montgomery. They sat within a large tent of mosquito netting, into which the flies had still managed to gain access, and dined, as was his habit, on bully beef and lemonade. But he was more concerned with the words of his corps commander and chief of staff. Leese went on.
"As I was saying, I toured the positions today, sir. The men are mad keen, especially the Highlanders. They know they've got the Australians and New Zealanders on their flanks. They say they feel safe, sir. That's the extraordinary thing, really. They're so remarkably confident. Never seen the like. And they really understand the plan."
Montgomery smiled and tugged at his earlobe.
"Thank you, Oliver. That's most reassuring."
He turned to De Gingen.
"How do you find the food, Freddie? Not a patch on what you sampled in Alexandria, I'll bet."
De Gingen laughed. "No, sir. I'm afraid you're right. But it's really not bad, don't you think?"
"Where were you? The English-speaking Union?"
"Yes, sir. It's always a safe bet."
"How was it, the town? As confident as Leese's men?"
"More so, sir. It's a different place from 2 months ago. They really seem to believe that the threat has gone."
"It has, Freddie. All we've got to do now is prove them right, gentlemen, isn't it?"
The others smiled, and Montgomery stood. They followed suit as he placed his berry on his head.
"Now, I think I'll turn in. You, Oliver?"
"I rather thought I'd watch the barrage, sir."
"As you will, then. But what do you think you'll see, I don't know, and whatever good do you suppose you'll do?"
"None, sir, of course."
"Quite. None whatsoever. You know that there is absolutely nothing you can possibly do now which will influence the battle. Your job, Oliver, is to get to bed early, so you're fresh in the morning. You must be on top form. This battle is sure to be full of shocks, and you will have to take them."
Leese nodded.
"Yes, sir. Perhaps I should reconsider."
"I think you would be wise to do so. And now I really must get to bed. So, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me."
He turned and walked up the few steps to the caravan. At the top he looked back.
"Remember, Freddie, any developments, be sure to wake me instantly."
Montgomery twisted the door handle and entered the small wood-clad room. It was surprisingly cool. He closed the door behind him, removed his beret, and ran his hands through his thinning hair. He sat down and stared at the floor. It was good. Lisa's report had backed up all that Freddie had told him. Everything was in place. The men were spoiling for a fight. It was all running to plan. But, he wondered, what will the situation be when I have taken 10,000 or 20,000 casualties and have lost 100 or 200 tanks? He dismissed the thought. There was no going back now. Everything was ready. They must attack and force the issue. D-Day and H-hour was set. Within half an hour, the terrible barrage would begin, heralding perhaps the most important battle of the war to date. And he was its master. If he won, he would be lauded and rewarded. But should he fail, both the politicians and the people would vilify him. This, then, was to be the test of all the years. This was to be his chance. He opened his diary and took up the pen that lay permanently beside it.
The enemy knows that we intend to attack, and has been strengthening his defences. On our side, we have the initiative and a great superiority in men, tanks and artillery, and other materiel. We also have an army in which the morale is right up on the top line, and every officer and man knows the issues at stake, knows what is wanted, and knows how the battle will be fought and won.
Every man might know, he thought, but only he had the ultimate responsibility. He might delegate and inform, but ultimately the decisions were his alone. He continued to write in the diary, and as he did so wondered how posterity would evaluate his words. There would be bloodshed, much of it. There was no way of avoiding that, and in the end a battle won here would save more lives and might help to finish the war. He wrote,
"The battle will be expensive, as it will really become a killing match."
And as soon as he saw the words, he thought of their true meaning. How many men would they lose? 10,000 men? 20,000? He wrote again,
"I have estimated 10,000 casualties in this week's fighting."
All that they needed now, he thought, was good weather. That, and perhaps just a modicum of good luck. End of Disc 1. Disc 2. Chapter 6. 7 p.m. Near El Alamein railway siding. Miller. He opened the dusty dog-eared book and read the passage again, savouring the beauty of the lines. Xenophon was such a beautiful writer, he thought, interspersing his information with passages of real poetry. In the 2 years that he had been studying the classical historians at Harvard, Josh Miller had learnt to distinguish between their styles until he was able to spot them blind. Xenophon's account of the Battle of Cunaxa between Cyrus's Greek mercenaries and his brothers Persians had always held him spellbound, and here, in this endless desert which he supposed might, with a small stretch of the imagination, resemble the battlefield in Babylon, it seemed even more real. He read on. They all wore helmets, except for Cyrus, who went into battle bareheaded. It was now midday, and the enemy had to yet come into sight. But in the early afternoon, dust appeared like a white cloud, and after some time a sort of blackness extending a long way over the plain. Far from shouting, they came on as silently as they could, calmly, in a slow, steady march. Imagine that, he thought, coming on into battle in a slow, steady march, having to keep your body from breaking into a run or running away as the arrows and the spears began to rain down upon you. It occurred to him that he was for the first time in his life sitting in what would soon, he presumed, become another battlefield, surrounded by so many thousands of modern-day warriors. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He steadied himself, placing a strong, muscular hand palm down on the rocky ground on which he was sitting. They had parked the Dodge ambulance at a crossroads of the coastal road that ran into the west and the southern track that had been christened Springbok Road in honour of the South Africans, who now held most of its length from their Australian comrades near the sea down here into the desert. Miller gazed out towards the west, towards the enemy, and thought about the men who lay out there in their trenches and foxholes. Men from Germany and men from Italy. Men who knew this desert better than he by far, who had been here for years when this war was in its infancy. He was glad to be here, to be part of this great adventure. he knew that if he had not come, he would forever have regretted it. Not for missing the chance to fight. As the son of a Quaker and a pacifist in his own mind, he would not have joined the regular army and would have protested if conscripted. Killing was anathema to him. But helping his fellow man, whatever his nationality, now that was something else. The American Field Service, an independent ambulance unit with a distinguished record in the last war, had seemed perfect. Perhaps he thought that was why he had felt the need to learn so much about war. He still believed that there might be another way. While his fellow students ploughed on deep into Plato and Socrates, Miller preferred to stay with Thucydides, Xenophon, and Caesar. Now, later conflicts interested him. Napoleon in particular fascinated him, and in Cairo, after they had finally got there from the depot at El Tahag, while all the talk among his friends had been of pharaohs and pyramids, Miller's mind had been on the image of a small Corsican general standing at the base of the Sphinx less than 200 years ago. A man bent on world domination, whose wars had lasted 25 years. He wondered how long this present one would last, fueled as it was by the megalomania of another European emperor. He was such a long way from home, halfway across the world from college and from the family home in Long Island, and in real terms he might as well have been on the moon. Aged 19 and filled with curiosity to see more of the world, he had volunteered without hesitation for the ambulance service. Someone had given him a copy of Life magazine and pointed to photographs of AFS volunteers helping the British in North Africa. Ambulances alone in vast expanses of sand. Men running with stretchers. He had thought how romantic it all seemed. After he had signed up, he learnt how at Tobruk AFS men had died with the British and their allies. Others had been made prisoner. He looked now at the small group who for the last 2 months had inhabited the ambulance that had made the journey with them 5,000 miles across the Atlantic. Thought how they looked for all the world like straight British soldiers with their funny schoolboy shorts and their socks and their boots. They wore the same kit, had the same webbing, even had the same haircuts. It was only when they spoke, as now, that you could tell they were Americans. "Aw, geez, Lieutenant, not again. How come you always get to win?" "Privilege of rank, Turk. Nothing more. Goes with the territory." Charlie Turk, a muscle-bound quarterback with a navy-cut hairstyle and wearing a T-shirt with his British Army-issue shorts, sat on a bunk in the back of the ambulance and paid the lieutenant his winnings. Then he picked up the pack and shuffled before dealing out 2 new hands on the rough red serge of the British Army-issue hospital blanket. "Double or quits, Lieutenant. What do you say?" "It's your funeral, Turk." Lieutenant Evan Thomas grinned. This would be the 6th game he had played against Turk. He looked at the wad of dollar bills at his side and tried to guess how much he had won. 400? He really hated to fleece poor Turk, but if the guy insisted. They fanned out their hands and took a look at them. Neither man smiled. At length, Turk spoke. "Card." The lieutenant handed him a card. He looked at it and said nothing. The lieutenant took a card. Turk smiled. "Okay, 3 kings. What you got?" "Full house. I win." "Beats me. You win again. I swear, Lute, you got the luck of the devil himself." "Not the devil, Turk. I sure don't get my luck from him. If anyone's on my side, it's got to be the big guy, don't you think?" Miller did not play cards. He had not been brought up that way. His family were Quakers. For his part, he had not yet decided, but he was pretty certain that there was some deity above them. He only hoped that whatever or whoever it was would be looking out for him in the coming battle, because they were sure that there was going to be a battle, a big one. That's why they'd been rushed here from Alexandria so fast. The lieutenant began to count his money. Miller guessed there was a time and a place for everything, and he'd seen more things in this war than he had ever thought he would. And surely, even if God was against gambling, if he could countenance such inhumanity, then he would bend the rules a little when it came to a card game. Although it did seem a little unfair that the lieutenant kept winning all the time. He liked Thomas, who wore his officer's rank lightly. The service was nominally subject to British Army law, but they had worked it out with the Brits that their own officers could dish out whatever punishments were needed. Turk was a character too, a football player who had won a sports scholarship to Harvard and come out here to see some action before he was called up to the US Army. He figured that it would give him some good battlefield experience, and Miller reckoned he would probably be right. As for himself,
He had not really known what to expect. He had joined and volunteered in the fervour that came of adrenaline, and then halfway across the Atlantic on the Aquitania had almost regretted it, when a member of the ship's crew had attempted suicide, and the game had become a reality. But by then it had been too late. One thing he did know: he had not yet seen a dead man, had not even seen a single casualty still on the battlefield. Sure, he had seen enough wounded in the hospitals in Cairo and Alexandria, but did they really count? He reckoned not. They were all dressed and bundled up. Even the amputees seemed sanitized. No, Miller had not seen the full horror of war, and he was not sure just how he was going to react to it. Turk's voice cut through his thoughts. "See this? It's crap, McGinty. Pure crap. The lieutenant wins every time." The third member of their team, Joe McGinty, an Irishman from New York, looked up from his copy of a comic book.
"So, why'd you keep playing, you great lunk?"
"Well, I reckon he's got to lose sometime, ain't he? I mean, stands to reason that even the lieutenant's luck's got to run out sometime, don't it?" Miller shook his head and went on reading.
The Persians, even before they were within the range of the arrows, wavered and ran away. Then the Greeks pressed on the pursuit vigorously, but they shouted to each other not to run, but to follow up the enemy without breaking ranks.
He wondered whether it would be like that when the British attacked, and conjectured just what "pressed on the pursuit vigorously" might mean. He envisaged ragged ranks of Greeks hacking in all directions, swords meeting flesh as the Persians fell under the advancing army. Razor-sharp steel slicing through skin and tissue and sinew and bone. Pressed on the pursuit vigorously. It sounded almost modern. Might even feature on one of Monty's orders. Turk, after his 7th losing game, had dealt an 8th. But no amount of money lost at cards could take his mind off a fear that had got hold of him. He was rattled, and he wanted some answers. "What I don't understand, Lute, is what we're doing here. If we're so strong, why aren't we chasing Rommel's men back into the sea?" Thomas studied his cards as he spoke. "We're playing a waiting game, Turk. Just waiting. Like when you play cards. We're trying to outguess the enemy, figure out his next move. The British are waiting for him to make a mistake, and then they'll pounce." He played his hand. "Shit! Sorry, Lieutenant. Oh, but geez. Okay, you win. That's it. I'm done." McGinty spoke.
"He's got a point, Lieutenant. How did we end up here?"
From the other side of the ambulance, another man emerged. Ed Bigelow was a geology student at Princeton. His black-rimmed spectacles sat on the bridge of his bird-like nose. In one hand he held a piece of rock, in the other a small magnifying glass. If Bigelow had one failing, it was his inability to stifle his penchant for wicked sarcasm. He smiled at McGinty.
"Don't you remember, Joe? You came out on that transporter ship? Across the sea? Big blue watery thing? Took a while to cross. Wow, your memory."
He hit the side of his head. McGinty gave him a look that said,
"One more comment like that and you're a dead man."
Thomas saw it too. "Cool it, McGinty. He's only winding you up. You know how Monty got here. They were pushed back all along the coast. But hey, this is as good a place as I've seen to stand and fight." He turned to Miller. "What about you, Josh? You're the student of classical history. You know your battles. Is this a good place to fight?" Bigelow spoke before Miller could answer.
"Is anywhere a good place to fight?"
McGinty saw his chance.
"Oh, here we go. The philosophy student is here, guys. Say hello to the professor."
Turk looked at him.
"Oh, give it a rest, Joe. It was a fair comment. Who wants to fight anywhere?"
McGinty shook his head.
"What puzzles me, Charlie, is how you ever got into Harvard."
"You seen me play? That's how. And if you got anything to say about my brains, Clever Klutz, then talk to the fist, big boy. Dumb Mick." Thomas stood up, ready to stop the fight. But Miller had seen it too, and knew that they were just tired of waiting, and wound up, not in fact by each other, but merely by the terrible nervous tension that ran through everyone, the sense of the approaching battle, and all the uncertainty it brought. He interrupted. "In point of fact, this is a good defensive position. We have the sea on one side, and the Qatar Depression on the other. We have no flanks." McGinty looked interested.
"So, what you're saying is, we're safer here?"
"You could put it that way, yes."
Thomas sat back down. Turk began to shuffle the cards. Miller looked back at the book.
Cyrus was pleased when he saw the Greeks winning and driving the enemy back before them, but he was not so carried away as to join in the pursuit. Seeing then that no frontal attack was being made, he wheeled right in an outflanking movement.
He wondered whether Rommel, or whoever was now commanding the Germans and Italians over there, might attempt something similar.
Must remember to ask Lieutenant Thomas that one.
Thomas was a good guy, in charge of a platoon of 15 company, of which they were a section. Each platoon contained 5 sections, 3 of them with 4 ambulances, 2 with 5. Each section was manned by 1 NCO, a spare driver, a mechanic, and 5 drivers. 8 men in all for 4 or 5 ambulances. Thomas had been out here since May, taking part in the retreat from Tobruk, and had seen a few friends die. Stuka attacks mostly. But there had been one time when the Germans had caught a convoy with machine gun fire and mortars. Sometimes he spoke about it, sometimes not. His actual name was Evan Winchell Thomas II, and he was heir to a fortune on the East Coast. His ambition, he had told Miller one starry evening as they sat drinking beer, was to go into publishing, and Miller wondered whether he would ever achieve it. Since July, Thomas's platoon, along with 4 others, with a total availability of 22 in all, had been posted to the New Zealanders. That was something else that had struck him in Cairo, the fact that they had come from all over the world to fight this war. Cairo, already a cosmopolitan city, was made all the more exotic by the thousands of battle-dress-clad men and women who thronged its streets by day and night. Miller had not visited the notorious Burqa red light district, though encouraged to do so by Turk. He had no desire to watch an ugly couple copulating for money. He had luxuriated, though, in the coffee houses, had drunk mint tea in al-Fashawis in the bazaar, and eaten ice cream at Groppi's. Alexandria, if anything, was better, and they had been allowed to use the New Zealanders' YMCA hostel, where they could get a clean bed and breakfast for 62 cents. Miller looked up. The situation was still tense.
"What's your opinion of Cairo, Professor?"
Bigelow looked up from his rock and twiddled his spectacles.
"Cairo is like a woman who has let herself go. She is not young, far from it, and is overpainted, overpowdered, overscented, and fat. Her vices, while somewhat deplorable, can be amusing, but what is really unforgivable is her lack of fastidiousness with regard to her own person. She is, though, a lady, and something of a wit."
Turk laughed. "I never heard such crap, Prof." Miller smiled.
"You've excelled yourself, Ed, and I tend to agree with you on all counts."
Turk spoke. "Prof, what I don't get is why you're here out in the desert with us and not back in Cairo in HQ."
"Because I want to be here. What is the point of observing the action when you can be a part of it?"
"Looks like you're about to get your chance." McGinty pointed to a soldier wearing a tin hat who was running in the direction of the lieutenant. The man presented him with a sheet of paper, saluted, and ran off, before Thomas had time to return the gesture. "I don't think I'll ever get used to this salutin' lark." He unfolded the paper. "Thank God. Orders." He read carefully, then folded the paper and put it in his breast pocket. "Okay, saddle up, guys. We're to drive to the New Zealand field dressing station." He pointed. "It's no more than a mile down that track. Moon track." Half an hour later, as they bumped across the sand, Miller thanked God for the Dodges and their superior suspension. McGinty read his mind. "This vehicle is the ultimate in comfort. You know, we're lucky to have it. The new guys have had to take what they could, mostly crummy British Humbers and Austins." The ambulances had become their homes, infinitely preferable to occupying the trenches and dugouts abandoned by the enemy, which were often infested with rats and fleas. Instead, the Dodges offered bedroom, dining room, and kitchen. An old shell storage box strapped to the front fender made a fine wardrobe, lice and flea-free, and the exhaust pipe doubled up as a camp stove. By night, they draped blankets across the windows to avoid infringing the blackout, while a stretcher slung in the centre made an excellent table. Miller reflected how quickly they had adapted to the hardships of desert life. The soldiers had been helpful, cautioning them not to put their hand into any holes in rocks. Scorpions and vipers liked nothing better than a nice dark hole. Always to check their boots before they put them on for the same reason. They had showed them how to brew up. That meant make tea, using a sand cooker where you tipped petrol into a tin half filled with sand, then set fire to it before putting your billy can on the top to boil the water. Sweet and strong, that was how the British soldiers liked their tea. The New Zealanders, too. Miller was beginning to get a taste for it. Well, there was no alternative. Nothing, of course, could prepare you for the Khamsin, the desert wind that blew across the sand 50 days of every year. The Bedouins said, if the Khamsin blows for 3 days, a man can surely kill his wife. For 5 days, and he has the right to kill his neighbour. 7 days, and he may kill himself. At length, they arrived at the field dressing station, a New Zealand station just inside the British minefield area. The first thing that struck Miller was the bigger-than-usual lorry parked up beside the surgical tent. Pictured on its side was a vampire bat. A blood truck, refrigerated. No sooner had they pulled up than, to their surprise, a British voice addressed them, straight from the home counties rather than Auckland or Wellington. "I say, you men there, this way." A British Army officer was standing beside the entrance to the surgical tent. He smiled. "Captain Anderson, Army Medical Corps. You're the Americans." "That's us, sir, all the way from the US of A. Here to help in any way we can, Captain." "Well, glad to have you here. I trust that all your men are acquainted with the battle evacuation procedure?" Thomas nodded. "Sure, Captain. We've studied it enough. Stretcher-bearers bring the wounded to the regimental aid post where they're seen by the MO, then we pick them up and take them to an advanced dressing station for treatment." The captain suddenly noticed the door of the Dodge, on which was painted the insignia of the AFS, against the background of a red cross on white, an American eagle wearing a top hat.
"What the devil's that?"
"It's the unit insignia, sir. Officially approved by your top brass. They call it the chicken."
"Is it indeed? I mean, was it? Do they? Well, I never. Mind you, if it bonds you all together, then we must agree. Where was I?"
He paused and stared at the men.
"I say, don't your men salute an officer?"
"Well, yes, in theory they should, sir, but they're not trained soldiers, you see, Captain. Perhaps you could cut them a bit of slack." The captain stared at Thomas.
"Cut them what? I think it highly improper, Lieutenant, for any man in the King's uniform not to salute an officer, and that includes you. You will rectify the situation and ensure that in future your men salute at the appropriate time. Is that clear?"
"Sir. Very clear, sir."
"Oh, and incidentally, I shall be moving out pretty soon. There's a New Zealand officer taking over here, a Major Coswell. And, Lieutenant, I suggest that you make sure that you remember what I've told you. He's a bit of a hero from what I hear. He and his team were put in the bag in the big Wavell push. Suffice to say, they escaped. You can stand your men down. I'm sure someone will find you when they need you."
He turned and walked off into the tent. Thomas turned to the men and removed his peaked cap. "Well, that told me." McGinty spoke. "Listen, Luke. Way I understand it, we're not under military law." "We still have to take orders, though." Turk shook his head. "But we ain't, what was the word, amenable to summary punishment." Miller spoke.
In effect, we're camp followers."
"Sorry?"
"In the old days, when an army went to war, it took its baggage train, and attached to the baggage train were always what they called camp followers. You know, wives, girlfriends, the guys who provided the food and water and beer. Bakers, blacksmiths, well, in a sense, that's what we are."
"I ain't no wife or girlfriend, and I ain't no baker."
"But you are here to help the army. You're part of the army establishment."
It was true. They were not militarily trained, and the British Army was nervous of them. They'd been given a basic course in the way the Army worked and its organisation, and the idea of saluting, by an RASC lieutenant shortly after they had landed. But soldiers they were not, and never would be. They were misfits, thought Miller, and not for the first time he worried about how they would fit in the thick of battle. Thomas wiped the sweat from his forehead with a spotted handkerchief. "OK. Now Colonel Blimp's gone, I think we can relax for a while, boys. Turk, how's about a game of poker?" Bigelow took off his glasses and began to polish them as he spoke.
"Have you thought, Lieutenant, that this might not be such a great time to gamble?"
"Say again?"
"Well, sir, you see, I reckon that you can only have a certain amount of luck. It's what the Limeys say, too. And by the law of averages, it stands to reason, don't you think, that if you use all your luck up here, playing cards with Turk, and winning all the time, then when we do get up to the battlefield, your luck may just run out."
Thomas laughed and began to deal. "Okay, Turk, and anyone else who wants to make a quick buck, let's play cards and see if you can win it all back from me before we have to move." Chapter 7. 8 p.m. behind Bab al-Katara, Ringla. It was almost dusk when Lieutenant Ralph Ringla finally reached the area which for the last month had held the small command post of Panzer Grenadier Regiment 104. For a moment, though, he wondered if he hadn't taken a wrong turning somewhere back across the sand. It was easy enough to do in this wretched wasteland, for instead of the stripped-back, rock-walled and sandbagged strong-point to which he had become accustomed, there stood a huge tent. He stopped and stared at the wall of field-grey canvas and watched as the battalion orderlies went hurriedly in and out, carrying boxes of rations and cases of wine. The battalion adjutant, Major Werther, came out puffing on a short cigar, and seeing Ringler's absent-minded look, smiled and went towards him. "Ah, Ringler, there you are. You did get the invitation." "Invitation?" "To the Colonel's party." "Well, it would seem you did not. My apologies, but, well, here you are anyway." "How do you like our new accommodation?" "It's only temporary, I'm afraid." "A present from our friends the Italians. They seem to have brought everything with them but the kitchen sink. Even women, they say. Though where they might be, now the devil knows." "Well, sir, they did have a colony here. They seem to own half the houses on the coast road." "I know. The problems we've had with their damn damage claims. They're meant to be our allies." "Kind of them to lend us the tent, though, sir." "Yes, damn kind. Isn't it splendid? Good target for the RAF, too. This party had better be over damn quick, but good to be a bit festive. Well, you know, we had to push the boat out for the Colonel's birthday. Come inside and see the old man. He'd be delighted you're here. Be careful, though, Ralph. His hearing's shot to pieces. Both eardrums perforated. Happened at Alamein. He set up his OP directly beside an 88 battery. You'd think he'd know better at his age. Didn't you know? Best not to mention it. You know how he is. He gets frightfully upset if he suspects that people think he's deaf. Loves music. Beethoven, Wagner, that sort of thing. You should hear him sing." They entered the tent, and Ringler removed his field cap and tried to make his uniform look a little more presentable, bleached as it was by the sun to a sandy tan colour. At 22, Ringler was almost the baby of the battalion, but even so, he was still a seasoned veteran. He had been fighting out here for the last 2 years, and the desert was etched into his brain. Werther continued. "Now, help yourself to a drink, Ringler. Wittmann has brought us some whiskey, courtesy of the British, of course, taken on the road from Benghazi. And there's even a case of Münchner Löwenbräu from the Aussies in Tobruk. And the Italians have also given us some wine. Kind of them." Ringler nodded his head. "Thank you, Herr Major." The colonel stood with his back to them in the centre of the tent, laughing in the middle of a circle of his battalion officers, all of whom, unlike their CO, still wearing his peaked officer's hat, had removed their headgear. Colonel Karl Entz was a hard-bitten veteran, whose dark, sun-tanned face was marked with lines that bore witness to both laughter and anxiety. Ringler walked up to the group and was greeted with polite nods of the head. The colonel turned and saw him, and not for the first time Ringler noticed the Knight's Cross that hung at his neck. "Ringler, good to see you. How are the men of No. 10 Company?" "Fine, sir. We're guarding a lane through the minefield belt." "Ah, our Devil's Garden. Our Field Marshal has done us proud, don't you think, Ringler? What could break through that? Only a fool would try. And look at this. Look what they've all done for me. True comrades, Ringler, eh?" "Yes, Herr Oberst, it's wonderful." The colonel squinted and inclined his head. "What did you say? Colourful?" "Yes, sir, very good." The colonel smiled and nodded. "Very colourful." He laughed and shook his head. "Have a drink, Ringler. Take a glass of schnapps with me." "I don't think so, sir. I don't often drink schnapps." Again the colonel squinted, but this time Ringler was not so sure whether it was his deafness or because he was displeased at his apparently discourteous reluctance to drink the schnapps. "Yes, sir, of course. I shall have a glass of schnapps with you. Happy birthday, Colonel."
The colonel smiled and drank the glass down in one. Ringler followed suit and managed to stop himself from coughing as the fiery, colourless liquid burned its way down his throat. Now he remembered why he didn't drink the stuff. The colonel was beaming now. "Very colourful, Ringler!" He clapped Ringler on the back and turned away laughing. The adjutant came up. "Well done, Ralph. The colonel will have his little jokes. You don't care much for the schnapps, I think." "Not as a rule, sir, no." "Here, have a glass of beer. It's good stuff, German, imported by the British. We managed to liberate it when we took Tobruk." Ringler took a bottle of the warmish beer and drained it, quenching the burning in his throat. In a corner of the huge tent, one of the enlisted men, Lance Corporal Kaspar, a talented musician from Bohemia, began to play on his harmonica. Inevitably, the tune was Lily Marlene. Nevertheless, however many times Ringler heard it, it always brought a lump to his throat. The colonel, hearing the tune despite his deafness, smiled and raised his glass. "A toast, gentlemen, to the Deutsche Afrika Korps and its unstoppable victory in the desert, on to Cairo and Suez." As one of the officers echoed the colonel's words, "on to Cairo and Suez," they raised their own glasses and drained them before resuming drinking at a more steady pace. Ringler was standing inside the tent by the entrance next to a fellow lieutenant, Werner Adler, from No. 8 Company, a blonde, tall Aryan from Potsdam, who had been an enthusiastic member of the Hitler Youth before joining the army, leading his local NSDAP boys group. Ringler took another swig of beer and turned to Adler. "Do you really think we'll get there?" "Where?" "Cairo, of course. Do you think it's really possible?" "Don't you? You heard Colonel Karl. We'll get there." "Werner, how long have you been out here?" "A year, exactly." "And what have you seen in that time?" "Victory in our grasp. We've almost beaten them. We took Tobruk, didn't we? Then Alamein. Perhaps this time we'll get them. We just sit here and wait for them to throw themselves at us, and then, when they're spent, we counterattack with everything we've got." Ringler smiled. "But do you think they'll be spent? And what do we really have?" "We still have the Panzers, 2 divisions of them, and the Italians, too. Some of them aren't half bad, the Paras." Ringler cut in. "How many tanks do you think we've actually got, Adler? Real tanks, I mean. German tanks." "I don't know. 400? Maybe more." Ringler laughed. "My dear Werner, I was talking to this boy from Panzer Army HQ, and he told me that the last intelligence was that we had no more than 240 serviceable panzers. And there's worse, with no fuel. Well, not enough for more than a few days. Certainly not enough to punch through the Brits and get to Cairo." Adler stared at the ground and shrugged his shoulders. "That's just hearsay, Ringler. I believe we can do it, and you must too. As officers, we have a duty to believe in our victory. We owe it to the men and to ourselves. You know, that's defeatist talk. You should be careful what you say to people." Ringler walked outside for a moment. His head had suddenly begun to ache, and he felt weary. The schnapps, he supposed. An eerie silence hung over the desert. It was a beautiful evening and extraordinarily peaceful. He took another sip of beer and re-entered the tent. As he did so, Monia, the battalion sergeant major, and also its finest singer, coughed to clear his throat and began to sing. It was a familiar folk song from the Rhine. Soon the battalion officers and their guests were in full voice. The song finished, but just as it did, Adler stared at Ringler and smiled. Then he began to sing. A very different song this time, and of a much more recent vintage, but one with which they were all familiar. Die Fahne hoch, die Reihen fest geschlossen, es soll marschierten mit mutig festem Schritt. Kameraden, die Front und Reaktion erschossen, marschieren im Geist in unseren Reihen mit. Raise high the flag. Ranks close tight. The stormtroopers march with bold, firm step. Their comrades, shot by the Reds and reactionaries, they march in spirit within our ranks. The Horst Wessel song, the marching song of the Nazi Party, the song which had carried Hitler to power, In the offbeats, when in a band cymbals would have crashed out, the officers stamped their feet as hard as they could. The colonel, for all his deafness, had the loudest voice, and, thought Ringler, it really wasn't bad. He had never much cared for that song, named after its composer, a Nazi Party activist assassinated by a communist in 1930, and used as an excuse for a massacre. But he still joined in. It was a symbol of their unity, their determination, their victory, and what was more, once you were singing it, it did do something for the soul. Lifted the spirits from the depths of despair to some higher plane where the Aryan race really was invincible. Zum letzten Mal wird nun Appell geblasen, zum Kampfe stehen wir alle schon bereit. Bald flattern Hitlerfahnen über Barrikaden, die Knechtschaft dort nur noch kurzer Zeit. For the last time now the call is sounded. Already we stand, all ready to fight. Soon the Hitler banners will flutter over the barricades. Our time in bondage won't last much longer. Ringler looked at Adler across the tent. He was smiling now, full of pride and confident with the certainty imbued by the music. Ringler, too, felt the better for it. He left the tent and found himself in the company of Sergeant Major Monier, who had come out for a smoke. Ringler liked the man. He was honest and simple, but utterly loyal. He came from farming stock in the Rhineland and had joined the Wehrmacht shortly after the annexation of the Sudetenland. He seemed older than his 30 years and acted as a sort of uncle to the younger men in the battalion. Somehow, he had always seemed to be at Ringler's side throughout the African campaign since the early days of 1941. At Mersa, when they had pushed the Allies back for the first time. At Benghazi, when they had left it again to be taken by the British. At Tobruk, when they had gone in through the warren of stinking caves that the Allies had held for so long. Monier had been at his side joking about the desert rats. At Alam Halfa, when they had seemed almost at the gates of Alexandria. And now here, near the little village of Alamein, where they had attacked and failed so recently. Monier had always been there, offering support and advice. Yet, for all his apparent confidence, there had always been, it seemed to Ringler, a curious air of insecurity about the man, and as they walked back to their trenches on this chilly night, with its bright moon and eerie stillness, Monier spoke. "Cigarette, sir?" As Ringler accepted and lit up, Monier continued. "Did I ever tell you, sir, about my home in the Palatinate? You know that area, sir?" Ringler, a northerner himself from Dresden, remembered a family holiday to the Lower Rhineland. "I have visited it once, a very long time ago. I seem to recall it being very pleasant." "It's the most beautiful place in the world, sir. You don't mind my saying so. God's own country, really. Have you ever been to Mainz or Koblenz, sir?" "No, Monier, I'm afraid not. I've never been to Mainz or Koblenz." "Then you've missed a real treat, sir. Oh, they're fine big cities, sir. All modern Basel and Fass, but with some fine old buildings, too. You'd like them, sir. I can see you there. You'd be in your element. Of course, we don't live there. We have a little house outside in the country. Little farm, really, sir. Just a few cows and some land for crops. But it's enough for us." He poked around in his pocket and took out his wallet. Then, reaching inside, he produced 2 dog-eared black and white photographs. "Here they are, sir. Last Christmas, that was, on leave. That's Monica there, and that's Heidi, and the little one is Hans. If I could just see them once more at home, Lieutenant. Once more. That's all I ask." "Perhaps you will, later, Monier. After our victory. I'm sure that you'll see them. And then we'll have all this behind us, eh?" Monier nodded and smiled. "Oh, yes, sir. That would be a nice thought. And then, sir, if I'm not being too forward, perhaps you'd do us the honour of coming to visit us on our farm. We'd make you feel quite at home." Ringler smiled at him. "The honour would be all mine, Monier. That's a firm date. I look forward to it." It had been, he knew, a futile reply, and as he shook Monier's hand to wish him a pleasant good night, he wondered whether he would ever walk through the doorway of the little farmhouse and meet Monier's smiling children. In truth, He did not really believe that any of them had much chance of getting out of this hellhole, let alone getting back to their loved ones. But he thought that at least perhaps with Monnier he had behaved creditably, like a proper officer, the sort of man he aspired to be. Ringler dropped down into his foxhole and stretched out in its narrow space, placing his head on the bundle of blankets that he reserved for that purpose. The combination of schnapps, Italian wine, and 2 bottles of the hijacked Löwenbräu had addled his mind and induced a welcome sleep. He pressed his head into the soft wool and began to drift off gently into the darkness. Hardly, it seemed, had he closed his eyes, however, before his dreams of Germany were cut through with a violence that made him sit up, shaking. An explosion. A huge one, and not, it seemed, too far away. Ringler sat, stunned, on the floor of the trench. The bang was followed by another, equally massive explosion, and the world felt as if it was being blown to pieces around him. He looked directly upwards. Above his head, and as far as he could see, the sky was lit by the most extraordinary glow. He peered cautiously out of the foxhole towards the Allied lines, and saw a flickering line of light. The desert looked as if it was on fire, shuddering with flame along the length of its horizon. Each new explosion now seemed to course right through him. His limbs began to tremble uncontrollably, and then he noticed that the ground itself was shaking. Every bang smashed into his consciousness like a huge battering ram. Thudding, relentless, sudden, awful in its intensity. Looking up again, he saw a single huge shell fly above his head, towards the rear of the German lines, whistling as it went like some terrible iron firebrand. A shiver ran up his spine, and it occurred to him that to manage this, the British must have countless batteries up there on their position opposite the lines. Countless batteries with which to hurl destruction at him and his comrades. Monnier came hurrying over to him, breathless and pouring sweat. He was wearing his helmet and carrying a slung MP-38 machine pistol. He crouched down at the edge of the trench. "Lieutenant Ringler, sir. This must be it, don't you think so? The big one. The one we've been waiting for. They are going to attack." "I don't know, Monnier. Let's not jump to conclusions." Quickly, Ringler pulled himself up and out of the trench and stood up beside Monnier. "But, sir, look." He pointed, and Ringler followed the line of his arm back towards the rear of the German lines. He could see nothing now but a sheet of flame, punctuated by fresh explosions, every second it seemed, sometimes 2 or 3 at the same moment. "Oh, Christ in heaven. Yes, perhaps you're right. Maybe this is it." The 2 men stood transfixed by the sheer enormity of the cataclysmic destruction being wrought to their rear. Monnier spoke first. "Poor devils, whoever's under that lot. Just thank God it's not us, Sant-Major." "Where's the signals section?" Monnier pointed to the left. "Trent's over there, sir. I've stood all the men too, as much of the battalion as I can find at least." "Well, see if you can raise headquarters on the field telephone. Get the colonel, the adjutant, get anyone. Find out if they have any idea what's going on. Then find the rest of the men. I'm going to find my company." 5 hours later, and with his head aching from the endless cacophony of exploding shells, Ringler looked out across the sand from the shelter of a slit trench in the No. 10 company position, and noticed that the first light of morning was finally creeping up. The sky hung heavy with thick deposits of sulphur and cordite, which cast a nauseous yellow tinge in the air, and seemed, he thought, almost tangible, somehow slimy. It was as if some malicious god had wiped an open sore over the beauty of the world. At last the shelling ceased, although in the distance a low rumble indicated that the fighting was continuing, and as the day dawned quickly, he saw the sky change colour again, until it was filled with a black-brown smokescreen that hung at a uniform height across the vast expanse of what overnight had become the battlefield. The smell, though, remained as it had been before, the unmistakable, sweet and suffocating stench of gunpowder. Acrid and stifling, it penetrated every orifice, reaching into the lungs until you wanted to retch. At last the sun rose, casting a more healthy light on the smoke-hung horizon. Black plumes curled up from the desert, in particular from the areas containing the 15th and 21st Panzer Divisions, and from the heavy artillery batteries. Those, he presumed, had been the Allies' major targets for their bombardment. In his trench, Ringler's No. 2, a young second lieutenant named Weber, younger even than he, threw up. Ringler had a quiet word with the boy. "Hans, it may just be the fumes from the shelling. God knows I feel like puking myself, but we can't be too careful.
We don't want more dysentery. Not after the last lot, and certainly not at a time like this. Get it cleared up, will you, and then see if you can find the M.O. He did not know where Dr. Muller was this morning. He had seen him in the night as he went from foxhole to foxhole, just making sure. It was just as well. 2 of the men had become slightly delirious from the shell fire and were unable to move. It wasn't uncommon, and Ringler had never seen such a barrage as that they had experienced last night. Rumours had come in all night, thick and fast. He had finally made contact with Battalion HQ at about 2 in the morning. Word was that this was the big attack they'd been expecting, and that they should all dig in and prepare themselves for the worst. It seemed bizarre to him that they had so far managed to avoid engaging the enemy. Nor, apart from the 2 cases of shell shock, had they suffered any actual casualties. For the rest of the night, they had struggled to get any further information, and Ringler was beginning to despair when he saw Monnier coming up to their position. He was covered in dust, and his red-rimmed eyes gave away the fact that he'd been up all night, travelling from company to company with a number of runners. "Lieutenant, news from HQ. Staff had sent a message. Tommy's broken through in the northern sector. We are counter-attacking." "What about the south?" "According to Staff, an English armoured division's been blocked by the Italian Paras, the Folgore. They're brave buggers, sir, even for Italians. Almost good enough to be Germans. Perhaps they've been picking up tips from us." Monnier smiled. "And the adjutant says to put Plan C into operation, sir." "Plan C? He has to be joking. Extra alertness. Doesn't he think we might be alert enough after that lot that Tommy threw at us last night?" "There were planes too, sir. Thousands of them." "Yes, I heard them. You could hardly fail to." Weber was sick again. Ringler turned to him. "Hans, I told you, find Dr. Muller and for God's sake clean yourself up." He turned back to Monnier. "Has anyone here had any breakfast yet?" "There don't appear to be any rations here, sir." "No rations? Where the bloody hell are all the rations?" Monnier sneered. "It seems that some were used at the colonel's party last night. Seems that it was thought that the lorry would replace them this morning. Only the lorry hasn't turned up on account of the British attack." "Yes, I see. Though how they can expect us to fight Montgomery's army with empty bellies is beyond me. You and me will have to find something for the men to eat, Monnier. There's no time to lose. We've no idea of when the British may attack this sector. And see if you can find something extra specially good while you're about it. It may prove to be the last meal any of us ever have." Chapter 8. 11 p.m. The Start Line. Samwell. From his position, lying flat on his stomach on the bare rock of the desert at the front of the company, Hugh Samwell had watched the line of white tape for 2 hours now as it fluttered in the night breeze. It marked the starting point for the attack, and he knew that beyond that insignificant marker lay whatever fate had decreed for him. Life, death, or something in between that had no name. A lifetime of agony and bitterness. The moon sat high in the sky and lit up the bleak expanse of sand, rock, and scrub like daylight. High above, he could hear the hum of the Allied bombers as they flew towards the enemy positions. He was still watching the white tape and thinking about the content of his somewhat disappointing new book when there was a crash as a single gun spoke and hurled a shell towards the enemy lines. A moment later, it seemed to him that the very air itself had been ripped apart as hundreds more took up the refrain. The ground trembled, and Samwell hugged himself closer to its heaving mass. Tentatively, he raised his head, and up in the night sky saw salvo after salvo of shells streaming out from behind the lines towards the enemy. Poor buggers, he thought instinctively. One infantryman thinking of another, and thanking God that it was not he who was on the receiving end, though Samwell knew their turn would come soon enough. Away in the distance, where the shells and the carpet of bombs had struck home on their targets of minefields, defences, and enemy guns, the line was lit up as if by 100 bonfires. Samwell shuddered at the sight. He could almost feel the searing heat of the explosions and the fire, and knew what it must be doing to the men. He knew, too, that soon they would be sharing the same fate. He did not have long to wait. 10 minutes later it began. He saw the flashes as the forward of the enemy guns opened up, and then the shells came crashing in. Crump, 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 accompanied by the whiz overhead. He felt curiously detached, as if he might be at a tattoo at Aldershot,
watching the performers as they beat out a martial tune, and men depicted in tableau the Battle of the Alma and the defence of Hougoumont at Waterloo. The impression was amplified as the shells flew high over the infantrymen's heads and landed, he presumed, in the artillery at the rear. He could picture the scenes of havoc, the mangled guns and the wrecked bodies of the gunners, the cries of the wounded, the shouts of stretcher parties and orders barked by officers desperate to keep their batteries firing, mingling in a cacophony. Counter-battery fire was a particularly costly and bloody affair. He was aware of lulls in the barrage on both sides, as if it were some strange symphony rising in crescendo and dying away again. Then something changed. Another shell passed overhead, but lower now, and then another, and a third so low that instinctively he ducked, although it must have been 20 yards above his head. He watched for the burst and saw it, perhaps 200 yards in front. He knew what this meant. The guns had switched their targets from the enemy's rear, the enemy batteries, to the forward positions. He knew what it signified. Prepare to advance. A prearranged signal. Suddenly his mouth became quite dry, but curiously the rest of his body was quite cool. Cold as ice, in fact. He looked at his watch, flipping back the leather cover which protected it. 9:52. 3 minutes to H hour. He wondered whether the pipers really would play as they advanced. Perhaps the story was just another morale booster. If they did play, though, then that would surely be the greatest boost to the men's morale. He shifted on his stomach, and almost without realizing what he was doing, in a semi-trance, stood up, pushing into the sand with the long ash walking stick which he had intended to leave in the rear at Company HQ. Suddenly, the night sky, already made luminous by the brilliant moon, was lit up. 2 searchlight beams touched the heavens, intersecting high over his head in the form of a cross. A St. Andrew's cross, thought Samwell, the saltire of Scotland. It was a good omen. He knew that the whole division, 51st Highland, high up on the right flank of the army, must see them now. Monty had chosen the Scots for a key role, to break through the line and create a corridor for 1st Armoured. Samwell knew that if they should fail, the tanks would be held up, and the whole plan would stall. Now, without thinking, he began to walk forward, trying to gauge the precise pace as prescribed. 75 yards a minute. He looked to his right and saw a line of men stretching out until they vanished into the night. Without knowing exactly where his men were, he shouted towards the rear. "Advance with me! Forward!" Then he heard it, long, low, and unmistakable, the sound of the bagpipe. It drifted at him across the night, and then rose in crescendo as others joined in. Samwell's heart began to beat faster, and he suddenly seemed taller, fitter. He felt a tremendous surge of pride. Pride in the regiment, proud of the tradition, proud of what they were doing here, and utterly invincible. He listened to the tune, the regimental march, the Campbells are coming. His stride lengthened, and he looked right and left, and saw the effect the music was having on the men alongside him. The tune now was Highland Laddie. Another man appeared, an officer. Samwell wasn't sure who it was, but he noticed that he had a megaphone and was shouting through it at the men. "Keep up there! You there on the left! That man! Straighten the line!" Samwell turned to his left and found his batman, Baines, who was walking alongside, just as if they might have been out for a morning's constitutional. "Baines, run down the line. Tell Sergeant Dawson to keep his direction by marking from the right. From the right, Baines. Got it?" Baines nodded and sped off. Samwell walked on, and as he did, just as he might have when out walking a Highland road, led with the tip of his walking stick. He looked down at it. What the devil was he doing with that in his hand? With a chill, he realised that rather than the rifle he had intended to collect from CHQ, he was now advancing against the enemy armed only with a .38 revolver and a stout ash stick. He smiled to himself. Then he thought that soon someone was bound to be hit, killed or wounded, and he would be able to borrow their rifle. Who would it be, he wondered? Which of the men he had come to respect and admire? Perhaps it might even be him. Well, they would know soon enough. As if in answer, a new sound began, which had a higher pitch than the whining of the shells and the explosions. It was a tighter, sharper noise, yet still unmistakably that of a gun. A machine gun. A Spandau, he guessed, or perhaps a Breda. Whatever it was about to make contact with his men. As the thought left him, he saw the streams of tracer bullets tearing diagonally towards them through the moonlight. He turned to the man on his right, the pace checker, whose job it was to count the number of paces forward the company had taken from the start position. The man looked at him, his face lit up by the moonlight, and Samuel saw that he was grinning. "How many paces, Roberts?" "Dunno, sir. Lost count. We've done that many. Good, innit? Like bleeding bonfire night, sir." Hardly had the words left his lips when another note was added to the symphony of shells and bullets around them. Crump. Crump, crump, crump. Mortars. Christ, he thought, they've zeroed in on us. Bastards. Mortars. And as he thought the words, the bombs began to land among them, exploding and sending their deadly shards of shrapnel in all directions, at anything from head to waist height. There was a loud crash to his left, and Samuel heard a moan. "Oh, God!" He looked across and saw one of the men tumble to the ground. The officer was shouting again through his megaphone. Samuel strained to hear his words above the din, and failed. He turned to his front, and in the moonlight and flashes of explosions saw a wire ahead of him. It was only a single strand and stretched out about waist height. Without thinking, he rushed towards it and jumped, thinking as he might have done at Glenalmond, jump the wire and win for the house. He rose in the air and sensed that his trailing foot had just cleared the wire. The earth came up to meet him, and he managed to his own surprise to land on 2 feet without breaking anything. He looked behind and saw his sergeant, Perkins, negotiating the obstacle in his own way. The man was built like an ox, all muscle and no room for agility. He looked at the wire and gingerly put one leg over the top. He was just placing his weight down on the leg when Samuel suddenly realised what was going on. This wasn't just barbed wire. A single strand. Booby trap. He opened his mouth to shout to Perkins, but at that instant the air was split by a massive explosion as the hem of the sergeant's shorts snagged on the wire. As the explosion caught him, Samuel instinctively turned away, and a huge rush of air buffeted him on the back of the neck. In the instant, though, he was aware briefly of the outline of a man, or what at that moment had ceased to be a man, disintegrating, as Sergeant Perkins was blown to atoms. As the air cleared, he turned to the men coming on behind him and yelled, all too late, "Booby traps!" He carried on walking, and wondered what it had been that had driven him to jump the wire. He had not been thinking of booby traps. He was suddenly aware that all the men around him were running. For an instant, he wondered why. He could not remember hearing anyone giving the order. No matter. He quickened his pace and was soon running in time with the men. His body seemed alive with the thrill of the moment, adrenaline pumping. His mind, his whole being, was curiously euphoric. Fear gone, he charged on and was aware that he was screaming at the enemy. He knew that his side would win. He grinned hugely and looked right and left as he ran on. Turning further to his left, he was aware of a man, Corporal Sykes he thought it was, running alongside him, and equally caught up in the moment. The man was laughing as he fired a Bren gun from his hip, and Samuel could see his mouth was wide open, and he was shouting, though no words were audible. Samuel wondered if he were aiming at anything, or just firing into the brown. He looked to his front, towards where the Bren rounds were hitting the desert rock and sending lethal shards flying in all directions. Then, as he ran, he saw a head protruding from the ground. For a moment he thought it might have been blown off a body. But then he saw that it wore a hat, a flat, peaked cap of the Africa Corps, and that its eyes were wide and blinking. Unable to slow down, he ran straight past it, and as he passed, saw that it was attached to the shoulders of a man crouching in a shallow foxhole. By God, they had reached the enemy without even knowing it. Trying to stop, he turned halfway round and almost collided with the bayonet of the soldier running directly behind him. Samuel raised his revolver, and catching sight again of the head, loosed off 3 rounds towards it. Then he turned back to the front and ran on. Christ, he thought. Did I hit him? Did I kill him? The worry did not last for long, as once again he was caught up in the headlong charge. He noticed that he had drawn level with Baines once again. Where Corporal Sykes had got to, God only knew. His runner, a biddable lad called Brooks, had also disappeared. He continued to run, and suddenly saw directly ahead a line of men standing in a slit trench. They all had their hands above their heads, and were clad in an assortment of ill-fitting desert-coloured uniforms. They were dirty and ill-shaven, and would have been on a charge had they been in his company. He laughed, and wondered what sort of bizarre training formula had put such a thought into his head at such a moment. They were yelling at him, "Madre, madre!" Samuel wondered what the hell it meant. Mother? What did it matter? He pulled up and waved his pistol at the men in the trench. He could see now that they were Italians. He motioned to the left with his weapon, indicating that they should join the group of prisoners being collected by an NCO, Sergeant McCaig of B Company. They scrambled out of the trench, but one of them, clearly terrified beyond reason, began to run round in circles with his hands on his head, screaming. Samuel started to yell to a corporal to grab hold of him, and then someone, Sergeant Hawkins he thought it was, shouted, "Watch out!" There was a sharp blow on the toe of his boot, and Samuel was aware of an object bouncing off his foot and to the rear, and then, whatever it had been, exploded. Dazed, he staggered backwards and instinctively placed a hand across his eyes. For a moment he began to wobble unsteadily on his feet. "Oh God," he thought, "I've lost a leg and I'm being kept up by the shock." Drawing his arm away, he looked down and saw nothing unusual. Both legs were still intact and unscathed. He noticed he was shaking. Instantly he wondered who had been hit, and looking to where McCaig had been rounding up the Italians, saw him stretched out on the ground. A big man, he was lying on his back and groaning. Samuel felt a chill run through him. He had always admired McCaig, a big, tough bear of a man, with leathery skin and a wide smile, but his voice now betrayed the inner child. "Mother, Mother! Help me, God! Help me, Mother! Mommy!" Samuel felt sickened. A grown man reduced to an infant. The cause of his distress was all too evident. Where his right leg had been was now a mess of flesh and blood and bone. Samuel knew now what had happened. One of the men in the trench had thrown a grenade as he had pretended to surrender. That had been what had bounced off his boot and onto the unlucky sergeant. He thanked God for his luck, and at the same time felt guilty that McCaig should have taken the hit. Within a second, though, his regret had been replaced by anger. A red rage surged over him, and he ran across to the edge of the trench. 3 of the Italians were still inside, and without thinking he levelled his revolver and began to fire into them. 2 shots hit home, and they screamed, and then, when he pressed the trigger again, there was an empty click. Bugger! He had forgotten to reload. Throwing his pistol away, he picked up McCaig's rifle, which had been blown to the ground, and jumped into the trench. The 2 men he had hit with the revolver were lying on the floor. One of them was moaning. 2 other Italians lay against its sides, staring wildly at him. Without thinking, Samuel rushed towards them and buried the long bayonet attached to the sergeant's rifle deep in the belly of one. He felt it go in, twisted it, and stared into the eyes of the Italian, saw his anguish, and felt nothing but hate. He pulled out the blade and moved to the other man. He was crouching now, in the corner of the trench, his hands in the air. Samuel lunged, and as he did so, the man muttered something. "Madre! Madre!" The steel shaft slipped upwards through his throat. Then, as quickly as he had jumped in, Samuel climbed out, and laying McCaig's weapon on the ground, looked for his pistol. The red mist had subsided now, but a rage still burned in his heart. Stupid to have thrown his gun down, he thought. What the hell would the quartermaster say when he turned up back at Company HQ without it? It occurred to him that he had also lost his walking stick. He cursed. He loved that stick. It reminded him of home. He remembered buying it in Glasgow 3 years earlier. He had taken it everywhere, even to the picture house in Stirling, where he had left it under a seat after he and Clara had been to see a film. Waterloo Bridge it had been, with Robert Taylor and Vivian Leigh, a soppy story about a British officer who falls for a dancer. Clara had liked it. The 2 of them had had to disturb the whole road to get his stick back. She'd been furious then at the embarrassment, but had forgiven him later. He thought of her again and wondered what she would be doing at that precise moment. Sleeping, perhaps, or tidying the house before going to bed. Then he realized that he had still not yet found the revolver, and her face faded from his mind. He stopped searching for a moment, and was aware that the advance had halted for the moment, and in this sector at least. Groups of Highland infantry were assembling around him, eager to attach themselves to an officer. He looked about and saw familiar faces and strangers from other companies. It seemed to him that he must be the only officer among perhaps 80 men. He was still looking at them when there was a shout. "Sir!" It was followed almost instantly by the crack of a rifle. Samuel turned to follow the direction of the bullet and found himself looking back into the slit trench at the body of an Italian. The man he had wounded had dragged himself to the parapet, and judging from his position and the rifle in his hands, had been about to shoot him when one of the men had spotted him and taken him out with the single round that had made a neat hole in his forehead, and the messy exit wound that was all that was left of what had been the back of his skull. Banishing the thought, Samuel saw that the men were looking at him expectantly and pulled himself back to his remembered orders. Consolidate the position for 15 minutes, then move on. That was the company order. But where, he wondered, was Company HQ, or for that matter, his company commander? They had agreed that he should bring up Company HQ with the reserve platoon, with Samuel as second-in-command up front with the others. "Follow me." Instinctively, the men trailing behind, he turned and began to retrace his steps in search of the HQ. Suddenly, the night air was rent by a series of explosions. He counted 4 shells and stood still, then looked down and knew that he hadn't been hurt. He was covered in sand. He brushed himself down and walked on. A shape appeared on the ground, and for an instant he raised McCaig's rifle, which he had picked up again after his fruitless search for the revolver. But then he recognised the man. Colin Mackay, the highly strung company CO, who was sitting on the ground with the wireless receiver pressed to his left ear. "Hello? Battalion HQ? Can you read me? Say again. Come in, Battalion. Copy that." Samuel spoke. "Sir, we've achieved the objective, taken several trenches and a good number of prisoners, perhaps a couple of dozen. Mostly ITIs, but we've taken casualties, sir." Mackay ignored him. "Hello, Battalion. Come in. Respond, damn you. For Christ's sake, will you come in? Respond, Battalion. Say again." Samuel tried again. "Sir, we've made the objective. We have prisoners, sir." At that moment, Samuel was surprised to see the battalion commanding officer, Colonel Anderson, walking towards them. "Hugh, good to see you. You've done well. Ah, Colin." Instantly, the Major looked up, and like some dog whose master, having ignored it, deigns to cast a glance, leapt up from the sand and moved towards the CO. "Sir, I was trying to get through to you. Thank God you're here." At last, Mackay saw Samuel. "Ah, Hugh, good you're here." He turned back to the Colonel. "We're doing well, sir. First objective taken and a number of prisoners. Anything to report, Hugh?" "Just that, sir." Samuel turned to the Colonel. "Sir, give me the reserve platoon and I'm sure that I can make more ground. I'll detail the right forward platoon to drop into reserve." Anderson thought for a moment. "Very well, Hugh. Take them and see what you can do." In the moonlit confusion, Samuel managed to locate the reserve platoon and called them forward. Then together they advanced. They were directly behind the forward platoons now, the men who had taken the brunt of the initial fighting, and as Samuel looked on, he saw stretcher parties weaving their hazardous way back through the advancing infantry and the wire. He wondered for an instant how he had got there, and was aware, as he had not been before, of his legs working independently. Then he heard a noise. The other company's piper had started to play again, and he wondered what had happened to their own, Jock Macpherson. He turned to the left and found his new runner, a boy from Greenock named White. "Get back to HQ and see what on earth's happened to our piper, will you?" The runner sped off without question, happy to be heading back. Again he was conscious of walking forward, but as he went there was a sudden whine and a terrific explosion to his right as shell came in. Men began to shriek, and he called out instinctively, "Stretcher-bearer!" Another deafening sickly crump, and more shells began to fall. 2 more of the boys were down. White, one of them, his skull bisected by a gigantic piece of shrapnel. The platoon continued to walk forward, and as they did so, Samuel became aware of a strange sensation. The shells which were falling around them were coming not only from the front, but also from the rear. They were advancing steadily into their own barrage. A shell landed too close for comfort, not 30 yards in front of him. At that moment, the commander of the furthest platoon of the company deployed on his right came up, a lanky lieutenant named Mitchell, who 2 years before had been fullback for Fetter's first 15. "Samuel, don't you think we're going too fast? Those are our shells, aren't they?" "You're right. We should stop." "Yes, I'll go and warn Major Murray." The boy ran off back to the right, and Samuel watched as he spoke to the Major, who shook his head, evidently disapproving of their suggestion. They continued to advance, and now their own shells were falling closer still. Samuel walked across to the company commander and looked at him in despair. Samuel spoke above the noise of battle. "Sir, we really should stop, or at least slow down. Those are our shells." As he spoke, more shells whizzed over their heads and landed not more than 10 yards ahead of them. All 3 men cowered to protect themselves from the blast, but it caught them nevertheless. They straightened up, and the Major nodded. "Yes, Lieutenant, I think we should stop." Samuel hurried back to the left, to his own platoon, and found Sergeant Dawson. "We'll halt here. Those are our shells. Pull the men back a few yards and get out of danger." The man nodded. "Sir." "And Sant, get word back to Major Mackay, will you? Ask him to come up closer, within the 50 yards. Samuel wondered where Company HQ had gone to. It seemed to have lost itself beyond the statutory 50-yard gap between forward platoons. Within minutes, Dawson reappeared. "Sir, can't find Major Mackay, sir, or the HQ. Reserve platoon's gone AWOL too, sir." Samuel cursed to himself. Had he taken a wrong turning in this damned desert? His mind was addled, and he looked across to the right, to C Company, only to see that they had begun to advance again, and were now some 50 yards ahead. He realised that their own barrage had lifted. The men were disappearing into the night, and he wondered why Mackay and the young lieutenant had not troubled to warn him that they were about to restart the advance. Now he and his depleted platoon were left alone out in the blue, as the old desert hands called it. Just him and 40 men in the middle of nowhere. He turned to Dawson. "Stay here. I'm going to see what's happening on the left." His company had been placed on the farthest left of the Argyle's line of advance, and darting between the wire and the bodies, Samuel ran low across to the left, where another regiment, 7th Black Watch, was advancing. But of them there was no sign. Not a man, save the dead and a party of stretcher-bearers. "Christ almighty," he thought, "we're completely isolated." He ran back to the sergeant. "We're on our own. The 42nd have buggered off somewhere and C Company's gone ahead." "Right, sir. What are your orders?" For a moment or two he was unable to speak. An unexpected and novel wave of terror swept through him, nauseating and paralysing. He was alone. The company commander and HQ had gone along with the wireless and the pilot officer. Slowly he began to try to calm down. His palms were sweating. Instinct told him that he had simply gone over too far to the left. He realised that they had continued to advance while he had been deliberating, and quickly started to swing to the right. "Sergeant Dawson, wheel towards the right." Again, fear overtook him. Not the fear of being blown to atoms by one of the shells, which were coming in hard now from the enemy guns, but a fear of being left alone here, cut off from the battalion. Ahead of him, another strong point loomed up in the moonlight, illuminated by the flash of the constant explosions. Samuel yelled across to Dawson. "Sant, secure that position. Take those men prisoner." "They're getting away to the left flank, sir, along the trenches." Samuel had to make a decision. Pursue the Italians left along the trench across a battalion front, or continue on to his objective. There was no choice. "Leave them, Sant. We'll mop up later. Better to get on." End of Disc 2. Disc 3. They began to advance again, and Samuel was beginning to wonder if they would ever find the other platoons, when there was a shout from his rear. "Hoy there, Lieutenant!" He turned to see the battalion adjutant, the second in command, Jamie McLachlan. He called again. "Samuel, Hugh, what the devil are you doing here? Where's C Company, and where are the Black Watch?" Samuel saw that with McLachlan were the men of his own company HQ. A surge of relief replaced the fear. "Sir, good to see you. Wondered where you'd all got to." "Don't ask. Just after you began to advance, your company HQ took a direct hit. Major Mackay was hit. Quite bad, and the signals have copped it. You'd best carry on here. Looks as if you've done well." And with that he was gone. Samuel looked around himself. Of the original men who had come with him, he could find few. There was Baines, his batman, and Dawson, and perhaps 8 more men from the original platoon in his immediate vicinity. The reserve platoon commander came trotting up, a keen-faced, wide-eyed young lieutenant named McLachlan. "Samuel, seems we're too far to the left. We've been ordered to wheel half-right." Samuel found his sergeant. "Turn the men half-right. We're drifting to the left. Come on." Again they set off across the sand, and within a few minutes a burst of automatic fire told them they had stumbled upon another enemy position. Dawson pulled the pin from a grenade and threw it into the foxhole. It exploded on target, and a few moments later 4 Italians crawled out of the hole, their hands raised. 2 of Samuel's men took them prisoner at bayonet point, but from the corner of his eye he saw 2 more Italians running away across the sand towards their left. "Leave them, Sant. We need to stay together." After another 300 yards, he stopped and turned to his opposite number. "McLachlan, I think we should dig in." It was clear that they had taken the enemy's front line of trenches. "This looks like it must be the objective. Can we raise battalion on the wireless?" The men began to entrench,
and the reserve company signaller gave a shout.
"Mr. Samwell, sir, I've got HQ."
"Tell them we're in position." McGloshan went off to reconnoitre, and a few minutes later returned.
"Looks like the other forward company's dug in about 200 yards to our right. This must be the place."
Samwell felt huge relief, almost elation that his instinct had been correct. He smiled. "Right, let's get this place secure. Then I think we all deserve a rest, McGloshan, don't you?" Saturday, 24th October. Chapter 9. 1:45 a.m. West of Alamein Station. Miller. The night was a vision of hell. A moonlit wasteland in which every few seconds another explosion would crack the heavens and send an intense light across the low horizon. Ahead of them, in the west, a continuous line of flame marked the destructive power of the barrage. Dust flew up from their wheels as they attempted to negotiate their way through the columns of Bren carriers and trucks filled with infantry that moved constantly along the track through the minefield. Moon Track, closest of the 4 arteries in and out of the killing zone to the railway line, was busy tonight. Lieutenant Thomas was driving, riding as the spare for his friend, their section sergeant, Brooke Cuddy, another Harvard man, a writer, and Miller prayed that God would guide his hand. But right now, Thomas was getting jumpy. He moved the wheel hard and shrieked, "Holy shit, those damn limey tank drivers need a refresher course. I almost hit that one. Geez, Brooke." Cuddy shook his head. "I could drive if you'd like, Evan." "I volunteered to take a shift, and I'll keep my word. And Brooke, please try not to call me Evan. Lieutenant or just plain sir would do nicely." "Shit! Who's driving that thing?" He swerved again to avoid an erratic Bren carrier packed with riflemen. "Okay, sir. But can I suggest that you keep your eyes on the road and your mind on the job? It would be a pity to kill us all before we have a chance to get those poor guys out." They'd been called for at 1:30. A section of 5 Dodge ambulance cars ordered up to the 24th Battalion Regimental Aid Post, or in military speak, RAP, as Miller had quickly learned to call it. Everything in the British Army, it seemed, was abbreviated into an acronym. The diner was an AFI, high explosive HE, rendezvous was RV, and of course, killed in action, KIA. They were looking for a truck. That was what the RAP would be, a single truck loaded with wounded men. Miller sat in the middle front seat of the Dodge and stared hard into the night, straining for a sign. Thomas sounded the horn and without warning dropped off the road to the left. Cuddy yelled, "Christ, Evan, not down there! That's a damn minefield! We'll all be blown to hell!" Having circumnavigated a huge Sherman tank, Thomas swerved back onto the road, and Miller let out a sigh of relief. "I concur with Sergeant Cuddy, Lieutenant. Please try and get us there in one piece." "Shut up, Josh, and keep looking. The damn RAP has to be here somewhere." As Thomas spoke, Miller spotted their target. A Bedford truck with a painted red cross on the side and a tent attached. "There it is, sir. Just there." Thomas brought the Dodge to a dusty halt, and the men leapt out. Behind them, the 4 other vehicles detailed for the mission stopped in turn, and the platoon spilled out. Thomas found the MO, a kindly-looking New Zealand major named Coswell. "Sir, Lieutenant Thomas, AFS. We'll take your men now." "Thank God you're here, Lieutenant. We're filling up faster than we can get 'em out." Together, Miller and the others carried the wounded men to the Dodges. Most seemed to have been hit in the limbs. One, though, had a dreadful stomach wound, and another had clearly been shot through the lungs. His gurgling, gasping breath reached into Miller's deepest terrors. He laid the man gently on one of the stretcher carriers inside the lead vehicle and turned back for the next casualty. Within 10 minutes, they had the front 3 ambulances loaded up. Thomas turned to Miller. "Okay, Josh, find Sergeant Cuddy, would you? I think we can rest here until more of these poor boys come in. Then we'll all leave together, safer that way." But Miller had not really heard the words. He was too busy looking at the man who was running towards them. He was a New Zealand Army officer, clearly a padre by the dog collar on his battle dress, and the expression on his face spoke volumes. Miller tapped Thomas on the shoulder and pointed. "With respect, sir, I don't think that's an option. Look." As Thomas saw him, the padre spoke. "Oh, thank heavens! You AFS?" Thomas nodded. "That's us, Reverend." "Do you have any room in your cars? We've got a lot of wounded men a few 100 yards away to the west, with the 25th Battalion up on the ridge.
They've been shot up real bad. They really need your help. There's wounded men all over the place, all over."
Miller could see the distress, heard it in his shaking voice. Thomas nodded. "Okay, Padre, I hear you. We're with you. Right, Miller, you're the second best driver I've got. You too, Turk. Get into the 2 rear wagons. We're going to help." Remembering his training at El Tahag with the Army Ambulance Corps, Miller double-declutched and the vehicle sprang forward. A few hundred yards to the west. What did that mean? To the west, directly into the enemy lines. He wondered how far it really was. For a few terrifying minutes he followed Thomas's car along the track without any problem. McGinty was riding spare, and tucked in behind him was Bigelow. Again, the trucks wove their way through the advancing tanks and Bren carriers, although this time there were fewer, and as they went on, Miller noticed that more and more were destroyed. They passed the burning hulk of a Sherman tank that had clearly taken a direct hit. Something was hanging out of the turret, and it was only as they drove past that Miller realized that it was all that was left of the tank commander. It took a moment for the fact to sink in. The fact that this ghastly, charred corpse had until recently been a man. Miller turned his head to stare at the cadaver, the first he had seen, then turned back to the road. He felt chilled, but curiously not as shocked as he had thought he might. There was something natural about it. It was, after all, he reasoned, what most of the thousands of men in their lines of battle stretching across the desert were here to do. They were killers, and this was a place of death. McGinty looked out of the window at the advancing infantry. "You got to admire them, Josh. Thousands of miles away from home, and they're walking right into hell up there." Bigelow spoke up from the rear. "Has it occurred to you that we're also thousands of miles away from home, and that as we're driving into hell, rather than walking there like them, we're highly likely to get there first?" McGinty glared at him. Miller spoke. "Look, I'm trying to drive this damn thing without crashing it, and it would help if you two jokers would just shut the hell up." McGinty spoke. "Aw, fuck it." "What?" "You see that tape, Josh?" "Sure I do." "Yeah, sure you do, now. Well, it marks the edge of a minefield. A British one, I'm guessing, and we've just gone through it." Miller swerved back towards the road. "Oh, shit." He slowed down and pulled at the steering wheel, propelling them back onto the road and directly into the path of an oncoming British tank. "Christ almighty, Miller!" He turned the wheel again and ended up at an angle on the shallow bank between the track and the minefield. The tank rumbled past. Bigelow spoke. "Nobody said anything about minefields." "Weren't you listening at that big briefing meeting? Lieutenant Edwards told us, Prof. We go through British minefields. Then there's a gap. Then there's no mines. Then we hit the German minefields. Simple." "I missed the meeting. I had an appointment with the M.O., a running sore on my leg." Miller spoke. "Listen, we just go where we're told. Keep a good lookout, Prof, will you? We're on a marked track, but we're still crossing a minefield." It was half an hour before they reached the other side of what had been no man's land, and a few minutes later Miller was aware that once again they were passing slit trenches. There were dark forms in many of them, and he knew that they would be the bodies of Italian and German dead, and more than a few Kiwis. McGinty spoke. "Where are we now, Josh?" "German minefield. See the signs?" McGinty saw them. Stakes with wooden crossboards, bearing a black skull and crossbones, and the legend, Achtung Minen. "As long as I follow the lieutenant's car, we'll be fine." "And if he gets it?" "If he gets it, I slam on the brakes and pray I'm not too late." They were climbing a hill now, and Miller felt the engine labouring slightly. He trusted that they would make it. "They're on the other side of this minefield. Only a few more yards now and we're clear. If they can do it, then so can we." He was cut short by the spectacle which greeted them as the moon revealed the full extent of the task ahead. The ridge before them climbed up steeply, and it was covered in men. The pale, waxy white light of the moon lit the scene like some theatrical tableau through the haze of dust. Miller looked around and took in the minutiae of the extraordinary scene. He could hear, but as yet could not actually see the fighting. What he could see, though, on his side of the ridge, were long lines of the new American-built Sherman tanks crossing the lower slopes of the hill, and directly ahead of them, pitifully small in the vastness, dozens of two-man teams of sappers, armed with the new mine detectors, patiently clearing a path as if they were out for a Sunday stroll. McGinty saw them too. Now, those are really brave guys, Miller, wouldn't you say? I mean, how brave do you have to be to do that?
Pretty damn brave, I guess.
Bigelow spoke. Very difficult, I should imagine, burying a mine in this desert. You know, the sand is not at all easy, very unyielding. You'd need to cut through rock to do it. Thanks, Prof. I know geology's your bag. I'm sure that'll be some consolation to the guys out there. How many mines do they reckon Rommel has? Miller answered.
Somewhere about 500,000, but it could be more.
McGinty whistled. Whoo! Those guys have got a real job ahead of them. Rather them than me. Let's get through here, Miller. I could do with a... His words were cut short by a huge explosion, and all three men stared in horror at all that was left of one of the sapper teams which had been clearing the minefield. Miller stood on the brakes instinctively and stared towards where the men had been, and saw nothing. Then, as the smoke cleared, his gaze met pools of dark gore and a few body parts, which were all that were left of one of the team. The other dead man lay a little way off, but he had been kneeling over the mine with his bayonet when it had gone off, and Miller could see that the body was headless. He turned back and shifted gear.
There's nothing we can do for them now. Let's get up on the ridge. I guess they need us up there.
Quickly, and without waiting to consider the consequences, he drove on through the last few yards of the minefield, acutely aware that at any moment they might be blown to kingdom come. The others said nothing, but within a few minutes they had reached the wire which marked its limits. They were climbing steadily now, passing yet more abandoned gun pits which marked the enemy's original position. Bodies lay slumped in various skewed and unnatural postures across the sandbags. Small arms fire resounded along the far side of the ridge, punctuated by the distinctive rat-a-tat-tat of German Spandau machine guns. McGinty spoke. The Krauts are well dug in over there by the sound of it. They had almost reached the crest of the ridge by now. There were British infantrymen everywhere, all of them carrying rifles and in varying states of activity and torpor. So, this is what a battle really looks like, thought Miller. No glory, of course. He had not expected any, but neither had he expected the bewilderment he now witnessed. While some men were kneeling, firing into the moonlit darkness, others, clearly overcome by the experience, were merely standing there, directionless or confused. He saw one man with his head on one side, staring vacantly at a German corpse. Miller stopped the dodge and jumped out. Thomas had halted directly in front of them and looked puzzled. Josh, have you noticed anything? Where the hell are all the officers? As if in answer, a young captain appeared through the dust. Thomas saluted in his typically relaxed way, awaiting the usual rebuke, but the officer was too tired to even respond. For a moment, the young man just stared at them. Thomas tried to make himself heard above the sounds of battle coming from the other side of the ridge. Sir, Captain, we're American, AFS. Ambulance drivers, sir. We'd be glad to evacuate as many of your wounded as we can carry in our ambulances. The man stared at him for a moment more, before finally speaking. Ambulances? Ambulances, yes. Well, I'm afraid we haven't had time to collect the wounded yet. You see, we've been a bit tied up. Could you see to it? I'm sorry, Captain Horrell, 26th New Zealand Battalion. Would you mind? I can send you over a guide. You'd better hurry up, though, and get those ambulances away from here. You'll be hit, you know. There's a bit of a battle going on over the ridge. Miller stared at his face and saw the classic signs of extreme fatigue. He sounded like a man who had just run a hard race and was desperately trying to reacquaint himself with his surroundings. It was the first time he had seen real battle fatigue, and it told its own story. Thomas turned to Miller. Okay, let's move it. Come on, Josh. Get Turk and the others. Looks like we're going to have to do this ourselves. See if you can find any of the Kiwi stretcher bearers. Perhaps they could help. Miller began to look around the ridge. Every few paces or so he could see a hump on the landscape. No more, in fact, than a pile of dead or wounded men. Slowly, he and Turk began to investigate them, moving from body to body, checking for signs of life. Amid the dead and wounded, 2 men were sitting on the sand. They were 2 of the battalion's stretcher-bearers. They sat at opposite ends of their stretcher and stared blankly at the man lying on it. Half a man, really. Miller wondered how on earth they had managed to get his mangled body on there in the first place. A piece of shrapnel had cut him from the right shoulder downwards, taking off his arm and penetrating his left side. He was quite dead. Both men were covered in blood, evidently not their own. Miller spoke gently to one of them.
"Could you give us a hand, buddy? We're trying to get some of your guys into our trucks."
Neither man replied. It was as if they hadn't noticed him. Then one of them suddenly seemed to snap out of his trance of exhaustion. "Sure, mate. Come on, Jim, you heard the yank. The lieutenant here's a goner anyway." Miller looked at the corpse and noticed the single pip on its right shoulder. He was no more than a boy, he thought, perhaps the same age as him. In death, he wore a fixed smile, as if surprised at what had taken him away. The two stretcher-bearers carefully rolled their stretcher onto its side, so that the body fell gracefully onto the sand. One of them laid a tin hat over the boy's face. Then he picked up the bloody stretcher and followed Miller and the others. Together, the four of them went across to one of the lumps. The man was still alive, and as he saw them, he smiled.
"Oh, thank God, mate. I thought I'd be left here with the others."
Miller saw that he was a private. He'd been shot in the leg. There was a small entry wound and a large gaping exit. He reached into his haversack and pulled out a field dressing. Carefully, he straightened the injured limb and wrapped the gauze around it.
"You're going to be okay now, chum. It's not so bad."
The man looked at him. "American?" Miller nodded.
"Thank God you guys are here."
"Oh, there's more of us coming, lots more. An army, that's what we've heard." The man laughed. "Great. But just don't you beat us to Tripoli. 2 bloody years we've taken to get there. You're not going to steal our glory now. Did that before in the last war. My old man told me that. Came in at the end and took all the bloody glory. No offence, mate. You see, once Monty's won this scrap, we'll chase Rommel right up the coast. Take your time, Yank. Just make sure we're first through the gate." Miller laughed and finished securing the bandage. Then together he and Turk laid the man on the stretcher. Bending down to take the strain, the 2 New Zealanders lifted it up and began to walk slowly down the ridge towards the waiting Dodgers. Turk spoke. "One down. How many more do you reckon we can take?" He paused, then said, "I tell you something, Josh. This is weird. I've never seen soldiers behaving like that, not wanting to help out. Ones I've met have always been ready to help their mates." Miller nodded.
"Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and I reckon I know what it is. We've come here too soon. They're still in shock. They're fired up. They've just taken their objective, and they're all punch-drunk. Bomb-happy. Call it what you like. Look at 'em."
It was true. Both men looked around. Everywhere on this side of the ridge, men were standing, staring or crouching down, or doubled over in sheer exhaustion. Several were in tears. They were still staring when they heard Thomas's voice yelling,
"Miller! Turk! Move your asses over here and give me a hand!"
They found Thomas leaning over a wounded corporal lying on a stretcher. Another boy, thought Miller. Younger, even. The man's left arm had been all but blown off and was hanging by the thinnest of strips of flesh. His face was deathly white. Thomas knelt down close to the boy's head. "See you again, son."
"We've taken the second objective, sir, haven't we?"
"Yeah, buddy. You done well. You took the hill. The Krauts are running, and you don't have to call me sir. I'm a volunteer, a Yank." The boy looked confused.
"But your pips, sir. Your hat."
"I told you, son. I'm just a Yank. Now try to relax while we lift you, okay?" He turned to Turk and Miller. "Okay, guys, let's get him in the truck." They were about to lift the stretcher when shells began to scream over their heads. Miller looked up.
"Christ, sir, those are Jerry shells. They're incoming."
"Get down! Hit the deck!" Instinctively, they fell over the corporal, conscious that their bodies might shield him. Another salvo flew overhead, and then they heard nothing save again the crump of the mortars and the rattle of the machine guns and rifles further down the far side of the ridge. Miller raised his head and looked down the slope. The Dodges appeared to be intact, but all around them was evidence of shell bursts, craters, and plumes of black smoke. Fires had broken out too, and bodies were scattered around the foot of the slope. A New Zealand sergeant appeared through the smoke.
"Who the hell are you?"
Then seeing Thomas.
"Oh, sorry, sir, didn't see you. Have you seen anyone from B Company? Captain Horrell wants them to extend to the flank. Seems the 25th haven't crossed the ridge, and the flank's left wide open. Jerry could come up at any time."
Thomas shook his head. "I'm sorry, Sergeant, we're just ambulance men. Yanks. and I've no idea where your B Company is." For the first time in his life, Miller felt absolutely powerless and sensed an unexpected urge to do something positive. He actually wanted to be able to take some men and defend the exposed flank, to help win this battle against the Germans. For a moment he felt elated, then deeply ashamed. This was not at all what he had expected. He had come here because of his sworn intent not to kill anyone. He was a pacifist. He wanted to help save lives. So why, then, did he now feel the urge to pick up a rifle and help the New Zealanders? It might have something to do with everything that he had seen in the past few hours. It might have something to do with the young man lying on the stretcher before him, waiting to be put inside the Dodge and driven back to safety. It occurred to him that in order to save lives, it might sometimes just be necessary to take lives, and the thought sickened him. Chapter 10. 2:30 a.m. between Haret el Himaimat and Deir el Munasib, Ruspoli. The machine gun bullets came tearing into the forward trench, ripping their way through wood and canvas and anything else that stood in their way. They found their first human target in a young private from Brescia, who had foolishly not remembered his commandante's advice to keep low, and there and then put an end to his family's dreams of their son's promising future career in medicine. Ruspoli saw the young man die and cursed the British as the rounds flew in around him, ignoring the danger he was in. Martino put a hand on his shoulder. "Colonel, please follow your own advice. Take cover. The men can hold them off. We still have the anti-tank battery." "Of course, Carlo. I'm well aware of that. But how many more good men do we have to lose? We should have been sent more weapons, more ammunition. How many rounds do we have now? Do you know? Does anyone?" Martino shrugged. "Perhaps 2,000 rounds, maximum. We keep trying to get through to division, sir, but the radio's kaput. It's hopeless." Ruspoli shook his head and smiled. "Not hopeless, Carlo. Never hopeless with the Folgore, eh? Where are the 47-32s? "Ponticelli has them on the rise 100 meters over to the west. It's the best position." "And the spotters?" "2 in foxholes directly to the front, another 2 either side." "Good. That's good. Send a runner. Tell him to wait until he's sure he's in range and likely to score a hit. We can't afford to waste any ammunition." Ruspoli wasn't really worried. His gunnery officer, Emilio Ponticelli, was one of the finest in the division, perhaps in the army, with 60 kills to his personal credit. Martino was getting agitated. "Don't you think it would be more sensible if you were to come back to HQ? There's really nothing you can do up here, sir." "Nothing I can do? I can be here, can't I? I am this brigade, Carlo. Raggruppamento Ruspoli. It bears my name, Carlo. I can only be up here with the men. They need to see me. I am the brigade." For 3 hours now they'd been under attack, and Martino could tell that it was taking its toll on his colonel's state of mind. It had started with a barrage at 10:45, such a barrage as none of them had ever seen. The shells had been fired at positions to their rear at first, and Ruspoli knew that the British were attempting to take out their supporting artillery. But then, within half an hour, the barrage had crept closer, and soon shells were falling thick and fast over the trenches. It had been at midnight that the enemy infantry first came forward. Martino had looked out over no man's land, beyond the sprawling silhouette of the wire, lit up by very-lights and flares, and the continuous glow from the guns and the fires that had started, and the brilliant moon. And gradually he had seen their black forms against the skyline. Ruspoli, once told, had wasted no time in going up to the front-line positions. It was plain to see where the British were attacking, and that the 7th would take the brunt of it. More shell fire to his left, and Ruspoli had known that poor Alfonso Salerno's 19th Company, in particular, must be having a rough time. He had sent out runners to him. There was a time to stand and fight and die, and a time to run and save yourself to fight another day, and Ruspoli knew that in the opening stages of this great battle the latter dictum would hold true. They needed every man they could keep alive. Abandon the advanced positions, regroup in the trenches, and that was where they had been ever since. Ruspoli had no real idea as to how many men they had lost in the past 2 hours. He knew, though, that it was too many. He turned to Martino. "Come on, let's see what's happening out there." "Colonel, do you think—" "Carlo, I don't think, I do. Come on." Together, the two men entered the small embrasure in the trench, and Ruspoli peered through an improvised periscope. Despite the bright night, it was hard to see properly using the two mirrors, but eventually he began to make out a swarm of infantry, and with them armoured cars. "They're coming round the minefield again, through the gap they blew yesterday. Carlo, go and find Gola. We need his mortars." Martino looked puzzled. "Is he back, sir? I thought—" Ruspoli laughed. "Didn't you know? He booked himself out of hospital, said the dysentery had gone, and his sores too, and he came back last night. Couldn't wait to be back with his men and his beloved mortars." Martino shook his head. "What a man!" he laughed. "I knew that silver medal wouldn't be enough for him. He always wants more, that one." Captain Marco Gola had become a legend in the Folgori. A towering 6'6", he had won his silver medal for his work in Albania with the mountain artillery, and now he commanded the Parachute Regiment's Specialist Mortar Company. They said that Marco Gola could hit anything, blindfold, and if there was ever a time they had needed his expertise, it was now. Martino came hurrying back, Gola with him. "Colonel?" "Mortars, Gola. Now, over there." Calmly and unhurriedly, Gola and his men set up the field mortars, and equally calmly sent a dozen rounds flying from the trench. The familiar crump resounded, and Ruspoli again looked through the periscope. As the smoke cleared, he made out the infantry again, but this time the swarm was broken up. Isolated men were taking cover in foxholes and behind dead bodies and bits of debris. Others were pulling back. There were wounded too. Ruspoli saw a young man lying out in the open, his legs severed below the knee. He was shouting or screaming something which the colonel, thankfully, was unable to hear. He turned to Gola. "Well done, Gola. Good work. Another 2 for comfort, I think." The big man smiled, and moving back along the trench, signalled to his lead platoon. Again the mortars fired, their rounds landing in the midst of the scattered British infantry. Ruspoli nodded. "Fine. That should do it for now." He turned to Martino. "They've got to stop some time. My guess is they'll keep coming till daybreak, then try and stick where they are. At least the minefield seems to be holding." "Yes, Colonel. I sent Ponzecchi out there to keep an eye open for enemy patrols trying to clear a path." "Ponzecchi? Good. Look out for smoke, too. That's how they'll try it." There was a sudden whine from their front. Martino heard it first. "Incoming shell fire! Cover! Take cover!" They all ducked. Ruspoli, too, trying to press themselves against the sides of the trench. He knew what had happened. The British, pinned down by Gola's men's murderous mortar fire, had whistled up artillery support from the batteries to their rear. You paid for every small victory, and he knew that ultimately, man for man, shell for shell, this was a battle they could never hope to win. Ruspoli shut his eyes as the rounds came crashing in, perilously close to the trench. If only we could do the same, he thought. Just make a wireless call and bring down the fires of hell upon the British. But there was no artillery to support them. The Germans had taken it to the north. Nor even was there a wireless on which they might make such a call. Again, he began to feel horribly isolated. It was as if their brigade, their company, 50 men, was alone in the vastness of the desert against the entire British army. He yelled above the din. "Counter-fire, please, Captain Martino! Engage the enemy, if you can see any of them!" Suddenly, as it had started, the shelling stopped. Martino stood up and brushed himself off and shouted to the rear. "Gola, we need your mortars!" He found a sheltering soldier. "Bari, go and fetch Captain Gola." Then he returned to Ruspoli, smiling. "Their aim's not so good, sir. Not today." Ruspoli, too, got to his feet, but with a little caution. "Careful, Carlo. We haven't heard the coda yet." Martino smiled. Ruspoli would have his musical reference, but the colonel was right. The artillery opposite them had recently taken to adding a short final burst to their barrage shortly after it had appeared to come to a halt. Today was no exception. There was another whine. Someone shouted, "Incoming! Get down!" The last salvo whistled above them and landed obliquely directly in a support trench. They ducked and covered their heads. As it impacted, the ground shook and earth and sand fell from the parapet. As the dust cleared, Gola spoke. "Holy Mother, sir, that was close." From the direction of the explosions, someone shouted,
"Stretcher bearers! Medic, here, quickly!"
Ruspoli turned to Martino. "Carlo, send someone to find who's been hit. No, go yourself. That fell too close. Gola, get your lads under cover. Don't respond quite yet. We'll need you again soon, and I don't want to risk losing any of you."
"No danger of that, sir. My boys will keep their heads down."
Martino came running. He had news. "It's bad, sir. Lieutenant Bartholdi's platoon. Direct hit. 2 men blown to pieces. 2 of the new boys." Ruspoli grimaced. "Not the singer?"
"No, Colonel. He's all right. A bit shaken. He was 10 meters away from the impact. Must live a charmed life, though he should be dead by rights. Bartholdi's not so good, though, sir. Several shrapnel wounds. I don't think he'll live long."
Ruspoli threw his hands up in despair. "Damn! Why Bartholdi? I swore to his mother I'd look out for him. She'll kill me." "Is he conscious?"
"Yes, sir. He's still in shock."
"Show me where." Following Martino, Ruspoli hurried back down the lines and found the ruined support trench. The direct hit had taken away the walls and flattened the entire area into a shallow, scooped-out crater. The ground had turned dark red where the 2 soldiers had been hit. Of their existence, that was now the only trace. But 5 more men of the platoon lay horribly wounded on what had been the trench floor. The medics were doing what they could for them, but it was clear that 2 of them would not make it. Bartholdi was one of them. They had laid him in what was left of an embrasure in the side of the trench, with his head upon a rock. Ruspoli made a quick appraisal. Classic shrapnel wound. The lieutenant had been wounded in the stomach, face and back by 3 large pieces of red-hot metal. One of them was still protruding from the gash in his stomach. His handsome face had been horribly cut from the forehead down through his left eye and into the cheekbone, leaving no more on that side than a mess of blood and bone and tissue. The right side, though, was unscathed, and the mouth. Ruspoli knelt beside him and calmly took a pad of paper and a small pencil from his own top pocket. "Ciao, Giovanni. It's Colonel Ruspoli. Listen, I'm sure you're going to be fine. I'm just going to send a letter to your mother to tell her so. Is there anything particular you want to say to her?" Bartholdi's eyes bored into Ruspoli's with a mixture of growing agony, despair, and grief. He opened his mouth. Blood trickled from his lower lip. He tried to speak, but at first only air came through. "Don't force yourself, Giovanni. Take your time." Again, Bartholdi opened his mouth and managed to raise his head slightly towards Ruspoli's face.
"Tell her, please tell her that I love her, and Papa, and that I'll see them soon, after school."
Ruspoli wrote the words in pencil on his pad and nodded. "Good, Giovanni. Now, rest. Then you can go home." The lieutenant closed his eyes and smiled, and then, as if startled, opened them again and grasped Ruspoli's arm tightly. The colonel tucked his pencil and pad away in his breast pocket, buttoned it carefully, and then cradled Bartholdi's head in his elbow. The lieutenant opened his mouth again.
"Mama."
Then he closed his eyes. His head dropped to one side. Gently, Ruspoli laid the young man's head down on the ground. "He's gone. Bury him, someone, please." He reached down and pulled one of the dog tags from Bartholdi's neck and stuffed it into his pocket. Martino spoke. "Did you hear him, Colonel? He thought he was at school." "Yes, and he was going home to see his mamma and his papa." Ruspoli smiled. "Sir?" "His father died 5 years ago." He pictured the boy's mother in their pretty Baroque villa overlooking Florence in the little hillside village of Fiesole. Donna Bartholdi would receive the telegram within the week, before his letter could reach her. He saw her drop to her knees in the great entrance portico, beneath the trailing vines, in the October sunshine which dappled the Tuscan hills. He heard her sobs for her poor boy, and shared her despair, imagined her as she asked the old priest in the village's convent how a good God, who had already taken away her husband, her only love, could now take away her only son. And to that question he himself had no answer. He turned back to Maltino. Poor sod. It's luck, Carlo. Just luck. Could have been you or I, or any of us.
That's true enough, sir. All we can do is take care and trust in God. Perhaps the Germans will send reinforcements and ammo.
Ruspoli stared at him. Do you really think so? Maltino said nothing. There was nothing to be said. Ruspoli saw his eyes with their look of fear and apprehension. All I know, Carlo, is that we are Folgore, and we will defend this position until the end. We will never retreat, and we will never surrender. You and I know that, yes? Make sure that all the men understand that too.
Of course, sir, but I don't think I need to make sure. They're with you all the way, Colonel. This is your brigade. You made them what they are.
Ruspoli felt a surge of pride. Maltino was right. They were his men, his family. As they walked down the trench back to the front line, he realized that the left sleeve of his tunic was covered in Bartholdi's blood, and drawing out a linen handkerchief from his pocket, began in vain to try and clean it off. And as he did so, he looked at the men. His men. There was a curious lull in the fighting, and for an instant what seemed like total silence directly to their front. In the trench, though, the tension was almost physical. The men stood and half lay against the walls, clutching their rifles and sidearms. Mostly they wore shirts and helmets, but more than a few were stripped to the waist, and some had held on to their tropical topis, the symbol above all else of Italy's foray into dreams of an African empire. So far from home, he thought, all of you. You should not be here. You, Franco Marozzi, he thought, seeing one of them, a talented painter from the Veneto. You should be painting on the Grand Canal in Venice. And you, Marc Antonio, you should be working on the new vintage in the hills above Siena. He knew them all, even some of their families. There was Spada, son of the cobbler from Vicenza, and Frattini, one of 5 brothers from Milan. They all had other lives they had left behind, peaceful lives to which he prayed they would return, even though he knew that death had already placed his mark on too many of them. How many, he wondered, would know the joys of love, of marriage, of children? How many would be as lucky as he? They were only boys, and had seen little of life. Yet for some, this would be their last experience. A whistle blew.
"Here they come again! Take posts!"
Ruspoli edged just the top of his head above the parapet. The British were coming on again, infantry in wide, dispersed formations. At the same time, he was aware of a new artillery barrage on their left. All along the parapet, paratroops were firing on the enemy now as they continued to advance. Occasionally, one of the Italians would fall back into the trench, hit by enemy fire, and instantly another would take his place, while one of the company medics went to see if there was anything that could be done. The field dressing post was filling up now, and the dead were not being put there any more, but in a secluded trench to the rear of the front line. A runner came towards them.
"Colonel Ruspoli, Caporale Ponzecchi sends a message for you. It's smoke, sir, smoke. He says they're firing smoke shells at him."
Ruspoli turned to Maltino. "I told you, Carlo. It's as we suspected. The minefield. They're going to come in under smoke and try to clear it. Then we'll all be in the shit. Send out a party. We'll have to meet them out there." He paused while he pondered which of his officers might best command it. "No, wait. I'll lead it myself." Maltino stared at him.
"Sir, are you crazy? You're the colonel. We need you here. You can't lead a raiding party. I'm sorry, sir. I can't allow it."
Ruspoli frowned. "You can't what?" "Carlo, you're my second in command. I order you to prepare the party, and I shall lead it. You can't stop me."
"But, sir, Colonel Ruspoli—"
Ruspoli smiled and shook his head. "Don't try. Now, who shall I take? All volunteers, but you hand-pick them, Carlo. We'll need a platoon. Good men. Santini for a start. He'll do. You choose the rest." Within 10 minutes, they were ready to go. Ruspoli pulled tighter on the laces of his black jump boots, unique to the paratroops. He had strapped on one of the canvas grenade belts, usually worn only by men and junior officers, and filled every pouch so that he was carrying 6 grenades. On top of that, he had fastened the old officer's issue green leather belt that had seen him through the last 5 years, with his Beretta pistol in the holster. More grenades were stuck through the strapping, and he had made sure that his combat knife was easily accessible.
Finally, he picked up a submachine gun and turned to Maltino.
"Carlo, if I don't come back, the brigade is in your hands, right?"
"Yes, sir, but this is madness."
"Right?"
"Right, sir."
"So, not another word, Capitano. See you back here."
Ruspoli surveyed his assault section. Santini was there, grinning, and Silvio, the short one from Brescia. There was Marcantonio Rosso from the Levanto, and with him a score of others whom Ruspoli knew less well. For most of them, though, he could name their village, and all of them he knew by name, some by their forename. He spoke.
"All right, lads. You're all volunteers. You all know what to expect. We've got to take out these mine detector teams. If we don't, they'll clear the field, and that will be the end of us. Got it?"
They answered as one.
"Sir."
"And one more thing. Give no quarter. They won't be expecting any."
He turned, and they climbed slowly up the few steps that had been laid at the side of the trench and crawled out over the parapet and towards the minefield, with Ruspoli leading the way. Perhaps, he thought, this time, for once, Maltino was right. This really is madness. But what madness, and what a way to die if he must. If that was God's will. He was a fighter from a family of warriors. This was a warrior's death. He was not, though, as young as he had been. At 50, he felt more aches than the others. But he could still run, and he could still fight. And it was vital to show the men, too. That was his way, had always been his way. Carefully, he and the small party crawled across the moonlit landscape, taking care not to swear as their knees and hands caught on the jagged rocks. He had asked for volunteers and chosen only veterans. They all knew what to do, how to make the most of the slightest dip in the land. For while the desert might seem flat to the untutored eye, anyone who had fought there knew that it was filled with undulations which could easily hide a man, a section, a whole platoon. Slowly they edged forward. So far, so good, he thought. The fire from the trenches was keeping the Tommies back, and now he could see the smoke cloud where the shells had hit. They had 20 yards to go. 15. 10. And then they were in it. It was not like gas. Not as choking or as cloying a smoke as you might get from a wood fire, but it was smoke right enough. Ruspoli turned to Santini, motioned to him to stand up, and did so himself. He knew that they could now not be seen. Together, the men drew up the neckerchiefs which had lain knotted around their necks and pulled them up over their noses and mouths. Then they went forward into the smoke. Ruspoli put down one foot, and then the other. Santini was close behind him, watching his every move, both of them acutely aware that at any moment an unfortunate step would result in death or terrible injury from an exploding mine, but there was no other way. 2 more steps. He stopped. He was not sure whether he had heard something up ahead. Another step, and then another. Ruspoli knew that he was testing his luck. The men behind him were marking his path for their return, but here at the front of their little patrol, it was his feet that were mapping the way. He stopped again. He was sure of it now. A noise, a sort of humming. He dropped to his knees and rested on his shins, motioned to Santini to close up. Then he saw it. Not more than 3 feet away through the smoke. The flat shape of a mine detector. It was emitting a low hum. Ruspoli pointed the submachine gun directly above it and gently squeezed the trigger. A hail of bullets flew from the barrel and into the engineer holding the machine, who let out a scream as he fell. 2 of the bullets also hit his mate in the side of the face, and the man fell on top of the other, sprawling in agony. There was commotion through the smoke, shouting in English, and then rifle fire as the teams and their escort opened up in the direction of the Italians. Ruspoli walked to the dead and wounded men. The second man he had hit was lying on his back across his dead comrade, staring upwards. Half his face had been blown away. Ruspoli took out his pistol and fired a single round into the man's forehead. He called to Santini. "Luigi, with me. It's safe here. You men, open fire in the direction of the voices. Over there." He pointed at vague shapes through the smoke, which was beginning to clear. The patrol opened up with submachine guns, and as it did so, the rifle rounds hit home. 2 fell to the ground, but from the smoke came the sound of men being hit. Then the noise he had been hoping for. A huge explosion rocked the area. One of them has run and triggered a mine, he thought. That's good. Now they'll panic and move back. Instead, though, and to his bemusement, the British continued to fire. Santini gave a moan behind him, and Ruspoli turned to see him fall. He'd been hit in the leg and lay clutching his thigh. "I'm okay, sir. Don't worry." Ruspoli turned back and fired another shot from the Beretta. Then, without hesitation, he unbuttoned one of the pouches and fished out a grenade. He pulled the pin, counted, and threw. A few seconds later, he was rewarded by a blast, followed by screams. Almost instantly, though, there was another explosion. Louder. A mine, detonated either by shrapnel from his grenade, or more likely one of the casualties falling onto it. Surely, he thought, now this was true madness, to stand in the middle of a minefield and throw grenades into it. All was chaos around him now as the men opened up in the direction of the explosions. Ruspoli shouted, "No more grenades! We don't want to clear the field ourselves!" Ahead of them, men were dying, and as the smoke began to clear, he saw the British dead. They lay singly and in pairs where they had fallen. Most, as he had suspected, were mine engineers. A few had not died and were crying out in pain and terror. He looked back to where Santini had fallen. The corporal was smiling at him, although the blood continued to flow from the wound in his leg. His face was quite white. Ruspoli signalled to the rest of the party and yelled, "Retire! Back to the trench!" The smoke was clearing fast now, and he knew that as soon as the remaining British had left the minefield, their guns would open up again, and he and his men would be sitting ducks out in the open. He turned and, bending down, picked up Santini, hoisting his huge form onto his shoulders as a fireman might carry a woman from a house. He had seen such a thing once, in Florence, when a palazzo had caught fire, and the brigade had managed to rescue an entire family, including a massively overweight mama. He wondered whether she had been as heavy as Santini. The corporal was moaning. "Colonel, signore, thank you, sir, thank you." "Be quiet, Luigi. Save your breath. Let's get you back to the dock." The men had done their work well, following in his wake, and he was able to retrace the safe path through the field where he had gone before, now marked with small rocks, painted red for the purpose, that they had carried in their ammo pouches. It had been his idea. He had anticipated just such an eventuality. He supposed that was part of what being a good officer was all about, second-guessing the enemy and imagining what might happen, the worst that could happen. He shifted to take Santini's weight and wondered what that worst could be now. It was something that he had not dared think of. But now it seemed less and less likely that he and his men would survive this fight. As he and the small party reached the parapet, the first of the British shells came whining in over their heads. Overshot again, he thought. At least someone was smiling on him today. But he knew that there was always tomorrow, and in his heart he acknowledged that the kindly beneficence, his luck, call it what you will, could not last much longer. Chapter 11. 3 a.m. Materia Ridge. Miller. Miller snapped back to reality. Lieutenant Thomas was talking again to the Kiwi sergeant, who had accepted a cigarette and was apologising profusely. "So, you see it was your English battle dress, sir. No markings. I thought you were just another bunch of Poms who'd got lost. Always getting lost, the Poms are. Lousy navigators. From the cities, most of them, I reckon. Either that, or you were fifth columnists, you know, Jerry spies. Could have shot you, sir. Oh, sorry, sir, no offence." Thomas laughed. "None taken, Sergeant. Anyway, thanks for what you're doing, sir. I mean, all you Yanks over here helping us. Much appreciated." As he was turning to leave, a New Zealand officer arrived and stopped him. "Sergeant Locke, send a runner to brigade. We've taken a direct hit on Battalion HQ. It's bloody chaos. We've got 3 men dead. The signal flare's kaput, and the aerial's gone on the number 11 set. We're out of touch with HQ. The CO's okay, though. Lucky escape." He saw Thomas and Miller. "I say, you chaps look like medics. Tell me that I'm right, for God's sake." Kind of. We're AFS, actually, Captain. Ambulance drivers, but we'll help if we can. We'll do anything." Anything but fight and kill, thought Miller cynically, taunting himself more than anyone else. "Thank Christ for that. Well, Lieutenant, think you can get down the hill to that mess? That's what's left of the Battalion HQ. See what you can do down there. There's a few wounded, some pretty bad." The order given, he turned back to the NCO. "Sergeant Locke, keep trying to find B Company. We've got to secure that flank, and for Christ's sake, get another radio mast."
Sir!
As the sergeant hurried off, quickly, but taking care not to trip over the debris and rocks, and the contorted bodies of Germans killed in the assault that had been left where they fell, Thomas, Turk, and Miller made their way to the bottom of the slope, with the 2 privates carrying the wounded corporal on his stretcher. He was calm enough now, and asked for a cigarette, which Turk gave him gladly. Miller was trying not to look, but he could not help but catch sight of one dead German, his canvas-covered helmet still on his head, his finger frozen on the trigger of his machine pistol in the moment of death. Was that the last thing you knew? He thought. Your last sensation of life was the instinct to bring death? At length they reached the bottom of the slope. The captain had been right. The position was a bloody mess. The direct hit by a German 88 had sent equipment flying in all directions, and body parts and bloodstains seeping into the sand bore witness to the 3 men who had died. One of them, minus both his legs, lay on his back in the slit trench, his dead face turned to the moon. Thomas spoke quietly. Christ, Josh, let's get that guy covered up. They loaded the corporal onto one of the Dodges, and walking back to the ruined HQ, managed to find a piece of tarpaulin from an abandoned German trench and stretched it out over the dead man. When they had finished, Thomas said, Now, where are the wounded?
Thank God, some help.
The voice came from an older-than-usual officer, a major who emerged from the rear of the wadi. His Red Cross armband revealed him to be the battalion medical officer. He held out his hand to Thomas.
Carmichael, I'm MO of the 24th. Those your ambulances down there?
Sure are, sir. Tell us how we can help.
Well, I've set up the RAP in the wadi back there. We've got about 80 wounded, but we need to clean this ruddy mess up and get the blokes out.
We've got space for the 10 worst cases, sir.
OK, well, I'll go and mark them for evacuation. See what you can do.
He turned to his left and yelled,
Sergeant Bowie!
A huge New Zealander came running over to them.
Sir! Help these Yanks. They're with the AFS. Give them a hand to get any wounded back into the RAP, then make bloody sure they get the hell out of here before Jerry starts shelling again.
Bowie turned to Thomas.
All right, sir. Shall we see if we can find anyone alive?
Lead the way, Sergeant. Miller followed the 2 men, and behind him came Turk and Brooke Cuddy, who had been working on the lower slopes. McGinty and Bigelow were with them too now. The professor brought up the rear. They had not gone 20 yards when Sergeant Bowie signalled with his hand.
Over there, sir. I think that bloke's still breathing.
Thomas ran across to the body and knelt down. After a few moments, he nodded to the group, and Bigelow went to join him. Opening his haversack, he pulled out a dressing and applied it to the man's wound in the upper abdomen. Miller moved on with Bowie and the others. The sergeant pointed again, to the left this time, where a man appeared to be sitting up, but as he did so, a stream of tracer bullets hit the dirt around them and scudded past their legs. The sergeant screamed, Down! Get down! As one, they hit the ground. Miller tried to keep his head pressed into the dirt, but the temptation to spot where the gunfire was coming from was too much, and he raised his head slightly. As he did so, another stream of tracer cut through the group, and he pressed his head down again as far into the sand as he could get it, but not before he had caught a glimpse of the flash. He yelled across to Bowie, Sergeant, I think there's a Kraut machine gun up there on the ridge. 2 o'clock. Bowie yelled back, You're right, mate. Let's hope some of the lads take it out. It's done for that poor blighter. Turning his head, Miller stared at the man they had been making for. He was not sitting up any more, and as he stared, Miller saw that he had been hit by the last burst of machine gun fire, and his upper torso had almost been cut in half. He closed his eyes. Perhaps, he thought, perhaps if I hadn't been so damned keen to spot the Jerry, he might not have fired again, and that guy would still be alive. Perhaps. But there was no use in wondering. The guy was gone, and Miller would never know if it had been his fault. The gun opened up again, but miraculously hit none of them. The sergeant swore. Bastard'll get us all soon enough. He's just playing with us. Why don't they get him? The German fired another short burst and hit the ground right next to Bowie's face. Jesus fucking Christ! Miller's mind was wandering. Without knowing what he was doing, he began to crawl in the direction of the German machine gunner. The man opened up again, hitting the ground just behind Miller. Suddenly, he came back to it, realised where he was. There was a slit trench to his right, and he slid into it as another burst kicked up the sand. The sergeant called over. Don't move, mate. You'll just provoke him again. One of our lads is sure to get him.
The gun rattled out again, but this time their luck had run out. McGinty gave a shout.
"Oh, holy shit! I'm hit! Turt! Josh! I'm hit! I'm hit, sir!"
Lieutenant Thomas yelled above the noise.
"Okay, Joe. Stay down and stay cool. Don't move. Where are you hit?" "In the leg, sir. Christ, it hurts! It hurts bad!"
Again, Miller began to act independently, unaware of conscious thought. He did not really know what he was doing. All that he knew was that the bastard had hit Joe. Joe McGinty was wounded. Perhaps he was going to die, and the Kraut with the machine gun had done it. Slowly, he edged to the side of the trench and flipped himself out so that he was lying flat on his back. He gently turned his head towards the enemy gun position. A glint of moonlight on steel showed him where the man was. Tucked in behind a fold of the ridge. The German lay uphill and off to the left, and it occurred to Miller that the reason that none of the New Zealanders on the ridge had taken him out was simply because they could not see him. Somehow the machine gunner had managed to get round the exposed flank, and Miller realised that if he stayed there, it would not be just them who suffered. From that angle, he would be able to rake the entire area with fire. He heard someone speaking. It was Sergeant Bowie.
"Hey, you there, what's your name?"
"Miller, Sergeant. Josh Miller."
"Okay, Miller. Listen to me. I'm going to throw you 3 grenades in a minute. You any good at catching?"
"I play baseball for my college."
"Good. Catch 'em and hook 'em onto your webbing. I don't think he saw you leave the trench or you'd be dead by now, so you must be in a blind spot. You're our only chance. Got that?"
Miller said nothing. This wasn't supposed to happen, could not be happening, and yet it was. Bowie spoke again.
"Got that?" "Yes, Sarge." "Right then. When I signal you, slowly mind, start to crawl up the hill. Make sure you keep low and in his blind spot, right?" "Right." "You keep crawling till you're about 20 yards away from the bastard. Then you throw the grenades, right?"
"Right."
"How?" "How what?"
"How do I throw them?"
"Oh, fuck, don't you know?"
"No, I'm an ambulance driver."
"Okay. You take the grenade and you gently tug out the pin. Then you put it in your throwing hand and count to 4. No more or you'll blow up. Less and they'll throw it back at you. Then you throw it. Got it?"
"I think so."
"Well, let's hope you have, son. Right, here comes the first one."
Miller rolled onto his side and saw an egg-shaped object fly from the sergeant's hand. Keeping low, he stretched out his hand to catch it. It landed heavily but firmly in his palm. A 36M Mills fragmentation grenade, about 2 inches in diameter and weighing around 2 pounds. As Bowie had told him, Miller hooked it on to the webbing strap at his waist. He looked back. The second grenade followed, and then the third, and soon he had all 3 secured. That, he thought, was the easy part. The German had not picked up on the movement, for there were no more bursts. But just as Miller was preparing himself, another round came in and ripped up the sand and rock around them, sending up dust and razor-sharp shards. Bigelow gave a shout.
"Ah! Oh, shit!"
Thomas yelled across.
"Prof, you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine, sir. I just took a splinter of rock in my ass."
McGinty howled with laughter.
"Jeez, if I wasn't so sore, I'd cry. The professor of geology gets hit by a damn piece of rock. Damn fucking brilliant. Shit. Oh, it hurts when I laugh."
Miller realised that there was no time to waste. The guy had them zeroed, and soon he'd turn his attention to the other men in the area. The noise of gunfire from behind the ridge had intensified, and as he waited and steeled himself to go, a salvo of German 88s came flying in over their heads, destined for a target to the rear. Their distracting whine was all that he needed. He began to crawl, slowly, as Bowie had told him, up the hill towards the German position. Every foot, every inch was acutely painful as he dragged himself over the jagged, exposed rocks, trying to keep himself as close as he could to the ground. He surprised himself at his progress. He made the first 10 yards and found shelter in the lee of a dead Kiwi. The man's stomach had been cut open by shrapnel, and Miller had to suppress the urge to vomit. But it was cover, and it gave him a breather. After a few moments, he ducked round the corpse's feet and started up again. The slope was steeper now, but that also meant that the machine gunner was less and less likely to see him. He supposed that this was what they taught you at infantry school, and it took him back to playing cowboys and Indians in the woods, back at the house at home. Sneaking up and surprising the enemy. Sneaking up and killing the enemy. Suddenly, 30 yards out from the target, he realized what he was doing and began to shake. The overpowering urge was to stand up and run away, back down the hill. But logic dictated that if he did that, he would die. He heard someone muttering and realized that it was him and stopped lest he be heard by the enemy. The enemy. Not his enemy, surely. But yes, this man, this German, had in the space of the last half hour become his enemy. A man he had now been told to kill. Here was that lesson, writ as clear as day. If you want to save the lives of 5 men, and probably many more, you have to kill 1 man. It was simple and brutal and unavoidable. He began to crawl again, the last 10 yards, but to his horror found himself unable to move. His legs felt as if they had turned to jelly, and there was no strength in his arms. He was sweating and still shaking. This, he thought, is fear, real fear. For a moment he felt as if he might shit himself, but managed to control it. He wiped his face and felt the sweat. Then he began to pray, silently, inside his head. "Oh God, whatever you are, give me the strength to do this terrible thing that I have vowed never to do. Let me kill this man before he can kill my friends." He was conscious now that time was passing, that soon the machine gunner must grow tired of the game and kill them all. He reasoned that the German must also know that eventually he would die himself. There was an inevitability here that somehow lifted the guilt directly from his shoulders. He thanked God for granting him the wisdom at least to see that and tried again to move. Still, his body felt like a lead weight. Then there was a sudden flash from the slope below him. He was conscious that Bowie had made some sort of movement, thrown something, he thought. In response, the machine gun rattled out again and bullets hit their position. Miller had to act now. He pushed against the rock with his feet and felt the strength return. Then getting into a crouch, he ran hunched over the final 10 yards. Now, what had Bowie told him? He pulled one of the grenades from the webbing and held it in his hand. Then, gingerly, he removed the round pin. Careful to hold down the safety pin, he counted to 4, and then his arm came up. He thought of Harvard, of baseball, of all the best pitches he had ever made, and then he watched as the metal egg left his fingers and flew towards the gunner. The man saw it coming. Miller could see him clearly now. Not 1 man, in fact, but 2. He heard the shout as they saw it. "Achtung, ein Handgranate!" Then the bomb landed in their position. Miller watched as they scrabbled to pick it up, and then realized it was too late, and still yelling, ducked to find cover. And then the bomb went off. It was a good throw. The Mills bomb exploded directly in the center of the gun crew's makeshift position. It blew apart into dozens of pieces of red-hot metal. One of them hit the gunner in the face. It entered through the right cheek and passed upward into his brain, killing him instantly. 5 other pieces hit the loader. 2 cut into his legs, and 1 hit him in the groin. The 4th ripped open his abdomen, and the 5th hit him in the head, just behind the right ear, which it severed before taking off a section of his skull. By the time Miller got to them, both men were dead. He looked down at their mangled bodies and froze. I did this, he thought. I caused this. He took the 2 remaining grenades from his webbing and dropped them lightly beside the bodies. His instinct had been to treat their wounds, but it didn't take long to see that there were no vital signs. As he was looking, though, he saw the gun, untouched by the explosion, an MG-34, a sleek tube of black metal, hot from firing. Beside it lay spent rounds and 4 large metal boxes. Miller opened one and saw that it was packed with bands of ammunition. He tried to count how many, but gave up. There was certainly, he thought, more than enough to take out a platoon with ease, perhaps a company. For all the sickening guilt of killing the 2 men, he was also hit by a sense of elation. He had stopped them from killing many more. It was true. He'd done it. He turned and began to run back down the hill. The lieutenant and Turk were on their feet now, and Bigelow was being helped up. McGinty was leaning on one elbow. Turk yelled at him, grinning. "Wow, amazing, Josh, you did it!" "Sure, I did it, like anyone could have, but it had to be me."
You're a hero, goddammit, a goddamn hero.
McGinty spoke.
Never thought I'd see that. You learned that in those history books of yours, or what?
Miller smiled at him, shook his head, and found Thomas.
Say, where's the sergeant? Sergeant Bowie. I gotta thank him.
Thomas stared at him. He's over there. He's dead, Josh. Happened just before you went in. That last burst. He threw something over there, drew their fire. Brave guy. Miller said nothing, merely thought if he had only had the nerve to go on, if he hadn't waited, perhaps Bowie wouldn't have drawn their fire, would still be alive. He turned to Thomas.
It's my fault, sir.
Crap, Josh. The guy was just doing his duty. He drew their fire and let you get in there. It's what soldiers do. It's no one's fault. But Miller knew. He'd gone up that hill to avenge McGinty's wound, and had come down only to discover that he'd caused another good man's death, and he'd killed 2 men. He walked over to Bowie's body. He'd been killed by a single bullet through the forehead. Clean and instant, thought Miller. A good way to go. He looked across to the place where the object that had caught the gunner's eye had landed, and walked over to it. Stooping down, he picked it up off the sand. It was a crucifix, silver and on a chain. Bowie must have ripped it off his own neck in desperation at the very moment that he had sat up there, terrified on the hillside. He wrapped his hand tightly around the cross until it cut into the flesh, and then put it carefully in his breast pocket. It just didn't figure. Where was the justice in it all? Of what sort of divine plan was this a part? His head buzzed with a terrible guilt and dozens of unanswered questions, and he had no answers for them. One thing he did know, though, he could never be the same again.
End of Disc 3. Disc 4.
Chapter 12. 7 a.m. HQ 8th Army, De Gingand. Freddie de Gingand read over the situation report that he had just finished writing. Montgomery preferred his reports to be delivered verbally, and Freddie liked to make sure that his were not only succinct, but as revealing as possible. Northern Sector. 30 Corps attacked last night under the barrage across a 10-mile front. The Australians on the furthermost north flank managed to reach the objective line Oxalic, but met strong resistance. In the centre, 51st Highland Division moved forward in 2 brigades, each of which advanced with 1 battalion forward and 2 in reserve. Unfortunately, by dawn, the division had still not breached the main enemy line. It sustained heavy casualties. To the left of the Highlanders, 2nd New Zealand Division attacked the western end of Miteria Ridge. They have taken heavy casualties. At dawn, the first of the tanks from 9th Armoured Brigade arrived on the ridge, but have since been beaten back by anti-tank fire. To the left of the New Zealanders, 1st South African Division advanced and managed to penetrate the minefields at the eastern end of Miteria Ridge. It has now dug in along the ridge. Southern Sector. General Horrocks's 13 Corps put in its attack with some success and managed to get through the first enemy minefield. 7th Armoured Division met with strong resistance and had difficulty penetrating minefields. In general, the attack appears to have achieved complete surprise. We have created a bridgehead. Most importantly, we have a presence on Miteria Ridge. That would please the army commander, he thought. On the whole, they had started well. Surprise, he knew, was what Monty had been after at all costs, and it had come at a price. The news of heavy casualties would not be welcome. Chapter 13. 9 a.m. near Bab al-Khatara, Ringla. The dreadful night was long past, and for that at least he was glad. He had known, of course, that the Allied attack must come soon, but he had not supposed that it would be so ferocious or sustained. But with the day had come new worries, new dangers. Ringla crawled from strong point to strong point across the parched sand, and everywhere the story was the same. Pallid, exhausted faces stared at their officer, harrying him with questions that were impossible to answer. How had they managed that terrible bombardment? How many of them were there? Would they continue the barrage again tonight? If so, how could we survive it? Ringla had done the best he could, fending off the questions with a mixture of bravado and guesswork. But he knew in his heart that few of them had believed him. They had seen too much in the last 12 hours to ever entirely believe him again. All save a few stalwarts, Monnier among them. The worst part of the day had been when he had tried to get the men some food.
There was nothing left, and after the excesses of the previous night, Ringler boiled with the injustice of it all. At length, at around 2 p.m., a carrier arrived with a canvas container. Ringler yelled to the nearest foxhole, "Food! They've sent food, boys!" But when they opened it, they found inside not the hoped-for cans of fruit and meat, but merely 10 hermetically sealed packets of Africa bread. Ringler buried his head in his hands. Monnier appeared at his side. "Don't worry, Lieutenant. The men don't mind. Really, they don't, sir. It's just that you raise their hopes." Was that all he was good for, he thought? To raise hopes only to see them dashed? It was somehow symbolic of all that had befallen them recently. They were, it seemed to him, a forgotten army, and if they couldn't even find the resources to call up food for starving frontline troops, then what chance did they have? He dug deeper into the canvas sack and found some tubes of processed cheese. 20 tubes for just under 100 men. There were a few bottles, too, of cold coffee. The men called it Negro sweat, and Ringler thought it was not hard to see why. Still, it was sustenance. He broke out the rations and heard the groans of protest. An eerie calm hung over the battlefield, which only a few hours ago had been a vision of hell on earth. Ringler watched as his men ate the meagre food and looked at their faces. He stood up and found Monnier. "When they're finished, Saint-Mayor, have the men clean their weapons. Full inspection in 1 hour." This produced more groans, but Ringler knew that what they needed was for their minds to be utterly distracted from the prospect of impending death. Besides, he reasoned, they might even need those guns in a short while. He had just concluded his inspection and was congratulating himself on the condition of the machine gun positions when the runner found him and virtually fell into his foxhole. It was nearing half an hour before dusk, and in the lowering light it was not hard to see that the callow youth, a recent arrival in the desert by the look of him, was not over-inclined to smile. "Lieutenant Ringler, you will proceed to the commander immediately." The boy left the pit as quickly as he had come, and Ringler acted at once. He found the senior company sergeant, a Bavarian named Hofner. "Sergeant Hofner, send the drivers back to the vehicles and get the men ready to move." "Sir?" "We're moving out, Hofner. I'm off to see the CO." Ringler moved quickly along the line to the left, where he knew the HQ had been set up. He found it, a large foxhole dug in beneath the chassis of a burnt-out truck, and with it the battalion commander, Rittmeister Mitros, a callow, unsmiling man with whom he had never felt any particular empathy. Ringler saluted. Mitros spoke, crisply and factually. "Ah, Ringler, yes, 10 Company. 10 Company is to go through the minefield and occupy point 115 in no man's land." Ringler was not quite sure that he understood. "Sir?" "Point 115. Clear? It is to be built up as a strong point and held at all costs." "Yes, sir. Where exactly is it?" Their captain pointed to the map which lay on the table before him. "Well, you see here, we are 3 kilometers from the minefield, which is about 8 kilometers wide. You see? Here is point 115 at the exit of the minefield, right in front of Tommy. We still hold it. The passageway through the field is well marked, as far as we know, by the iron poles. Further over there should be one of our forward observation posts with an assault gun. It reported in about an hour ago, so everything seems to be all right with them. Any questions?" He smiled. Ringler smiled back. Of course there were questions, thousands of them. Questions like, why? Were they to be supported? How many do you think we shall lose? What do we do if we are attacked? May we surrender? What is an unacceptable level of casualties? And simply, like Monnier, will I get home again? But of course, he did not ask any of them. The only words that came from his mouth were, "No, Herr Rittmeister." The man replied, "Do it well, Ringler. Much depends upon holding point 115. Goodbye." The captain looked down to his notes and began to write. Evidently, thought Ringler, their interview was at an end. He saluted and left the tent. Well, he thought, at least it was something to do. He supposed that point 115 was of strategic, if not just tactical importance, and felt honoured at having been chosen for the task. But part of him wished that he had not been. By the time he had got the company mounted up into the vehicles, half-tracks, which coped well with the sand, it was dark. There were 15 transports in all, plus the 2 5-centimetre anti-tank guns. It had started to rain,
which still seemed to Ringler, for all the time he had spent out here in the desert, bizarre. Monnier found him as he was going through the orders for the final time before climbing into the command vehicle.
"Sir, my greatest worry, Monnier, is whether I will be able to find the path going through the minefield. Once I've got it, I'll be happy. Then we can worry about how we actually get our way through it, eh?"
He had told the drivers to try and keep the maximum distance possible between the vehicles in case one of them should strike a mine. Under absolutely no circumstances, he had said, should they leave the column. He climbed into the command car. Monnier seated himself by his side, and they set off. After they had gone 2 kilometres, Ringler turned to the driver, Obergefreiter Hans Müller.
"You can go a little slower now, Hans."
He scoured the desert landscape for the poles which would mark the safe path through the minefield, then turned to Monnier. "Can you see any poles? Anything?"
"No, sir. Can't say I can."
They drove on another 500 metres, and then, over on his left, against the stark horizon, he saw a few shapes which anywhere else might have been shell-shattered tree stumps.
"There they are, Hans."
The driver turned the car and drove towards them, followed by the remainder of the company. As they reached them, Ringler stopped the vehicle and jumped out onto the track. Behind him, the other half-tracks began to pull up, but to his annoyance, they did not leave the prescribed distance between each other. He ran to the second vehicle.
Back up! You're too close!"
and repeated the instructions the length of the column until they had opened out. Then he called the drivers over to him.
"Now, listen. We've got to find the right lane through the minefield, and the only way to do that is on foot."
He looked at them.
"Reichler and Barlak, you two, you take the right lane. Sergeant Monnier, you come with me. Unteroffizier Schmidt, you're in charge."
Slowly, he and Monnier made their way along the left-hand track. The rain was heavier now, and their clothes felt heavy with the weight of the water. After 15 minutes, Ringler saw something in the moonlight. 2 tall posts 5 metres apart. That must be it. He ran across and along and saw 2 more poles. Sure now that he had found the path, he and Monnier returned to the column, but the night was dark, and it took what seemed like an eternity. The stars had disappeared behind cloud, and it occurred to Ringler that, annoyingly, he hadn't noted their route. He swore at himself for his stupidity. They remounted the vehicle and started the engine. Then, with great care, they made their way from post to post of the markers. With every inch, Ringler felt that he was going to be blown up. The vital thing now, he knew, was not to let the trucks be separated from one another. He climbed back up onto the radiator of the vehicle, while Monnier mounted himself on the gun carriage of the anti-tank gun it was pulling. Curiously, he did not actually feel fear, merely a sense of unbearable tension. He kept looking back, checking to see that none of the vehicles was straying off the track and into the minefield. Once or twice, he thought he spotted a slight loss of control and waved the driver back on course. Looking down at the ground, he was able to discern the occasional vehicle track, but for the most part, the drifting sand had covered them. Still, he thought, if there were tracks to follow, why not follow them? He could not see any burnt-out hulks on the track itself ahead. As he pondered on this, the traces gave out, and so did the posts.
"Hans, pull up for a moment. I'm going to go ahead on foot to have a recce and find the next damn post."
Ringler climbed carefully down and began to walk forward to the right of the vehicle. He had gone a few paces when a shape loomed up before him. Instinctively, his hand went to his holster, unbuttoned to allow him access to the Luger within. But as he drew nearer, he saw it to be nothing more than the next pole. He turned and walked back to the vehicle, and wondered how long it was going to take them to reach their objective. And just as they were setting off, there was a dreadful howling noise from their front, and a salvo of shells came screaming over and fell directly into the minefield lane. They were quite closely bunched, and it occurred to Ringler that they had been spotted. This was target shooting. Another salvo came over, and 30 seconds later, another. He turned to Monnier.
"Tell the men to keep going. Do not break out. We must carry on and get through this. It won't last for long."
Again, although he had given the command and sounded self-assured, he was not at all certain of his own words. The salvos were continuing with ghastly regularity every half-minute, and he knew that it was a miracle that none of the vehicles had yet been hit. There was a radio message from 2 platoons' commander, Lieutenant Berndt.
"Do you think that we might be better to disperse? We'd be less of a target."
Ringler pressed the button on the handset. "On no account. Stick with me. Stay in absolute formation. Tight as it gets, Ludwig." Suddenly the car stopped. Ringler looked at his driver. "Hans, what's up? Are we kaput?" Muller looked back at him, his face a mask of fear and misery, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Sir, I can't go on. I just can't. We're all going to be blown to hell. Christ almighty, we're all going to die." Ringler shook his head. First the rain, and now this. The rest of the column was still moving. He panicked. What if a single lucky British shot should land on them? He pushed Muller to the side along the bench seat of the vehicle. "Get out of the way, men. You'll kill us all." Muller sobbed. "No, no, no!" And, all pride sacrificed to fear, curled up in his seat into a tight ball of sobbing humanity. Ringler grabbed the wheel and came down on the clutch and the gear lever at the same time. The truck roared into life. But it had begun to rain again now, and visibility was zero. Another salvo came whining in. Muller sobbed louder. Monnier cursed. There was a whoosh and a blinding flash as a shell landed some distance behind them, between two of the following vehicles. Ringler pulled up, jumped out of the half-track, and still being careful to stick to the marked path, ran back towards the rest of the company. He saw the damage immediately. A truck was slewed across the road. The driver had left his vehicle and was clutching his right arm, which was soaked in blood. Ringler ran towards him. "Horst, are you all right?" "Yes, sir, I think so. Lieutenant Bern's dead, though, and Corporal Muntz." Ringler ran past him and found the next vehicle behind the damaged half-track. He shouted to the driver and signalled to him to work around the wreckage, still sticking to the marked track. Not waiting for the others, he ran back to his truck and climbed into the driver's seat. Muller was still a useless, sobbing ball. Ringler turned to Monnier. "You had better go to the next truck. Make sure the same doesn't happen there." Monnier nodded, jumped down, and climbed aboard the truck towing the gun. Ringler kicked the machine into life, and they started off. It must have been the best part of 2 hours later, and they were still driving through the minefield. English shells were still landing perilously close. Ringler turned back to Monnier, who appeared to be asleep, then to Muller. The man was raving. "Why, sir? Why? Why do we have to die? Oh, God, I don't want to die. I don't, sir. Please, don't let me die." He began to sob. Ringler shook his head. "For fuck's sake, Muller." He gave him a sharp dig in the ribs with his right elbow, and the petrified soldier shut up. Another British shell screamed past the offside of their vehicle, the force of its passage causing it to shake. Muller began to scream like some wounded animal, and as he did so there was a terrible shock which threw the vehicle round and ripped Ringler's hands away from their grip on the steering wheel. At first he thought they'd been hit. Then, as the truck came to a standstill and he realised that no one had been wounded, he pushed down hard on the brakes and took stock of the situation and looked out. At the same moment, it became clear that although they had been spared, a shell had hit the track immediately behind them. A single thought struck him. Monnier. Jumping down from the cab, he ran back towards where the shell had landed. The truck, towing the anti-tank gun, was undamaged, and its driver sat unhurt on the ground some metres away. Ringler called to him. "What happened? Where's Unteroffizier Monnier?" The man stared at him and said nothing, but pointed to his ears whose drums had been perforated by the blast. Ringler looked around, and then he caught sight of it, a dark patch on the road near to one of the marker poles. He ran across and found Monnier lying in a pool of his own blood. His torso had been almost severed from his legs by the blast. Ringler bent down close to his head and gazed into the man's eyes. He was still alive, but only just. He spoke. "Sir, I knew it would happen. Today, I knew." Ringler smiled at him and held his hand tight. Monnier spoke again. "Please, sir, my wife." Ringler nodded, and as he did, the grip on his hand slackened, and he found himself staring down at Monnier's lifeless body. He stood up and began to walk back towards his vehicle. The driver of the stricken truck had stood up and was hitting his head with the palm of his hand, trying in vain to restore his hearing. Ringler signalled him to get his vehicle back on the road and keep moving, then climbed back into his cab. He felt curiously detached, as if in a trance. Like an automaton, he started up the engine, and they rolled off. He looked at Muller, who stared back at him with wild eyes, but could not now be bothered to chide him. He turned back to the road ahead, and instantly was met by a terrifying sight coming fast towards him out of the half-light. A tank. It was impossible in the dimness to tell whether it might be English or German or Italian. Ringler decided there was only one course of action to be taken. He stopped the truck and jumped down, then ran across to the advancing metal colossus, yelling all the time, "Naples! Naples! Naples!" Nothing. The password went unheeded. Oh Christ, he thought. It was British. He stared at the towering metal wall and at the perforated black cylinder of the machine gun mounted beneath the turret and now pointed directly at his head. In 1 second, he thought, perhaps he would be... He shouted one more time, "Naples!" The hatch flipped open and clanked against the top of the tank. "Vesuvius! Good to see you, Lieutenant. Are you from the 104th? Ringler sighed with relief, then straightened up and saluted the Panzer Major, who now addressed him. "Sir, Lieutenant Ringler, reporting to point 115, I presume, Herr Major?" "You assume correctly, Lieutenant. Welcome. You met with no misfortune?" "We lost 1 vehicle and 1 man. My company is Sergeant Major." It sounded so prosaic, so matter-of-fact. "Ah, too bad. Still, you're here now. Lieutenant Bauer is over there with his team. He'll fill you in as to what's to be done." Ringler gave a salute, and the tank commander disappeared back down into his armoured cocoon. The oppressive darkness seemed to encroach upon Ringler's soul. He could not get Monier's pleading eyes out of his head. He said nothing more, but walked across to where Bauer and his men were sitting at their assault gun. "We are here, right at the end of the minefield. Over there, directly to the east, are the English. There is supposed to be a screen of Italian tanks down there too, but don't rely upon it, old chap." Ringler peered through the darkness and saw the vague outline of another strong point, which appeared to be abandoned. Bauer was continuing to talk, but Ringler hadn't really been listening. "Can't say I should be unhappy to get out of here, old chap. A few days in the rear, they've promised us. Well, I'll believe it when I see it. But I suppose it's a few days nearer to old Vienna, huh? You're Viennese?" "I should say so. Family have always been in the army. 10 generations. Maria Theresa's bodyguard, old chap. Happier on the parade ground, really, than here, if you understand me. Not that we're not fighters. Warrior caste, that's us. Just never saw myself in desert gear, if you know what I mean, old chap. Well, good luck." And with that, Lieutenant Bauer was off, leaving Ringler alone in the post. He paused for a moment and wondered about Bauer and his family, how they had been swallowed up in the mass of humanity that made up the Third Reich, how the country of Maria Theresa was now a vassal of Prussia, yet Bauer was happy to fight for his erstwhile enemy. And he saw quite clearly, for once, how all nations had their greatness and their disaster, how war flowed through history, bringing a river of misery to Europe's nations as it directed their future. A shout from the rear brought him back to the present. "Sir, what shall we do now? Shall we unlimber?" "Yes, Spengler, that's it. At once, unlimber the guns. 4 and 5 platoon get up here. Start to move the sandbags around and see if you can't scrounge some more, and whatever else you can find from that old abandoned position down there. It's Italian. Never know what you might find." He thought for a moment. "No, wait, I'll come down with you." Gingerly, still nervous of mines, he made his way down the gentle slope for some 300 metres until he was among a system of foxholes and trenches. Half of them, at least, seemed to have been filled in, and others were now only slight depressions in the ground, less than 50 centimetres deep. There were traces of the previous occupants, the occasional Italian helmet and pieces of equipment. The place stank of urine. He looked at his watch. 1 o'clock, and the rain had started to fall again, in torrents. They would need to work fast to make the position on the hill secure. He climbed back up the slope and found the men unlimbering the guns. The 2 5-centimetre anti-tank cannon, 3 heavy machine guns, and a grenade thrower. That, he contemplated, was his sole armament with which to match the might of the British Army. Ringler walked around the men as they worked. He knew that what they did now must be perfect. There would be no chance to improve it during the coming days or hours, whatever time they had left until they were overrun. For somewhere deep inside, he could not believe that he would hold out. All that they could do would be to cause the maximum damage and casualties in the time they had, and then hope for the best.
He called over the 2 platoon commanders and their section leaders, Strauss, Hanke, Wolfenbüttel, Heckel, and the others. Make sure the position is secure. We don't get a second chance. We need sentries every 5 meters dug in. Place your men back from them in zigzag trenches. Cut more if you have to. The anti-tank guns need to go halfway down the slope, 1 per platoon. 300 meters between platoons. Make sure they're dug into the sand, and then pile up the sandbags and whatever else you can find to their front. You all know the drill, I think. I want a machine gun with each of the cannon at the same level, about 100 meters apart. Platoon command in the center, with rifle sections on the flanks. The 3rd MG I'll keep with me at HQ, and the grenade thrower. The medics with me too. Got it? The men nodded and went off to supervise their commands. Ringler walked back 300 meters behind the area he had designated for the forward platoons and found a small slit trench and a foxhole, partly buried in the sand. He signalled to 2 of the men. Here, you 2, get this dug out. That would be his HQ trench. It was not such a bad position, he thought, but he wondered in what state the minefields were directly to his front, and whether they would really stop advancing armour. It was already getting light in the east, and there was still much to do. The men would have to have their rations and ammunition. They would have to lay what wood they could find over the tops of the trenches and foxholes to protect them against the sun as they lay there waiting for the British. He felt suddenly, utterly exhausted, as if he could have slept for a week. He sat down on a rock, took off his cap, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Tiredness seemed to be crushing his head like a ring of iron. He felt himself falling into unconsciousness. He had no idea how long he had been asleep. It must, though, he thought, have been only a few minutes, as the sun had not yet crawled up and over the horizon. He was rubbing his eyes when, with no warning, a salvo of shells fell behind the position, 30, perhaps 40 meters away. 8 explosions rocked the morning and then stopped. He thought it bizarre that they hadn't tried again. If the forward OP had spotted them digging in, then why didn't the British gunners simply zero in and blast them all to hell? Were they perhaps merely playing with him and his men? As he was thinking, the sun rose over the horizon, and the sky became a brilliant blue. A true desert day, majestic and inhuman. And then it began. Another 8 shells came crashing in. They had zeroed in now. "Take cover! Get down!" Ringler hit the ground and pressed himself into it as far as he could. He raised his binoculars and pointed them towards where the shells were coming from. But the sun was too low, and all he saw was glare. That was the worst thing about this type of warfare, he thought, the fact that your enemy was invisible. Yet he had you completely pinned down, and could watch your every action, giving him the ability to fire each salvo carefully aimed and corrected. You knew that at some point one of those shells would get you, the one they said had your name on it. Ringler lost his patience. He wriggled over the sand towards No. 2 section. The section leader, Strauss, who was also the anti-tank gun commander, was lying comfortably in a large foxhole covered with a tarpaulin. Ringler lifted the side and slipped underneath. 6 faces looked at him in the half-light, and from their smiles he realized that they were ecstatic to see him. Someone still cared about them. The gun-layer, Unteroffizier Hanke, asked, "What are we going to do, Lieutenant?" "Watch out that the British tanks don't come too near to us." It sounded pathetic, and he half regretted saying it, but it was the best he could manage. He tried desperately to think of more advice. "Sleep alternately, but always keep a watch on the perimeter." Ringler looked around the foxhole. It had been well dug, and well fitted out, in a matter of less than an hour. "Who organized this position?" Hanke replied. "I did, sir." "Well done, Hanke. It's excellent work." Hanke, a taciturn Saxon, looked pleased with himself. Ringler smiled too. Thank God, he thought. I said something right at least. Turning, he slipped out of the position and waited for another salvo. As it finished, he ran across the sand towards Company HQ before heading for No. 2 section, but halfway across he heard yet another shell whistle in. A 9th. He hit the ground, running, grazing his knees, and cursed. But just as he did, the shell struck, and a torrent of sand and stones fell onto him. He was still lying in the sand when he heard the shouts. "They're hit! Over here! Quickly! Medic!" Ringler stood up and brushed the debris from his body. He looked behind and saw the position he had just left. The tarpaulin, so neatly laid by Hanke, was ripped in two, and the sand around it had turned a sickening shade of dark red.
He ran back towards it. Inside the foxhole, 4 of the section had been badly wounded by flying shrapnel. One of them had a leg almost severed at the calf. Another had injuries to the arm and face. Hanker was dead. Ringler stared at his lifeless eyes and at the huge, still smoking shrapnel splinter protruding from his head. The company medic, Unteroffizier Feuerkogel, was with the wounded now. Ringler had not paid him much attention before. Small, squat, and dark-haired, he was a quiet, somewhat melancholic Rhinelander who had always seemed to be unobtrusively efficient and did his job without any fuss. Now it was clear to Ringler that Feuerkogel was in fact just the sort of man who appeared when you needed him, the perfect man for the task he now had in hand. But what, he wondered, could they do, apart from bind up the gashes and lacerations? Manke had a terrible wound in his arm, and Feuerkogel succeeded in stopping the bleeding with a makeshift tourniquet. Within a few minutes they had restretched the tarpaulin over the position. The blood had dried quickly in the early sun, but the smell of cordite and burning flesh remained. Hanker they had taken away for burial, and Ringler positioned a small casualty collecting point close by the foxhole. Well, he reasoned with a soldier's faith in fate, lightning never struck twice in the same place, did it? There was another noise above him, and a further group of shells exploded close to one section. Ringler looked from where Feuerkogel was just finishing with the wounded of 2 section, and saw 2 men crawling towards him with blood pouring from arm and leg wounds. He felt a blind fury rising up inside him. It was all very well for them to stand here and be slowly smashed to pieces by this unseen enemy, but he was damned if he was not going to find out where the fire was coming from. That was the least he could do, wasn't it? But how? The early morning desert glow of violet yellow had now passed into the more usual brown yellow of the day, and the sun was starting to burn down with its remorseless heat, and Ringler found that he was sweating profusely through the bleached green canvas uniform. He thought over his orders again. Hold the position. That was all very well, but how? They were just being slaughtered in turn. If Tommy went on like this, even for a few more hours, half his men would be dead, and the rest would be nothing more than physical and emotional wrecks. He looked up into the sky and realized that the sun, of course, had shifted position. Grabbing his binoculars, Ringler looked again into the desert towards the direction of the enemy shelling, and saw, behind a sand dune, a flash. That was where they were, then. He felt strangely reassured. They were no longer being pulverized just by a noise. Now their enemy could be seen in a flash of flame and a cloud of smoke. There was merely a heartbeat between the shell being fired and it landing among them. He made his way to 2 platoon, where the wooden planks with which they had covered the position were being replaced after the shell burst. Ringler saw that they were spattered with dried blood. "You'll be pleased to hear that we now know where those bloody guns are. They're just behind that large dune over there. If you look carefully, you'll see the blast." The men smiled at him. Good, he thought. That improved their state of mind. Morale was all-important at a time like this. He walked across to the number 1 gun and made the same announcement. Again, the men smiled. He dropped down into the shallow command trench, a foxhole no more than half a metre deep, which they had lined with sandbags and around which the men had built a parapet. His runner, Burkhardt, was lying in one half, the other being reserved for Feuerkogel. He began to think. If only they could hold on till nightfall, then he would send a runner back to battalion. That could not, of course, possibly be done in daylight. Any runner would face certain death. But if they could make it till then, surely battalion would send up some more food and drink. And then perhaps they could send the wounded back as well. The transports, of course, had been driven away with Regimental Sergeant Major Viel after the guns had been unlimbered, and were waiting for them on the west side of the minefield. At least, that was the theory. He was still lying there when Feuerkogel crawled up with a casualty situation report and crouched at the corner of the foxhole. "Lieutenant, it's not good. 1/3 of the company are casualties. 3 of the men have sunstroke and are running high fevers. All the others who haven't been hit are exhausted." It was not good. Not good at all. But as Feuerkogel spoke, Ringler looked at his watch. 2 minutes between salvos. That meant that they were due for another. True to form, the flash came from behind the dunes, and feeling the air being sucked away by the shells, Ringler tried to drag Feuerkogel to the floor of the foxhole. There was a short, sharp bang directly above them, then dust and rock everywhere. For a moment, amidst the stench of cordite and rock dust and the smoke, Ringler froze. No, he was still alive. He crawled out from beneath the pile of rubble that had landed on top of him and found the medic. Through the dust cloud it was hard to see him, but he was saying something.
"Lieutenant, I've boarded. Lieutenant."
"Nonsense, man. Where are you hit?" But there was no need to ask, for as the dust cloud cleared, Ringler caught sight of Feuerkugel. Blood was flowing out of his neck, and he was staring helplessly at Ringler. The lieutenant grabbed the medic's bag and rummaged around, desperately looking for a dressing. He found a bandage and, unravelling it, wrapped it around the wounded man's neck, but the blood just continued to seep through the gauze until his hands were sticky with it. Christ, he thought, even the medic's hit, and I know nothing of first aid. Perhaps, he hoped against hope, the splinter is not so deep. Maybe the wound isn't fatal after all. He was tying the bandage and realized that Feuerkugel was closing his eyes when he heard another explosion. They had given up on the 2 minutes pause. This, he thought, could mean only one thing. He gently laid the medic down on the sand and rushed to the nearest of the anti-tank guns, screaming, "Wer ist Feldwebel Fiedler?" But Fiedler, the gunlayer, was there at the gun, pressed up hard against the gun sight.
"Lieutenant, thank God. They're coming, sir. I saw movement behind the dunes."
Ringler looked around. "Where are your gunners?"
"I've only one left, sir." "Right. Hurry up, Fiedler. Get them in your sights. I'll load, and Knapp, you hand us the ammunition." "Here they come, sir."
Ringler looked over the top of the gun shield and saw them, perhaps 2,000 meters distant. He counted under his breath. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tanks. They were deployed in a wedge formation. Ringler wondered how clever the tank commanders had been. Had they worked out the range of the company and the probable range of their guns? They could not possibly know, he reasoned, that one of their guns was out of action because the entire crew was dead or wounded, and the gun sight mangled. He turned to Fiedler. "Let them come on. It's our only chance. We don't open fire until they're 400 meters away or less." The tanks were 1,000 meters away now, and the enemy artillery had stopped firing. Ringler felt himself breaking into a cold sweat of fear. Where, he wondered, where might be the fabled Italian tanks that Lieutenant Bauer had told him of? It suddenly occurred to him that the tanks he was looking at might themselves be the Italians. He put the binoculars to his eyes and strained in an attempt to identify the tanks. It was damn near impossible in the haze of the midday sun. Fiedler moved the sights to ensure that the enemy were clearly in line of aim and range. How, Ringler wondered, could the man be so sure that they were a hostile unit? In an instant he decided that they must be Italian tanks. He was about to say as much to Fiedler when it occurred to him that the gun barrels of the tanks were pointed directly at him and his men, and that it didn't really matter now which side they were on. He turned to Fiedler. "Feuer!" The shell flew from the little anti-tank gun and exploded on the lead tank at 400 meters. A jet of flame shot up from the turret, and soon it was flaming. Then, as Ringler watched in horror, shapes began to jump from the tank and crawl and run away from the fire. Those who could began to climb onto the hull of the following tank, the one which Fiedler now had in his sights. "Feuer!" The shell hit the second tank just as the men were reaching the turret. It exploded like the first, and the second tank began to burn. The crew of the first jumped down again, some of them engulfed in flames. Those who could were now running over to the third tank, leaving their comrades writhing on the ground between. The other 6 tanks had pulled up and seemed uncertain what to do. One of them fired off an armour-piercing shell, which thumped into the ground close to Ringler. "Feuer!" Fiedler's third shot hit the third tank head-on.
3 out of 3, Lieutenant."
"Well done, Fiedler. Good shooting." But inside he was thinking, if they saw us, if they managed to make out our position through the smoke, then we're done for. His thoughts were borne out as a shell came in, fired by the end tank at their gun. Thankfully, it missed the position, but Ringler was taking no chances now.
"Away from the gun now, Fiedler! Take cover!" "Shouldn't we use the machine gun, Lieutenant?"
Ringler looked into the desert and saw what he meant and was shocked. There beside the shattered tanks were several small groups of wounded men, some of them obviously burnt. He thought for a moment, then answered, "No." He wondered if he'd done right, and was still unsure as he thought of Feuerkugel, of Manke, and of poor Monier. Then he watched the English die in the sand as their tanks pulled back, and thought how they could so easily have been him and his men. And it sent a chill down his back, even in the searing heat of the bloody afternoon. Chapter 14. Noon. Miller. The regimental aid post had been secured and a new HQ set up. Miller was still pondering his actions of the previous few hours, unable to comprehend the fact that he had taken lives so easily. They had buried Sergeant Bowie behind the dressing station with 6 other dead from the battle. According to the colonel, the attack had been a success. The 3 forward companies of New Zealanders had secured their position shortly after 3:30 a.m. They had dug in mortars and 2 2-pounders along the ridge, and the radio set had finally been repaired. Thomas came over to where Miller was sitting on a rock, staring out into the sand. "That was a brave thing you did out there, Josh." "Was it?" "You damn well know it was. If you hadn't done what you did, more of those guys would have died."
"Maybe. Doesn't seem very brave, killing your fellow man."
Thomas put a hand on Miller's shoulder. "Don't beat yourself up about it. It's war."
"What now?"
"Now we drive back to the advanced dressing station."
"Back through the minefield?"
"There's no other way that I know."
3 of the ambulances, having already returned to the dressing station, they loaded up the remaining 2 with the wounded, including McGinty, whose wound they had dressed, and Bigelow, who wore his bandage with pride on his scarred buttocks, then started off back the way they had come. Miller and Turk in one of the ambulances, Thomas in the other. There were still more tanks on the track now, and several times there was a loud rasping noise as Miller felt his ambulance rake against the side of one of them. The ground was rough, and as they bumped along, not even the advanced suspension of the Dodge prevented the wounded from groaning. As they bounced over a particularly bad rock, McGinty yelled from the back, "For Christ's sake, Josh, be careful! There's guys in pain back here, me included!" By the time they got to 6th ADS, it was full daylight. The place was transformed from the way they had left it into a scene of frantic activity. Everywhere there were ambulances and trucks filled with wounded. Stretcher-bearers and medics and drivers were working as fast as they could to get the men unloaded and send the vehicles back to the front to pick up more. Miller stopped the Dodge and got out. The wounded were lying everywhere. The reception tents were full to bursting, and there were men up against the sides of the Egyptian mud-brick buildings, in their doorways, in the filthy alleyways between. Turk shook his head. "Jesus, who's in charge here? Looks like the showers after a New York Giants game." Thomas appeared from his ambulance. "Guess we need to find the head guy and get these poor bastards unloaded." They picked their way through the stretchers and eventually reached an office. Inside, a middle-aged man with a moustache and wearing a peaked cap was seated at a table, a major in the medical corps. Thomas approached him and was careful to salute before he spoke. "Major, Lieutenant Thomas, sir, American Field Service. We've 2 ambulances full of wounded. Where would you like them?" The man looked up, and Miller could see from his face that he had not slept for some time, perhaps days. He managed a smile and spoke. "Ah, yes, Lieutenant. Well, as you can see, space is at something of a premium. I would suggest that you plonk them down anywhere you can find for now. My chaps'll see to them before long." He looked back down at his paperwork. Evidently their interview was at an end. Thomas looked at Miller and shrugged. Together they left the office and helped the other drivers to unload the stretchers. McGinty called over to them. "Hey, you guys! Hey, Lieutenant, where am I going?" Turk answered. "Not home, you dumb Mick. You not hit that bad, you son of a bitch." "Wouldn't you wish it was you, Turkey boy? Could be arranged." Thomas waved them down. "Leave him, Mac. Turk, he'll be back with us soon enough. You're going back to Garbaniat, past El Hammam, remember?" Miller looked around the dressing station and did a quick head count. There must be around 800 men here, he thought. Away from where the new arrivals lay, it seemed better organised, with 3 rows of 7 or 8 EPIP tents forming the 3 wards. The operating theatres seemed to be at the end of the rows in separate tents, and electrical generators had been set up outside to supply power. He turned to McGinty. "You'll be in good hands here for now, Joe. See you soon. Be sure and get better." He walked over to the ambulances, which now stood empty, and found Thomas. "Where to now, sir?" "Back to the front, I reckon.
To the New Zealand RAP. Those are our orders. We better see how those Kiwi boys are getting on.
They were just preparing to set off when an English captain walked up to Thomas. He was wearing an adapted version of officer's battle dress, with a spotted silk scarf tucked into his shirt collar and a fore and aft cavalry forage cap with a blue flash, worn at a rakish angle.
"I say, you chaps American?"
Sure are, sir. American Field Service Ambulance Corps.
"Thing is, I'm here trying to find an empty blood wagon."
He put out his hand to Thomas, who shook it.
"Sorry, Webster, Captain, Scots Greys. Like a fag?"
He produced a silver cigarette case from his inside pocket and flipped it open to reveal a row of oval Turkish cigarettes. All of them took one with a murmur of thanks, and after the click of their Zippos, the captain took a long puff, blew a cloud of smoke, and began again.
"Thing is, we've had a bit of a flap down the line. Several tanks brewed up, and we've got casualties lying out in the sun. Don't suppose you could spare one of your trucks and a couple of chaps to give us a hand? Get the men back here?"
Thomas looked at Miller.
Josh? Turk? What do you say?
Miller shrugged.
"It's got to be better than the minefield, sir."
Turk nodded. Thomas spoke. Why don't you go then? Give the captain here a hand. See if you can help his chaps. I'll see you back here. He turned to the captain. How far is it, sir?
"Oh, no more than an hour's drive."
Then I'll see you guys back here at 3 this afternoon. Don't be late, Josh. Miller turned to the captain.
"We're all yours, sir. Lead on."
It took them a little over an hour to reach the place. They had been driving due south, and the sun beat down on the ambulance and the captain's open jeep with its usual relentless heat. But Miller was thankful to be away from the minefield. He was conscious that the sounds of battle were on his right, yet the captain had taken them away from the front, and they had travelled down Sydney Road, and then various extensions of it, to find their destination. Miller was starting to wonder how much further it might be, when they drove around a sand dune and up a ridge. Miller gasped. There in a dip below them were laid out line after line of tanks. There must have been 30 of them, mostly the new Shermans and Grants. American tanks. He pulled up, and he and Turk jumped down from the Dodge. Turk whistled. Captain Webster spoke.
"Impressive, isn't it? Shouldn't care to be a jerry right now. That's only about half of 4th Armoured Brigade. Should have seen the dummy army that Monty cooked up, though. Now, that really was impressive. All made of balsa and paper, though. Some magician did it all. Damn clever if you ask me, and it certainly fooled Jerry. Thought we were in strength in all the wrong places. But this is the real thing, as you can see."
Miller looked on as the tank crews, in their distinctive berets and forage caps, busied themselves around their vehicles, fixing on strips of track over their armour plating for extra protection.
"Not much further to go now. It was one of our advance squadrons that stumbled on the Jerry strong point. We'll just skirt the brigade and go up that track."
He pointed.
"Not far."
Miller and Turk climbed back into the cab and followed him slowly down the dune and onto the track. They carried on and passed an all-too-familiar sign. Achtung, Minen. Turk cursed.
Oh, wow. Another friggin' minefield.
They stayed dead in the centre of the track, and for once did not encounter any tanks. Suddenly the captain's jeep slowed down, and then pulled over off the track. Miller turned to Turk.
"I sure hope he knows what he's doing and where he's going, 'cause I sure as heck don't."
But the jeep did not strike a mine, and nor did Miller. The sound of gunfire was closer now, and Miller and Turk could both hear the familiar and unsettling crump of mortars. Webster pulled up, and Miller stopped behind him. They were in another slight dip in the lee of a huge sand dune, and Miller was suddenly aware that a dozen more tanks, Grants this time, were sharing it with them. Webster spoke.
"Now, the wrecks and casualties are just around the dune, about 1,000 yards into no man's land. Shouldn't have happened, of course. Radio failed. Lack of communication. Usual taboo."
He looked serious.
"I can't pretend this is going to be a picnic, chaps. You might get fired on."
Turk smiled and winked at Miller.
"That's okay by me, Captain. I'm kind of getting used to it."
"Good man. That's the stuff. Now, what I propose is that my driver and I go out there before you with a white flag and hope that Jerry understands our intentions. If he doesn't, then we're all gone for 6. But he knows that we'd do the same for him. Have done before. So, in theory, it should all be hunky-dory. Ready?"
Miller spoke.
"As ready as we'll ever be, I guess, sir."
The captain, smiling, jumped back into his jeep and grabbed something from the rear seat. a piece of bright white material attached to a stick. He looked at Miller.
"You follow me, and pray."
Miller and Turk climbed back into the cab. Turk looked puzzled.
"Did you get any of that? What the hell was that guy talking about? Fags, I understand now. Cigarettes, right? And gone for 6? That's cricket, yeah? But what the hell's a humpy-dory? And what's taboo?"
Total Army balls up.
"Geez, Miller, how do you know all that stuff?"
"I listen. Just listen."
Together they slowly pulled out from behind the dune. As they did so, the captain began to wave his white flag. For a dreadful moment, Miller felt utterly exposed. He could see the burnt-out tanks now, and the German position, dug into a slope about 2,000 yards away from them. He waited for the machine gun and mortar rounds to come flying towards him, wondering if this would be his last moment, and how it felt to die with red-hot steel ripping into your body. But nothing came. No shells, no bullets. Instead, when they had got to within 250 yards of the wrecked tanks, he saw a German climb out of the strongpoint and start off towards them. An officer, by the look of him, followed by 2 other men. He was waving what looked like a white shirt on a stick. As they drew closer to the tanks, he caught the smell. Burning human flesh. A little like roast pork. It turned his stomach. He could see a number of dark shapes on the sand. Dead, presumably. There were others, though, who were still alive. They were nearing the tanks now, and he could feel their heat through the windshield. He stopped the ambulance directly behind where the captain had pulled up, and got out with Turk. Together they walked towards one of the wounded, who was moaning in pain. Miller looked up to see what had happened to the German officer, and found himself looking into his face. It wore an impassive expression, and showed signs of great fatigue. He had powerful blue eyes, and Miller stared at him with fascination, trying to determine what, if anything, made these people so different. Different enough to kill each other? The German saluted, and Miller returned the gesture as the captain looked on, his hand hovering over his pistol holster. Then the German officer nodded politely, smiled, and turned, and he and his men walked back up the slope. Miller looked after them for a moment, and then got back to the wounded. They brought a stretcher from the ambulance and managed to lift the soldier onto it. He thanked them feebly, and the captain went over to him and gave him a cigarette. Then they hoisted him into the back of the truck and slotted him into one of the 6 slings. They repeated the process with 3 other casualties, in various states of ruination, dressing their wounds as best they could. The worst they left till last. The man was lying on his back near one of the burning tanks. He had been hit in the head by a piece of shrapnel and was also badly burned. It was hard to make out whatever else was wrong, but he was clearly in a very bad way. Miller got out a length of bandage and wound it loosely around the man's disfigured head. With great care, Turk and Miller rolled him onto the stretcher. He gave a low moan, barely audible, then sank onto the canvas. They lifted him up and placed him gently inside the truck before closing the doors. They walked over to the captain, who was leaning against the jeep. As they neared him, he stood.
"Thank you most awfully for that. For everything you're dead. Will you see they get safely back to the ADS? I'm going to stay here with the squadron. Think we're about to go in. Should be quite a show."
"Don't you worry, sir," said Miller.
"We'll get them back, and I'll make sure that they get seen to in double quick time." "Thank you. Cheerio. Well, must crack on."
And with that, he turned and drove off with his driver. Miller and Turk got back in the ambulance and turned over the engine. The journey back took twice the time of their outward trip, and they had known that it would. With 4 wounded in the back, 2 of them critical, every rock and bump in the road was important, and it took all of Miller's driving skill to keep the Dodge as smooth as she could be. Sobered by what they had seen, they did not say much to each other, but sat in silence, listening to the engine, the surrounding noise of the increasingly distant battle, and most of all, the moaning of the wounded. They finally pulled into the ADS at almost 4 p.m. Miller parked up close to where they had stopped before. There was no sign of Lieutenant Thomas. He turned to Turk.
"You wait here with the guys. I'm going to find a doctor."
He got out and walked over to one of the wards. Inside, the welcoming coolness was countered by the stench of blood, ether, and sulfanilamide. Various medical orderlies were busy about their duties, and an officer in shirt sleeves, a major, was standing over one of the beds.
Miller waited patiently until he had finished, and then approached him.
"Sir, Miller, sir, AFS."
The Major nodded and looked away. Miller continued.
"I'm sorry, sir, but I've just brought in a wounded man, and he needs someone to see him now."
The doctor looked at him, and Miller wondered whether he had gone too far, had perhaps contravened some British Army regulation. The Major spoke. "You aren't English, are you? But you're not a Kiwi either. Where are you from?"
"America, sir, but that doesn't matter. This man, sir, he's very badly wounded."
"America? Good. Well, there is a procedure, a process and all that before I see him. He has to be booked in."
"Sir, I'm not sure you understand me. The guy looks like he's gonna croak. I promised one of your captains."
The Major looked at him. "All right, old chap, I'll take a look at him. Bring him in here, will you?" He pointed to a makeshift bed by one of the tent walls. "You can put him down there." Miller ran back to the ambulance, and he and Turk removed the stretcher and carried the wounded man into the tent, placing him where the Major had indicated. The officer walked over to them with another doctor and motioned them away. Miller and Turk walked to the door. For some reason which he could not fathom, Miller felt somehow attached to the wounded man and was desperate to hear the prognosis. As they waited at the tent door, the Major looked towards them and then back to the soldier. All the time he was speaking to the other doctor. At last he motioned to Miller to come over. "He's pretty badly cut about. Would you mind staying with him for a few moments? I just have to consult with another colleague. Sorry, my name's Wilson, Major, RAMC. You did well to bring him here. Shan't be a tick." Miller stood at the edge of the bed and looked at the man. He was more horribly wounded than he had remembered. Part of his face had been blown away, but he was still alive. He stared at Miller and was trying to speak, but only a thin, bloody membrane remained where his mouth had been. Whenever he tried to talk, the air from his lungs threw up a thin spray of fluid and blood.
"All right, friend. You'll be okay."
The man's head moved, and Miller knew that he could hear. Major Wilson came back into the tent, accompanied by another officer. They walked across to Miller. Wilson looked down at the man and said nothing. He bent over and began to examine his wounds, and then straightened up. Miller looked at him, and although he still said nothing, it was clear enough what was on his mind. He turned to the captain at his side and nodded. Miller asked,
"Are you going to operate?"
Still, Wilson and the captain said nothing to him, but moved away in conversation, so that Miller and the wounded man could not hear. Then they came back, and Wilson took Miller aside. "I'm sorry. It's really of no use. His left arm's gone, burned to a cinder. His left leg below his knee is a torn mess. His stomach is full of holes. His lungs must be badly damaged, too, from the burning. You've seen his face. Rather, what was his face? Poor devil. He really should not have lived. God knows how he survived this long. Is he one of your drivers?"
"No, sir. He's one of yours. British tank crew."
The Major shook his head. "Believe me, if there was one chance in a million that he'd live, I'd operate. But he'd never come out. There are scores of others who do have a chance, and they need us now. I'm truly sorry." Miller looked into the Major's eyes. They held a warmth and a sparkle, and also now a terrible sadness, and he knew instantly the worst part of being a soldier, of being an officer. Having to make decisions about life and death, who to save and who to leave. Wilson shook his hand and smiled, and then, with the captain, turned and walked towards the tent that was used as an operating theatre. Miller turned back to the soldier.
"What are you trying to say to me? Try again."
Fighting against his natural repugnance, he placed his ear close against the gaping hole in the man's head that had been his mouth. Suddenly, the soldier's right hand swung up and grabbed at Miller's tunic. He pulled him ever closer. There was an awful noise, a gulping for air and a heaving deep in the man's body, and then some words.
Tell Nancy."
"You want me to tell Nancy?" The hand tightened around Miller's jacket. He had been right. Those had been the words.
"Tell me again, soldier. Was it Nancy?"
But no words came now, nor even air, and the hand fell away from Miller's jacket as suddenly as it had come. He drew back and looked at the man. The glassy eyes told him all he needed to know. He examined the dog tags around the dead man's neck and took a pad and pencil from his pocket and wrote 452679 McTaggart, Scots Grays, KIA El Alamein Station, 25 October. He whispered to the corpse, "Okay, Mac, I'll tell her." But as he walked back to the doorway and out into the searing sunshine, he knew that if he ever did find Nancy, whoever and wherever she was, he could never truly tell her what had happened to her husband, her lover, her friend. He would give her another version of his death, of how Trooper McTaggart had died instantly and with glory, a fine cavalryman's death. Clean, quick and good, as death never was out here. He would not tell her of the ghastly ruin on that bed of the man who had once been her world. And he thought of how people who had never seen a battle knew little of the reality of war, of its true obscenity and random merciless inhumanity. He suddenly felt like weeping, or rather, like shouting out loud for the madness to stop. But just then he caught sight of Turk standing at the doors of the ambulance, waiting for him to help with the 3 other stretcher cases, and he knew that all that would have to wait for another day, another place, another time. Part 2. The Dog Fight. Sunday, 25th October. Chapter 15. 2:30 a.m. Burg El Arab, near El Alamein, Montgomery. He awoke, or rather, he was awoken. Montgomery looked up, rubbed at his eyes, and found himself peering into the gap-toothed, mustachioed face of his Chief of Staff, Freddie de Gingand. He did not need to ask why he was there. The young man's expression said it all. "Sorry to wake you, sir. You did say if there was good reason."
"I know perfectly well what I said, Freddie. So, what exactly is the matter?"
"Well, we've had some J reports, sir. The fight at Materia Ridge. I'm afraid it's not at all good, sir. One of our columns has been hit by the Luftwaffe. 8th Armoured Brigade, 10 Corps, General Gatehouse." Montgomery raised himself up. He was clothed in the battle dress he habitually wore. He lifted off the single blanket under which he had been sleeping and swung his legs over the edge of the narrow wooden bed that stood against one wall of the wooden caravan that was his headquarters.
"Bad?"
Gingand nodded solemnly.
"Heavy losses?"
Gingand nodded again.
"Pretty much, sir. Near as damn it out of action. Seems that they were just forming up before advancing when the raid came in. Stukas, mostly. Took out all the soft-skinned transports, ammunition, trucks, petrol, too. Worst thing is that apparently the whole shooting match went up like a torch and lit up the entire area, and then Jerry really zeroed in with his big guns."
Montgomery levered himself from the bed and stepped onto the floor of the caravan. Gingand continued as the general laced up his desert boots.
"I've taken the liberty of getting the corps commanders together, sir. They'll be here by 3:30.
Montgomery looked up at him.
"Leese and Lumsden? They're coming here at 3:30. Good. That's good. Well done. I agree with you, Freddie. Quite right. I'll be here, waiting for them. What action has been taken?"
"Well, firstly, General Gatehouse ordered Brigadier Custance to disperse the armoured regiments to keep their casualties low. But in fact it sounds as if that only caused more confusion. Point is, now they're well behind schedule, sir. Brigadier Custance is advising that the attack be abandoned. That at least is the signal I've received from General Lumsden." This, he knew, was the beginning, and also the crisis. He knew it, and he thanked God that he had followed his own dictum of withdrawing to bed early. No point in staying up into the night to go over plans with his generals. That was not the business of a commander. Better to conserve your energy for when it was truly needed. He turned to Gingand.
"Have you slept?"
The Chief of Staff smiled at his commander.
"Not much, sir. I had a hand or two of chemin de fer with the chaps at TAC HQ. That's where I was when the report came through."
Montgomery frowned, but said nothing. He liked young Gingand, but he disapproved of gambling almost as much as he did of drink, and sex outside wedlock. Still, if the man managed to perform his duties without sleep, then why should he criticize him? The hour passed quickly. Montgomery paced the floor of the caravan, looked again and again at the pictures he had pinned to its walls, chiefly that of the man who was, at that moment, according to intelligence reports, still in Germany convalescing from an illness, but who Montgomery guessed would soon, if he had not already, fly back into the desert. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel. Montgomery studied his face and tried once again to gain some advantage by understanding the character of the man. He had read his books on the theory of warfare. What general had not? But they gave little away of this fox of the desert, this man who with quicksilver action could switch a division from one flank to the other and cut off an army. The man who had almost reached Alexandria. He looked too at the 3 quotations he had pinned up alongside. The first was the prayer of Sir Francis Drake on the morning of the attack on Cadiz. O Lord God, when thou givest to thy servants to endeavour any great matter, grant us also to know that it is not the beginning, but the continuing of the same, until it be thoroughly finished, which yieldeth the true glory. To the right hung Shakespeare, Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. O God of battles, steel my soldiers' hearts. And to the left he had placed the wise words of the Marquis of Montrose, that great Civil War commander. He either fears his fate too much, or his deserts are small, who dares not put it to the touch, to win or lose it all. That, he thought, was what this battle was all about. A gamble to win or lose it all. Everything hung on this one moment, and Montgomery prayed silently that he might be equal to the task that fate and history had set aside for him. He sat down again and lowered his head in prayer. Quietly, the familiar words came from his lips. Father, hear the prayer we offer, not for ease that prayer shall be, but for strength, that we may ever live our lives courageously. At precisely 3:30 a.m., the knock came at the door, just as he had known it would. Montgomery continued to sit in the centre of the small caravan, staring fixedly at a map on the wall of the battle area. He spoke without turning. Enter! As the 3 men came in, he turned and flashed a genial smile. Gingand looked serious, he thought, and his 2 generals, Oliver Leese and Herbert Lumsden, had the air of schoolboys called to the headmaster's study. He spoke very quietly and calmly. Gentlemen, do come in. Sit down. I gather we have a problem. Now, let me hear the full story. You first, Herbert. From outside came the constant staccato fire of anti-aircraft guns and the distinctive whistle and crump of a bomb landing nearby. Montgomery paid them no attention and waited for Lumsden's report.
Well, sir, General Gatehouse has sustained some casualties to his armour, mostly from mine, sir, and he's reluctant to continue.
He paused. Montgomery stared into space. Lumsden summoned all his courage.
I have to say, sir, that I'm inclined to agree with him. Should he continue to advance on to the forward slope of Materia Ridge, he could be pinned down and suffer dreadfully.
Montgomery shook his head. Still, his voice retained its gentle tone.
The principle is that the armour must get beyond the infantry. You know that, Lumsden, as well as I do. If that should not happen, then the entire attack is compromised. We must provoke the enemy, lure his tanks within range of our anti-tank guns. That is the only way. The armour must move on beyond the infantry.
I understand, sir, perfectly, and I do not intend you to think that I am challenging your order, but I beg you to speak directly to General Gatehouse personally, on the telephone. Montgomery said nothing, but looked at the other dictum hanging on the wall. Are you 100% fit? Are you 100% efficient? Do you have 100% Bing? The last question was the all-important one. Bing. His own word meaning fighting spirit. That was the key. The men he could inspire. He could ensure they had Bing. But as to some of his generals, he was not so sure. He turned to Gingand.
Freddie, get me a line to General Gatehouse.
The room fell silent, save for Gingand, who was speaking on the field telephone. Montgomery looked at Lumsden.
You know that we have overwhelming superiority in tanks and firepower. Of course, all our troops are not as highly trained as they might be. If we do anything foolish at this critical time, we could easily lose this battle. There will be no change. Do you understand me, gentlemen? No change from the plan. We must ignore enemy counterattacks and proceed relentlessly with our own plans. We must keep the initiative. We have it now, and we must never lose it. The enemy will dance to our tune."
The caravan fell silent. Leese and Lumsden looked at de Gingand and then at the floor. Montgomery turned back to the map and pretended to ignore his generals. Warfare was a lonely business. A commander was always alone. Chapter 16. 2:30 a.m. Semmering, near Wiener Neustadt, Austria. Rommel. The telephone rang, waking him with a start. Generalfeldmarschall Erwin Rommel was not good at this time of night. Never had been. He rolled over and switched on the light, and then lifted the receiver. A familiar voice spoke.
"Feldmarschall Rommel?"
Rommel paused for a moment before replying. "Mein Führer?" As he spoke, he tumbled from the sheets and sat on the edge of the bed. Hitler continued.
"It has begun, Rommel. Montgomery has begun the big offensive we expected. General Stummer is still missing. He is either dead or captured, we must assume. You must return at once to North Africa and resume command of the Panzer Army."
"Yes, of course, mein Führer, at once."
"Telephone me when you actually take off. I do not want your cure interrupted if this is only a demonstration. Wait until you hear from Feldmarschall Keitel, yes?"
"Yes, mein Führer."
"And Rommel, I want a daily report. A daily report to my HQ. And if there are any developments, an immediate report then also. Is that clear?"
"Quite clear, mein Führer."
"Good, Rommel, good. You know you are the very finest of our generals. You will defeat Montgomery. I know it. I know that I can rely on you."
He had known it would happen, had been waiting for the moment. That afternoon, Keitel had called him and explained everything. Well, as much as was known. The British had been attacking in strength at El Alamein since the previous evening. General Stummer was missing. Later that evening, just after they had eaten, Hitler himself had telephoned and repeated Keitel's report. He had politely inquired as to whether Rommel felt well enough to return to Africa. Of course, he had said yes. What else? For the best part of a month, he had been here clearing up the trouble with his liver and his blood pressure, completely cut off from the outside world, save for the radio, the newspapers, and the occasional letter from General Stummer and Colonel Westphal, of course, who was standing in as Chief of Staff for Bayerlein. But he had been restless. The papers were full of interesting tales of the Russian front. Little progress was being made at Stalingrad or in the Caucasus. The British were bombing the fatherland again, this time at night. At least the U-boat campaign against the Atlantic convoys seemed to be succeeding, but he wondered for how long. How long could they keep the Americans out of Europe? The Americans, he knew, were the key to this war, and he had taken care to obtain figures detailing their rates of production of arms and material. Their manpower, too, was awesome. Of course, the war was far from lost. The Wehrmacht was as strong as ever, and the will of the people of Germany to win insurpassable. But he knew that both Stummer and Kesselring were not so sure of that. It all rested on the Americans. He recalled how Goering had responded to his fears expressed at the last conference at the Führer's HQ. Rommel had told the fat chief of the Luftwaffe that the British fighter bombers were using 40mm shells. American shells to destroy his panzers. Goering had laughed. "The Americans only know how to make razor blades." Rommel had looked at him. "Well then, we could do with some of those razor blades ourselves, Herr Reichsmarschall." End of Disc 4. Disc 5. It had been madness to declare war on America. Not, of course, that the Führer was mad, but by doing so they had brought the entire American industrial potential into the service of the Allied war production. It hadn't only been the 40mm shells in Africa that had told him and his men all about the quality of its achievements. During his stay in Europe, he had obtained some figures on American productive capacity. It was many times greater than that of Germany. The battle which was being fought in the Atlantic was deciding whether the Americans would be able to go on carrying their material to Europe, Russia, and Africa. He knew that there would be little hope left for him and his countrymen if the Americans and British succeeded in eliminating or reducing to tolerable proportions the U-boat threat to their convoys. But if we could strangle their sea routes, he thought, then the entire industrial capacity of America would avail the Allies little. If only. It was much to ask, and he prayed that it was not too much. He buttoned his tunic over the shirt in which he had been sleeping, and sat down again to pull on his high riding boots. Then he stood up, and walking across to the mirror on the dressing table, began to brush his sparse, fair hair back from the temples. He looked at his face, saw the clear blue eyes of the boy soldier, and knew that within that breast there still beat the same youthful heart. If only the body would be strong enough now to support it. He knew that the attack he was about to attempt to stop, the battle to which he was returning, would be one of the most momentous of his entire career. He wondered, in a way, why the army was still there. He had in effect ordered them to be ready to abandon the Alamein position before he had left for sick leave in Germany. It was, without doubt, a sound enough position and well defended. The problem was, however, that he had nothing substantial with which to hold it. Hitler had promised him Tiger tanks and the new Nabelwerfer multiple rocket launcher, but neither had appeared. And now that the new American-built tanks were beginning to arrive with the British, he knew that it could only be a matter of time before Montgomery launched his big push. Funny that he should think in those terms, for this was surely exactly what Montgomery intended. Just the sort of push that they had all seen in the Great War and had come to abhor. But still the British clung tenaciously to their doctrine. Rommel worked differently. Not for him the plodding battle of attrition. He was a thinker, a doer. The man with a lightning touch who could turn a panzer division on the circumference of a coin. Rommel the ingenious, Rommel the magician. He had known that the British would have to try for a breakthrough, and he had no doubts about the suitability of the British Army for such a task. Hadn't its entire training been based on lessons learnt in the battles of material in the First War? And although technical developments had left their mark on this form of warfare, they had brought about no real revolution. Although the tactical consequences of motorization and armour had been preeminently demonstrated by British military critics, by Fuller and Liddell Hart, the responsible British leaders had not taken the risk either by using this hitherto untried system as a foundation for peacetime training, or of applying it in war. But this failure, which had told so heavily against the British in the past, would not affect the issue of the approaching battle of position and breakthrough. His minefields, his devil's gardens, would rob the British armour of its freedom of movement and operation, and would force it into the role of the infantry support tank. This would be an infantry battle, and he knew that the infantry that faced him along the defensive line at El Alamein, English, Scots, Australian, New Zealand, South African, and others from the British Commonwealth, was among the best in the world. And then there were the guns. More than 1,000 of them, his intelligence had reported. They had to prevent the British from breaking through the line at all costs. There was simply no way in which he could fight a mobile defensive battle. The Panzer Army's motorized formations would hardly suffice to cover a withdrawal of the infantry from a front some 40 miles long, and, in any case, the infantry themselves might by that time have become so involved in the action that disengagement would be unthinkable. There were, he knew, only two inescapable conclusions. The position had to be held at all costs, and any penetration would have to be cleaned up by immediate counterattack to prevent it from being extended into a breakthrough. For if a breakthrough occurred, the British would throw their whole striking power into the breach, and that, he was in no doubt, would be the end. He picked up the telephone again, dialed a number, and spoke quickly to his aide, General Albert Gauss. "Gauss, call Wiener Neustadt. Order an aircraft for 7 a.m. We're going back to Africa." Chapter 17. 11 a.m. Tactical HQ, 8th Army, Montgomery. It was not good. That was quite clear. All morning, news had been filtering in from the front line, and Montgomery had been becoming increasingly concerned. Now he began to see just what sort of problem Auchinleck had faced. Principally, it involved a lack of belief in one's immediate junior commanders. Auchinleck's problem, he knew, had been his lack of faith in Ritchie. But it had really been his predecessor's attempts at counterattacks that had been his downfall. And now Montgomery was able to see just how easily those mistakes could have been made. Of course, he had known that desert warfare was never going to be simple, but in truth he had never really admitted it. How could he have? Well, now there was no alternative. He cursed all those damn jock columns, the defensive boxes, and everything else. Everything he had inherited, and whose memory he had still not been able to eradicate. His generals simply had to learn to trust him.
Gatehouse had proved unreliable and weak-hearted, and it seemed that every hour now brought news of some other mishap. Briggs's 1st Armoured Division was not on course. Kidney Ridge, the small area of high ground that extended as a salient towards the enemy in the north of the position, was held not in force, as he had been told by Lumsden, but rather it seemed by a mere whisker, and only at its southern end. In the southern sector it was even worse. The French had signally failed in their attempt to capture the Hemaimat Heights. Well, he had never had much faith in them. But Horrocks had been too over-optimistic. Rather than forcing the 21st Panzers to attack, he himself had been drawn in too far, and had been compelled to withdraw with heavy casualties to the 7th Armoured. Montgomery had been furious. And then Gatehouse had had the audacity to suggest that they retreat behind the minefields and give up everything he had won in the past day. He wanted, he had said, to avoid taking heavy casualties. Montgomery had scarcely been able to speak. Avoid heavy casualties. He had known at the outset that casualties would be taken. Lumsden, of course, had agreed with Gatehouse. Montgomery had spoken to the idiot on the field telephone and had gritted his teeth, particularly when the fool had admitted to being not at the front, but 10 miles behind his leading tanks. Montgomery's cool had broken then, and in a way he now regretted it. But what was the point of a general being so far to the rear? He had ordered him to the front. "Take charge of your battle, man! Lead from the front!" And now it was desperate. Anyone could see that. Montgomery pondered for a moment. He stood outside the caravan, surrounded at a respectful distance by his nervous staff. Yes, it had definitely been a mistake to have shouted at Gatehouse, no matter how great an oaf the man was. Freddie de Gingand stood closest to his commanding officer, as he always did, and Tom Poston next to him. This, Montgomery realised, was the real crisis of the battle. He had thought it to have been last night when he had called their conference. But this was it. Like Wellington at Waterloo, as the French cavalry had flowed against the squares. Like Marlborough at Blenheim, moving the battle from one flank to the other. The great Duke had been at his old school, St. Paul's, and he had learnt John Churchill's tactics from an early age. Well, here was his own great test, and he knew that now he must rise to it. It seemed particularly appropriate that it should occur today, on the anniversary of 2 of Britain's most celebrated military engagements, Agincourt and Balaclava. He prayed that this would be the success of the former, and not the notorious disaster of the latter. Time for a visit to the New Zealanders' commander, he decided. He called to de Gingand. "Freddie, we should leave now. We need to see General Freyberg at once." De Gingand looked over his shoulder and signalled to the driver, who had been waiting for the last half-hour, expecting just such a summons, and running his engine for the last 10 minutes, as Montgomery had paced the sand. Slowly he brought the Humber staff car round to the front of the caravan, and de Gingand and Montgomery climbed in, with Poston in attendance. It was a short drive, in the course of which Montgomery said nothing. They soon arrived at Freyberg's HQ, a large tent erected in the sand at Burg El Arab. Montgomery opened the door of the car and got out. He walked over to Freyberg at the open entrance to the side of the tent and greeted him warmly. "Hello, Bernard. We seem to be running into a little trouble with your New Zealand division." Freyberg smiled, but Montgomery could see that it was forced. "Yes, sir, you might say that. Things are getting a bit hot." "General Gatehouse has assured me that he only has 1 regiment out on the Whisker Ridge." "No, sir. With respect, there are actually 3 regiments out there, all of 8th Brigade as well as the infantry, but they've taken some hits, sir." "Bad?" "Pretty bad. The staff's yeomanry have been pretty badly cut up. 13 out of 15 Crusaders and 14 of the 28 heavy tanks." Montgomery bristled. "Why wasn't I told this?" No one spoke. "Tell me the worst, the very worst." Freyberg led him over to a table in the centre of the tent, on which was spread a map of the area marked with the deployment of all units and the enemy. Freyberg pointed to their position. "He's pulled them all back, sir. General Gatehouse. Pulled them all back." "What?" "The bare fact is, sir, there are no armoured division troops, no tanks, no anti-tank guns, nothing, in fact, beyond Materia Ridge." De Gingand interjected. "Nothing except the tanks of the Warwick's yeomanry, sir." One of Freyberg's staff, a Major Stewart, spoke up.
What we mean, General, is that there's just no armour to our south at all.
Montgomery half closed his eyes.
You're telling me that the operation that I had so carefully planned in the utmost detail, the crumbling plan that your New Zealand troops are currently undertaking, you're telling me now that it's utterly unprotected?
Freiberg spoke.
Yes, in effect, sir, I am.
Montgomery stood and stared at nothingness. It was unthinkable. That early morning conference with the generals had clearly had no effect at all. Montgomery realised that he had gone too far with it. Perhaps he had frightened both Lumsden and Gatehouse, the former into taciturn silence, the latter into outright deception. Well, at least to a shortening of the truth. The word crisis hardly seemed bad enough. This was tantamount to almost losing the battle. It was beyond reasoning. The New Zealand infantry had been left utterly exposed. At any moment, Rommel's panzer divisions, even the Italian Littorio, could come pouring over the ridge, and there would be nothing anyone with the New Zealanders would be able to do about it. They would be annihilated, and the Germans would break through in a flanking counterattack.
Freddy, get General Lees and General Lumsden here now!
His fury boiling over, Montgomery walked to a quiet corner of the tent and waited. Within a few minutes, Lees and Lumsden arrived. Montgomery walked over to them.
Thank you for coming, gentlemen. We have a problem. The question is, what are we going to do about it?
Lumsden spoke.
Sir, the problem is that Materia Ridge has a greater number and depth of mines than we had previously supposed. We are taking time to move them, sir. Time we had not allowed for, and under constant shell fire.
Freiberg interrupted.
Sir, if I might speak, it is simply unbelievable. General Gatehouse is holding back while my lads are being blown to pieces.
De Gingen smiled at him and waved him down politely, but Freiberg was having none of this.
Sir, please, we must have armoured support. It is impossible to proceed with the plan as directed, the crumbling manoeuvres with my infantry. Certainly not for the rest of the day. I'm afraid to say, sir, that I simply cannot believe that General Gatehouse's division will break out through Materia Ridge. I would strongly advise, sir, that we hold off the operation until this evening. Then perhaps we can attack properly and get General Gatehouse's tanks through.
Lumsden nodded.
I agree. That seems an excellent idea, sir.
Montgomery waited for a few moments and then slowly shook his head.
No.
The three generals stared at him.
Sir?
You heard me, did you not, gentlemen? I said no, and I mean no.
He paused.
General Freiberg is right. His New Zealand infantry are some of the finest we have. They are not to be squandered. They put up a fine fight in the first day and took heavy casualties. We must do all we can to preserve them, gentlemen. We cannot use them in this way now, and thus run the risk of losing them.
He thought fast, his gut reaction taking over from the much-vaunted scientific approach. They must shift the focus of the battle, that was the only answer. Gatehouse was weak, both as a man and in his material. His armour had been compromised. What to do now? The answer was clear. He must ignore the weaknesses and think positively, exploit his own strong points. The armoured brigades seemed to have no stomach for the fight. This was turning into an infantry battle. Montgomery knew that his commanders, old desert hands, would protest. Their vision was of wave upon wave of tanks sweeping across the sand. But that was not the way it was to be. This battle would be fought now through close cooperation between all arms. He knew, too, that what he must do now was keep his opposite number guessing what he would next attempt. General von Thoma was in charge now. Stumme had been killed, apparently, according to intelligence. Rommel, it seemed, was still on sick leave in Germany. Montgomery prayed that he would stay there. There was no point in going in again along the ridge. That would simply eat up more of the tanks to no effect. No, the answer must lie in moving the attack to a different sector. He looked at Freiberg and smiled gently.
Bernard, I advise that your men should not attack tonight, brave as it would be. You have performed beyond all we asked. Perhaps you should rest for a while.
Freiberg made to protest.
Sir, we could put in an attack with artillery support and take a position here.
He pointed to a place on the map some 4,000 metres beyond the ridge.
Then General Gatehouse's tanks could occupy that position.
Montgomery shook his head. No, Bernard. That would also take too many lives. We cannot afford to lose the infantry. I need them for the days ahead.
Freiberg opened his mouth. De Gingand looked at him with a telling gaze, and he closed it. Montgomery went on.
Freddy, have General Gatehouse's brigades, all of 10th Armoured, withdraw from the battle. Place them in the reserve.
The assembled group looked at him, waiting for the next bombshell. After a while, he spoke.
Freddy, gentlemen, what we're going to do is this. We're going to throw everything we have over on to the right flank.
De Gingand looked at him. Sir? Lumsden gave a sharp intake of breath. The others looked down at the map.
Everything. We turn everything 180 degrees. We change the entire direction of the attack. And in so doing, we catch the enemy unawares, gentlemen. 30 Corps will stop as of now. Is that clear, Freddy? Oliver? Effective immediately. They will hold Materia Ridge and will not operate southwest beyond it, as they have been doing. We will push out the first armoured shield and begin the crumbling again. But this time we aim into the north, but towards the sea. First Armoured will fight its way to the west with the object of threatening the enemy's supply routes in the area of the Raman track. That is also vital, Freddy. Threaten the enemy's flank. They should establish themselves here.
He pointed again to the map.
Kidney Ridge.
As the generals pored over the map, Montgomery stood back from the group. He knew what he had just done was momentous. He had made the decision on which the outcome of the battle would rest, and indeed, quite possibly, given its significance, that of the entire war. It was the turning point. He walked over to the map and pointed to a spot by the coast, just to the north of Tel El Isa. He looked at de Gingand.
The Australians, Freddy. I know they're spoiling for a fight, and we damn well need them now. Ask General Morshead to meet me at my HQ. The Australians, gentlemen. It all lies with them now.
Chapter 18. 5 p.m. East of Trig 29. Bill Kibby. Bill Kibby shovelled another spoonful of cold corned beef into his mouth, and when he'd almost finished chewing it, turned to the man at his side who was writing something in a notebook. He swallowed the mouthful and spoke.
Herb, mate, see if you can call the men together. I reckon it's about time I told the lads what's going on.
Herb Ashby, Kibby's platoon sergeant, looked up from his diary and nodded. Kibby, normally so outspoken, had been unusually quiet since he'd returned from the CO's briefing of platoon commanders at midday, and Ashby knew something was up.
Will do, Bill. Do I get any clues? Well, it sounds like the big one, mate. We've got our work cut out right enough. I'll clue you in with the others.
Ashby closed the little notebook and tucked it into his breast pocket, and as he ran off to summon the men of their platoon, Kibby contemplated his current position. He was sitting in a captured German trench some 5 miles from their previous day's start line, and he was about to brief his platoon. Christ, he thought. His platoon. Since yesterday he had been platoon leader, and it still shocked him how quickly his promotion had come and why. He had originally been platoon sergeant to Diver Derrick's 8 platoon, but with a massive shake-up after the last big fight at Alamein and that business in August, a new lieutenant, Peter Crompton, had been given command of D Company. He'd moved Bill across to 17 platoon. That had been promotion enough, he'd thought, but fate had more in store. Bill had led 17 into the fight yesterday night, had taken them forward through the wire and the mines and into the German positions, had watched them fall, and then, as they'd reached their first objective, had seen his officer, Lieutenant Lewin, Tubby as the men called him, fall to the ground, hit in the knee. He knew from that moment that command had fallen to him. As the bullets had flown around them, Kibby had found Ashby and told him that he was taking over, and he was his new sergeant. It stood to reason. Ashby had served with distinction at Alamein, and Bill knew he would be a fine leader. His chance to prove it had come just a few minutes later. Together they had led a charge into the secondary German positions. It had been madness, he knew, but then again there was no other way. They'd fixed that Jerry strongpoint for sure. Got a few of the blighters, and the rest had given up. Kibby liked to lead from the front to set the pace, not just for his own platoon, but for its neighbours.
Now, though, he guessed that he and the rest of the company, of which his platoon was part, were in trouble. They had just advanced too far, too fast. D Company were on the north, C and A west and northwest respectively. They had expected an enemy counterattack at first light on the 24th, a strong one. The engineers had set a double row of Hawkins mines around their new position. Daft bits of kit, he thought, nothing more than tin cans full of explosive placed in the ground, but the sappers assured him that they would do the job. Against what, he wondered? Jerry Panzers? He didn't bloody think so. And sure enough, at daybreak, there came a terrible squealing and clanking from beyond the sand dunes to their front. The tanks were out there, 100 yards to their front. Unseen, lurking. Kibby had waited for the first shells to come ploughing in, taking men with them. Instead, though, planes had come over. British planes. This, he thought, was what Monty meant by working together. They had cheered as the Brillcream boys had taken out the Panzers. But now there was a new nightmare. Ashby was back in the trench now, their men following closely behind him. 30 of them in all. Kibby called them closer around him, so that while he stood in the trench, they were crouching around the perimeter. "All right, fellas, I'm not going to pull any punches. Some clever brass hat at GHQ's dreamed up a real blinder of a plan. Guess what we've got to do?" Someone, was it Marsh, said, "Go and capture Rommel, Sarge?" Kibby smiled. "Not quite, son, but damn close. No, you see, seems there's a hill up there." He pointed towards the south. "Trig 29, they call it. Well, according to Battalion, there's a forward observation post of ours up there that's been spotting for the guns and not been doing a half-bad job of it. It's a high point. You can see everything. The railway line and the whole of 30 Corps, too. So the Jerrys are a bit narked and they want it for themselves." There were sniggers from the ranks, cries of, "Selfish buggers." "It's about a mile forward from us, and for the last few hours the Jerrys have been plastering it with shell fire. Well, seems it's getting a bit hairy for the lads up there, and they've asked for some proper soldiers to come and sort the Jerrys out. And that's where we come in. They want us to secure the hill and the spur around it." Another voice piped up. Morrison, a sheep shearer from Canberra. "What, just us, Sarge?" "No, you drongs, Morrison. The whole of 26th Brigade, Moorehead's whole crew. Us and the rest of the 248th and the 224th and all." Someone whistled. "Where exactly do we go, Sarge?" "Good question, Marsh. Good question. We boys are part of an attack against somewhere called the Fig Orchard." "Cool, Sarge. Does that mean we get to eat some figs?" "You can eat all the bloody figs you like, Malone. But only after you've taken the bloody place. And after we've taken it, then we move out and see if we can't take somewhere called Thompson's Post. All right? All clear?" There was nodding. "When do we go, Sarge?" "Midnight, Marsh. We go at midnight. So everyone try to get some rest before then." He had never imagined that this could happen to him, to be not quite 40 and to be leading a platoon of his countrymen in this bloody barren wilderness so many thousands of miles from home. Was this what he had been preparing for all his life? Of course, he still felt an allegiance to the old country. His family had only emigrated in 1914. He was a Geordie, as his granny told him every time he had seen her. Newcastle was his family home, although for the past 25 years it had been Adelaide. Maybe, when this was all over, he'd set up on his own. He reckoned they could be in for some sort of payment for war service, and every town needed plasterers. That's what he'd do. Start a little business, and they could all move to a nice house in Brighton, Glenelg, or even Kensington Gardens. He didn't mind it when the lads called him a pom. He liked it, if the truth be known. He thought about Mabel and their 2 girls back in Helmsdale, aged 14 and 12 now. He wondered what they were doing at this moment, and tried to work out what time it would be down under. "How you doing, Lofty?" Kibby stared at him and shook his head. "I've told you, Herb, mate. Try to call me Sarge or something. I'm only your bloody platoon commander." "Sorry, mate. Sarge. Suppose I should really call you Sir." "Come on, Herb. The day I make officer, you can ship me back to Adelaide. You'll never see a pip on these shoulders." Herb Ashby grinned at him. He liked Kibby. They were good mates, in fact. Lofty was the only nickname he could ever have had in the army, Australian army at least. At 5'6", Kibby was the shortest man in his platoon, but he made up for his lack of height with a formidable strength. Riding, football, cricket, anything outdoors, and Bill Kibby was your man. It had been only natural to have joined the militia 6 years back. They'd made him an artilleryman, a gunner, He'd liked that. The idea of sending a huge, heavy shell through the air appealed to him. But when war had broken out, he'd joined the infantry. So here he was, a bloody foot-slogger. But even as Ashby smiled, Kibby was burning with the need to tell anyone. That was why he knew he'd never make an officer. He was too keen to share all he knew with the men, even though now he realised why you didn't want to tell the men everything. Since he'd assumed command of the platoon, he'd quickly come to have a different regard for officers. He'd always thought them a bit dim, really. It was the sarges that did all the work, everyone knew that. But now he wasn't so sure. Of course, the NCOs did all the real work, but there was something else that went with being an officer. A horrible responsibility. He yearned to tell the men, but dared not, because he knew, or thought, he had a pretty good idea of just what sort of hell they were headed into. Lewin had called him and Ashby over before the assault, and had shown him Monty's orders to the 9th Australian Division. They were specific and chilling. Draw everything onto yourself. It is vital. Draw everything onto yourself. They were going to be used as decoys, a target to get the Jerrys away from where Monty wanted the big attack to go in. It was a classic tactic, but that didn't make the knot of fear in Kibby's stomach go away. Sunday, 25th October. Chapter 19, 5:30 p.m, point 115, Ringler. They had been here for near on 30 hours now, had beaten off another British attack with heavy casualties, and Ringler wondered whether they would manage another one, if, or rather when, it came in. In that time, though, he had witnessed one of the most haunting things he had seen in a war that had brought many bizarre episodes. During a lull in the fighting earlier this afternoon, a British jeep and an ambulance had appeared from behind one of the sand dunes. They had been about to fire on the jeep when he had noticed the red cross marked on the side of the second vehicle and a curious emblem with a bird painted in its centre. He had shouted to Fiedler to find a white flag and wave it. They had found a dirty shirt. The English had driven in, and so he had run down the hill with two of the men and for a moment caught the eye of a young man wearing the uniform of a British soldier, but looking somehow different from the infantrymen he had encountered before. The young man had stared at Ringler, long and hard, as if he were trying to understand something about him. He had not spoken, but had turned and gone to attend the English wounded. Ringler had wondered who he was. He had a kind face, and did not look like a soldier. Perhaps, he thought, he was one of the volunteer ambulance drivers they had heard about. An American. He wondered what it could be that would make a man want to come to this hell on earth and not fight. To come here to be shot at, and simply to help his fellow man. He found it hard to comprehend. The desert, this desert, was a place of death, an arena where two sides stood against one another to decide the fate of nations. There was little room for mercy here. Yet in the past few months he had seen his fair share of it. In a sense, he thought, this battle, this tiny part of a much bigger conflict, is surely the last war fought by gentlemen, where chivalry and fair play have a hand. Now they were down to 32 men. Manke and the rest of the badly wounded had been taken back to the reserve lines. Feuerkogel, though, despite the extent of his injuries, had stayed on, making do with his makeshift bandages. Half an hour the truce had lasted, but 15 minutes after the British ambulance had driven away, the shelling had begun again. And so it had been, on and off, ever since. As he thought about it, another salvo came in and hit their position. There were no shouts, no casualties. None at least saved the morale and the nerves. It was the incessant nature of it, that and the randomness. Ringler buried his head in his hands. One thing was certain. They could not stand another day like this. Fiedler came up to him. "Sir, the men are on their last few drops of water. Is there any chance of getting any more?" "Not at present, Fiedler, I'm afraid. Be assured that my thirst is as great as anyone's." As the despondent sergeant wandered off with the unhappy news, Ringler raised his field glasses and scoured the dunes to their front, as he had done every few minutes for the last few hours. Nothing. Sand and the burnt-out hulks of the tanks and a few other vehicles caught in a previous fight littered the desert landscape. He swept the glasses in front of him in a 180-degree arc. Nothing. Then he froze. Suddenly, every fibre of his being was on fire. There, 2 or maybe 3,000 metres away to the northwest. Tanks. Enemy tanks. A great wedge of them approaching their position freely and with no opposition. They looked larger than any he had seen previously. Were these the new, much-talked-of Shermans sent from America? How the hell had they got there, he wondered. There must be another way through the minefield. As he watched, the tanks continued on their path and cut through the desert on their flank. My God, he thought, they're coming around to attack us in the rear. They would have no chance, unless... He had an idea. There was an observation post sighted 500 metres directly to his rear. Perhaps, if he were to make contact with it, he might be able to get in touch with Battalion HQ. He looked behind, uphill. It was just up there, he knew, a little distance behind the assault gun. Quickly, and without more thought, Ringler sprang out of the foxhole and took off up the slope. He ran, stooped, trying desperately not to attract the enemy fire. It was in vain. He had been running only a few moments when the sand around him began to sing with incoming bullets. He flung himself to the ground, but realized that he must go on. The bullets were flying everywhere around him, but he knew that it would be just as bad going back as it was going on. He got up, and still stooped, ran the rest of the distance up the hill. His chest was pounding as he reached the summit and the perimeter of the OP. With a last desperate effort, he leapt into the position and landed in a heap. He looked up and saw Lieutenant Bauer. He smiled. "Congratulations on your 3 hits, Ringler. I thought they might be Italians. Rubbish. They were obviously English." Despite Bauer's arrogant tone, Ringler felt relieved. Bauer went on. "If they had come on a bit, we would have helped, but I can only shoot if the OP is directly threatened." "Thanks for that. Well, perhaps now you can let me get in radio contact with the Battalion HQ. Bauer shrugged and smiled. "Well, we can try. Perhaps I can get through to Divisional HQ." They walked across the floor of the OP to where a private was sitting beside the radio transmitter. Bauer spoke. "Hans, see if you can raise division for Lieutenant Ringler." The set crackled into life, and after a few attempts, the operator managed to get a response. Ringler looked at his watch and spoke, and the man transmitted the message. "Situation report at 1800 hours 25 October. About 15 enemy tanks have broken through approximately 3,000 meters to the north. My company is reduced to 32 men, 1 anti-tank gun and 1 machine gun, still working. We have no food, no water, little ammo, 3 enemy tanks knocked out by my men. Please send further orders soonest." He turned to Bauer. "Thanks." "Yes, we'll see how you get on. I shouldn't build up your hopes. I think things are looking pretty grim right now." Ringler smiled and turned. He looked out beyond the OP and saw the advancing wedge of tanks, closer now. He turned back to Bauer. "Good luck, Bauer. See you back at HQ. I hope so. But if you ask me, you're the one who'll need all the luck, Ringler." Not bothering to reply, Ringler climbed back over the sandbags and without thinking began to run down the slope. Again the machine guns from the Allied lines leapt out at him. A word came into his mind. Kismet. An Arab word meaning fate. He repeated it over and over again with every step as he plummeted back towards the position. The rounds thudded into the earth around him, and with one last bound he threw himself into the foxhole. Then, brushing himself off, he settled down to watch. The shells came crashing in, and slowly the sun went down below the horizon. Sunday, 25th October. Chapter 20. 7 p.m. Rommel. The little plane circled again and then regained its course, flying east away from the setting sun. Rommel looked out of the window of the little Fiesler Storch, down at the Libyan coast, which was now passing several thousand feet below him, and knew for certain what he had guessed the moment he had boarded. No, from the moment he had received the phone call from Keidel, telling him that Montgomery had attacked. He was flying to his nemesis. He brushed a speck of dust from the pocket of his distinctive olive-green leather overcoat, and strained for the first signs of his army. The Panzer Army Afrika, the Afrika Korps, some of the best fighting men ever to wage war under German colours. Men of such courage, such audacity, Men who he knew would follow him to death whenever he asked them to, as had the men of all his commands for the last 30 years. He had the power to inspire. Hitler himself had told him so, but Rommel had known it from the moment of his first commission as an infantry officer. He turned to his aide, General Albert Gauss, who was seated close behind him in the small aircraft. He liked Gauss, a clever, easy-going Prussian with a notably dry wit. He had earned his spurs in the Great War and taken several wounds. Rommel had been instrumental in obtaining his Knight's Cross the previous December. "Nothing's changed then, Gauss, eh?" Gauss smiled. "It would appear not, Herr Feldmarschall." "It would appear not, Gauss." Nothing had changed, but then everything had changed, and in such a short space of time. Only a few months ago, in August, he had felt sure that they would triumph, but now? The truth was, he had not been at all well since August. All that stomach trouble had set in again. He'd called in a specialist, Professor Horster. Then things had got even worse. He had even begun to have fainting fits and dizzy spells. Horster had given his condition numerous names, none of which made it any better. He said it was something to do with the circulation of the blood, liver and blood pressure. Rommel had never had blood problems. Aches and pains, yes, but in his own opinion he was as fit as ever. It was ironic, he thought, when he recalled the words of his doctor, back in February 1941, when the Führer had first appointed him to the command of the African theatre. It would be good for his rheumatism. Sunshine, it seemed, was the best treatment for that old trouble. A holiday in North Africa would sort him out. Holiday? He wished that doctor were with him now. He'd show him what sort of a holiday this was. Instead of a cure, Africa had given him a worse illness than he had had. His every nerve felt strained to the limit. His darling Lucy had been so worried about him. Well, at 50 years old, he thought, he was bound to have health problems. Even someone as fit as he was could not hope to work as he did, without some aspect of their health suffering. Of course, his marriage had helped to keep him calm. He and Lucy had been married 25 years last year, a quarter of a century of love and happiness, and with the added blessing of their son, dear Manfred, who had recently joined the local Hitler Youth Troop. And in all that time, while other officers had had their flings, he had never been unfaithful to her. He loved her as much now, more even, than he had when they had first met, and wrote her letters almost every day. Darling Lou. He had told her, of course, about all the admiring letters he himself had received, from women and girls at home, some of them more amorous than he could ever have imagined. He'd wanted Heinz Guderian sent out to replace him, but his old friend was not in the Führer's favour, worse luck, and so Kesselring had taken over. Albert Kesselring, Rommel grimaced. He did not trust the man. He knew for certain that he was plotting to have him replaced. It had been Kesselring who had suggested General Stümer as a replacement when he had flown off for the rest cure. Amiable, robust, fat Georg Stümer, who, it now appeared, was either dead or a prisoner. He had been missing for 24 hours. The Führer had called Rommel personally the previous evening to tell him as much. And so Rommel was back, and Kesselring would be manoeuvring again, he knew it. The little plane swooped low for a second time, taking its customary avoiding action to evade the Allied fighters. The pilot was a novice. Normally, Rommel would have taken over the controls and flown the plane himself, but in truth he was not really fitting up to scratch. He had taught himself to fly back in the years just after the war. He loved the exhilaration of soaring above the clouds, so different from the ground-centred nature of his career. He was an infantryman at heart. He supposed that his love of flying was a natural response for one who had been mired in the trenches of the Western Front, although he had been lucky, being posted to the mountains of the Italian front, and in fact, long before he had decided to become a soldier, he had nurtured a love of flight. That had been his first desire. But once again, his far-seeing father had predicted that there would be no future in aeroplane design. He looked up at the underside of the single wing of the plane, examined the aileron, and enjoyed the elegant lines. But then the plane turned again, and as its wingtip touched the horizon, his line of vision was interrupted by the blackened shell of a burnt-out tank. An Italian tank. It brought him back to reality. Alam Halfa had been a mistake. He admitted that now, although he had not said as much to Hitler or Keidel. How could he really have hoped to win with barely 500 tanks, and half of those Italian? As for the fuel that Kesselring had promised him, most had never reached the front. Oh, it had been airlifted in all right, but as it had travelled up the line, it had been handed out to all comers. The tanks had received hardly any. Their advance had been slow, not helped by the soft sand. Speed and surprise were of the essence, and his force drowned in that moment. September had been worse. 6 attacks. So many of his own staff killed, 7 good friends. And so he had given the order to pull back, and here they had sat ever since. 2 months. Before he had flown, he had made sure that the defensive line was in place. 450,000 mines, deep minefields. Of course, these alone would not be enough, but they would delay the British. If only the Führer would send the promised tanks, but they would have no defensive cages and no tanks. So he would use the motorized infantry, hold the reserves back until the Allies penetrated the line, and then rush them forward to defend the gap. It was so different from the way he was used to fighting a war. He was an attacker. Wasn't his book about all that? Infantry attacks, it was called, and that was just what he did. It had hurt him almost physically to have to order the retreat to El Agheila last December, his first retreat as a soldier. But it had been the only way. With Tobruk relieved and his fuel running low, he had realized that he could not go on. So even if he believed they could win the war, in his heart he felt that they would probably lose Africa. Hitler's strategy was basically flawed. Malta was the key. Rommel knew it. They must take Malta first to ensure supplies, ammunition, fuel, and men. But Malta was not theirs yet, and despite that fact, Hitler insisted that they should still push on to Cairo. But with what? With his name? His reputation? He was aware of his value, his status. He was Rommel, wasn't he? Rommel the hero. Didn't Goebbels say just that every time they met? He was a miracle worker, a genius, worth 50,000 men in the field. But Rommel was beginning to wonder whether his luck hadn't run out, and whether, if he failed here, Germany would not fall out of love with the hero. He wondered what his father would make of him now. He had never wanted his son to join the army. He remembered the day in 1910 when he had left the classroom in his father's school in Heidenheim and walked off to the barracks of the 124th Württemberg Infantry Regiment to enroll. He recalled quite clearly his father's red-faced rage. Well, who could blame the man? He was a maths teacher. He had already dissuaded young Irvin from meddling in aeroplanes. What did his son want with the army? He cursed at the interminable flight. He had gone first from Munich to Rome. The meeting with General Rintelen had confirmed his worst fear. The British attack was making progress, and Stumme had gone missing. Further to that, Rintelen had confided that there were only 3 issues of petrol for the army in Africa. They had tried to send more from Italy in the past few weeks, but the British had sunk what ships they had. He had cursed the Italian navy and their lack of available transport. Rommel shook his head, watched by Gauss. It was nothing less than a disaster. Didn't the Führer realize that the war in Africa was all about fuel? It was a desert war where he who had the most vehicles was king. Such lack of petrol meant that every vehicle in his army, every tank and truck, had a maximum range of 180 miles. How could he resist Montgomery and Alexander? No fuel would mean that his tactical decisions would be impaired. He had personally ensured that on his departure for Germany there had been 8 issues of fuel in hand for the army, precious little in comparison with the 30 there should have been. But 3? Good God! He knew that to fight effectively, the army would need 1 issue of petrol for each day of battle. Without that, you could only sit where you were like some cripple, allowing the enemy free range. They were, in effect, not equipped to fight any longer than 3 days, and so far the battle had been raging for 2 days. It was nearing dusk now. Rommel peered down again at the ground below and recognized landmarks. So, Gauss, what first? We land and then what? To the front? Yes? Or have I some other duties? Remind me.
I'm sorry, Feldmarschall. We have promised that you would find time to award the German Cross to Colonel Bayerlein. It's protocol, sir. Of course. Protocol. Alamein deserves it too. Then what? Then we rejoin the army, sir. Your caravan has been kept locked, as you instructed.
Rommel gazed out of the window.
How do you like the desert, Gauss? Better than Belgium or the Russian front? It must be better than Russia, Herr Feldmarschall. It stands to reason, sir. Yes, Gauss. Much better than Russia, for sure. Even with the sandstorms,
He remembered his first experience of the sandstorm, the Ghibli, that terrible frenzy of dust and debris, so dense that its red clouds darkened the sun. He recalled the gasping for breath and the incredible searing heat, like standing before an open furnace. That, of course, had been in the glory days, the spring of 1941, when he had gone against orders from Berlin that had told him to halt, and carried on, chasing the fleeing British out of Benghazi. He recalled how he had driven himself into the abandoned base at Mekelle, and, walking through a column of abandoned British vehicles, had reached into one of the cabs, and quite by chance found a pair of Perspex sand goggles with an elastic strap. They were the latest thing, and hardly worn. He had attached them to his cap, and there they now sat on its peak, as they had ever since that day. His trademark. The men liked such individual touches. He remembered turning to his aide, the affable Lieutenant Schmidt. "They're just booty, Schmidt. What do you think? Even we great generals are allowed a little booty, huh?" Charisma. That was what it was all about. It was all very well being a good tactician. He had told Schmidt that too. If you really want to be a leader of men, then charisma is vital. And Rommel knew that he had charisma, in spades. Even the British respected him. The Desert Fox, they called him now, had done since the race to Tobruk. And how quickly his own men had taken it up. Der Wüstenfox. It suited him. The little animal was an expert at fast manoeuvre and concealment, and speed was Rommel's trademark, along with the ability to vanish like a ghost. And that was what they had christened his Panzer Division in 1940, when he had charged into France, unseen and invincible. He was proud of his reputation. Well, it had been hard won, although he was well aware that there were those in Berlin who despised him for it. Wilhelm Keidel, for instance, the great field marshal, who he knew resented his individual style, and Franz Halder, Hitler's ultra-conservative chief of the General Staff. Rommel knew Halder had poisoned the Führer's mind against him. How could they ever win the war with such idiots in command, content to sit on their own arses and lick the Führers? It had not done Halder any good. Hadn't he beaten off the British attack at Halfaya Pass? Hitler had promoted him and given him 2 new limousines. He had taken to Hitler on their first meeting, late in the summer of 1936, when he had been personally chosen to command the escort party for the Führer at the Nuremberg rally. He had managed to control the crowd of hangers-on with conspicuous determination, and Hitler had sent for him afterwards. They took to each other instantly. It hadn't surprised him that he should have been appointed the following year as liaison officer between the War Ministry and the Hitler Youth. But to be the Führer's headquarters commandant during the invasion of Poland had been the greatest honour. Rommel admired the Führer's hatred of the old Germany's elitist class system. Both of them had come from relatively humble origins. Both of them had done well. And then, after Tobruk had fallen in June, the ultimate accolade, Field Marshal. Lucy had cried down the telephone when he had told her. She had heard him too, speaking on Greater German radio, heard the words which came back to haunt him now. "Soldiers of the Panzer Army, Africa. A great battle has been won. The enemy has lost all his armour. Now we will shatter the last remnants of this British 8th Army." Again, of course, Halder had forbidden an advance. But with the huge supplies of captured British fuel, Rommel had disobeyed again, and knew that he must chase them. He had known that they would be in Cairo by June. Everything had felt right. Victory so close, Cairo within his grasp. So, what had happened? The answer was simple. He looked up from the ground below them, realizing that they were about to land. In truth, though, he had not been looking at anything. He found himself staring into the face of his aide. "You know the problem, Gauss?" "Sir?" "The problem. The reason why we may not win this battle?"
Sir, I'm not quite sure. I understand.
Rommel smiled and put a fatherly hand on the man's shoulder. Fuel, Gauss. We just need more fuel. Without fuel for the Pences, this damned desert is just going to swallow us up. Without more fuel, Gauss, we might as well all go home.
Chapter 21. 9 p.m. Point 115. Ringler. After 2 hours, there was still no news from Lieutenant Bauer up on the hill. Ringler was concerned. He had promised to get the answer down to him as soon as it came through. In that time, the shell fire from the enemy guns had increased, and Ringler was feeling very uncomfortable. At least, with the twilight which bathed the desert in a strange violet light, visibility was reduced, and so the British gunners were having problems with their aiming. He turned to one of the men with him in the foxhole.
Lance Corporal Carter. Sir, take a run up to the OP and see what's holding up Lieutenant Bauer. We need that reply from HQ.
Carter leapt the sandbag wall and began to run up the slope. As Ringler had known they would, the British machine guns opened up on him, again kicking up spurts where they hit the sand around him, and the lieutenant watched with concern as the man neared the top. But Carter jumped clear and disappeared behind the dune. Ringler breathed a sigh of relief and was equally pleased when the private's head and torso appeared above the skyline. Carter was waving his arms excitedly, but in the twilight it was hard to make out what he was trying to indicate. Within a few minutes, though, Carter was back with them in the foxhole. He was out of breath.
Sir, the OP's taken a direct hit. What casualties? Only the driver of the assault guns left alive. Lieutenant Bauer? Dead, killed by a piece of shrapnel in the head. The others?
Carter looked grim.
Nothing left of them, sir. Just fragments. What about the radio? Kaput, Lieutenant. Did our report get through to division? The driver thought that it did.
Ringler said nothing, and together they all waited. The evening began to grow darker, and Ringler wondered that even if the message had got through, just how quickly HQ might be able to send them fresh supplies. He had an idea.
All right. I need 5 men, a recce party. We need to know whether there's anything worth salvaging over there by the burnt-out tanks.
Slowly, one of the men stood up.
I'll go, sir.
Then another.
And me, sir.
Soon he had assembled his 5 men, led by Fiedler.
You know the drill. Anything worth bringing back. Food, ammo, guns, water, anything.
They nodded, and slowly began to make their way out of the system of foxholes and stumbled through the twilight down the slope towards the wrecked tanks. Ringler lost sight of them and waited. The minutes passed. Ringler gazed out into the darkening evening. Shots. From the direction of the tanks. A few minutes later, he heard approaching runners. Seconds later, 4 men tumbled into the foxhole. As 3 of them lay panting on the floor, Fiedler got up and made his report.
We were just about to turn around and come back, sir, when we heard a noise. We were being shot at, in the open, sir, with the horizon behind us. We had to get away. Kranzhaber was hit, sir. He's dead, I'm sure. We couldn't bring him back with us, or we'd all have had it.
Did you fire back?
Yes, sir. We must have hit one of them. We heard a scream.
He paused.
Don't worry. We'll still get Kranzhaber, Lieutenant.
Ringler said nothing and tried to think, but seconds later there was a scream. Faint and shrill and barely audible, it split the evening and came from the site of the wrecked tanks. As they listened, the screams became louder. Ringler looked at Fiedler and nodded. Then, with the lieutenant leading, the corporal and the 3 men who had just returned with him climbed out of the foxhole and began to walk back down the slope. As they neared the wreckage, the screams stopped abruptly. Then there was a different sound. A man crying. Ringler listened. It was, he thought, not unlike the noise made by a dying animal. It brought him back to the woods around his home in the lower Rhineland. Hunting country. The noise was more plangent now, and he could not help thinking of the first deer he had shot, the wounded animal dying in agony, and the huntsman telling him off for missing the heart. Then he saw them, the bodies directly in front of them. They were lying quite close together. Kranzhaber was dead. That was obvious. He was lying on his back, and his cap had slipped off his head at a comical angle which was now grotesque. What made his pose all the more poignant was that his arms were folded flat behind his head, like a sleeping child.
There was another body. The Englishman had crawled towards Kranzhauber. His blood-stained hands were yearningly close to the German's body. Ringler could see the trail of blood left by them as the man had pulled himself closer and closer to Kranzhauber. He was a young man with a shock of red hair. His untouched face seemed peaceful in death. Ringler tried to piece together his last moments and arrived at the conclusion that he had simply wanted to be close to someone at the moment of his death. But instead, all that the young Englishman had found was another corpse. How senseless it all was. He looked at Fiedler. "We should dig." And so they dug a grave, deep and wide enough for Kranzhauber. They hacked and dug into the rock and sand, oblivious to the fact that at any moment a British machine gun might mow them all down. A deep, wide grave. Deep enough for Kranzhauber, and deep enough for the Englishman. When they had finished, they all stood for a moment and rested. Then they lifted the two corpses into the grave. They took care and put Kranzhauber's weapon in with him. Then they filled up the space with sand and stones. When the bodies were covered, they placed a cap and the helmet on top of the graves. 2 more bereaved mothers, he thought. 2 women waiting in vain for news of their sons. 2 more families destroyed by this senseless war. Of course, he could not say as much to any of the men, nor even to his fellow officers, but at this moment that was exactly what it seemed. And there they were, 2 men brought together by the war that had killed them, and buried in a common grave. Together they moved quickly and silently back up to the position. Ringler was drained, exhausted, burnt out. Fiedler turned to him. "Sorry, sir. Orders from battalion, sent by Rana. We're to go back through the minefield at once. Abandon the position." Ringler said nothing. Then, "Fine, Fiedler. Get the men on their feet. Let's go." Fiedler smiled at him. "Sir, have you seen them? Most of them are exhausted and asleep. I don't know how I can rouse them." From his side, Ringler heard heavy breathing. Carter and Feuerkogel were sleeping deeply, the former's head nestled in the latter's shoulder. How could he wake them? Ringler felt suddenly energized. There was a new objective. He called the section and group leaders together, what was left of them. "Listen carefully. Our withdrawal must be swift and silent. The English must not realize that we are leaving here, or at least not until it's too late for them to act. We'll go in groups. Crawl over the edge of the dune, and then through the minefield. Assemble at the other side." He turned to Muller, the one who had broken down under fire. Remarkably, since then, the man had been composed. "Muller, you go with the first group. Take my car to the OP and gather up the dead. We'll carry the wounded and anyone who can't walk on the assault gun carriage. Fiedler, you and I will go last and spike the gun." He turned to one of the sleeping men and prodded him. No response. He tried again and was met with abuse. They were sleeping the sleep of the dead. It took a full 15 minutes to rouse the survivors. At first, Ringler shook them, but they made no response, and it was only by beating them repeatedly with their fists that he and the 4 men of the scouting party finally managed to get their comrades on their feet. One by one, they began to crawl away from the position, back up the hill. In silence, Ringler signalled to those men who were most awake and fit that they would have to move the undamaged anti-tank gun from its position in the side of the dunes. Then he, Fiedler, and 3 of the others got their shoulders beneath its chassis. He felt the metal warm against his shirt, took the strain, and began to push. It moved by inches. One of the men fell away panting for breath. Ringler signalled for more help, and another man appeared in his place. Eventually, after another 20 minutes, they got it to the crest of the dune and pushed. The gun tumbled down the other side into the soft sand. The men who had been pushing it followed, and lay on the ground, gasping with the effort. Ringler allowed himself a couple of minutes of rest before getting to his feet again. He had no idea whether the British could make him out against the night sky. There was little moon tonight, but the desert was capable of playing treacherous tricks. Slowly he made his way back down the slope and reached the position. There were only 6 men left there with the wounded. As he entered the foxhole for the last time, there was a whistling above their heads. The world rocked as a shell exploded a few meters away to the right. There had been no time to take cover. Lucas, one of the anti-tank gunners, screamed in agony. Ringler spoke quietly.
Any more been hit?"
There was a murmuring. He looked across the foxhole and saw that one man, Carter, was not moving. He crawled across the floor and looked down at his face. It was ashen white, and beneath his forage cap a pool of dark blood was seeping slowly. Ringler carefully lifted off the cap and saw that a shell splinter had neatly sliced off the back of his head. It was clear, though, from his eyes that the poor devil was still alive. He moaned and looked at the lieutenant full in the face. Ringler whispered, "Does it hurt, Carter?" The man said nothing, but shook his head. Thank God, thought Ringler. He knows nothing of it. Soon he'll be dead. He wondered again whether the British had noticed the activity in the post, or whether it had just been a random salvo. If they were to attack now, he and his men would be helpless. He wondered whether they should surrender or fight on to the end. Silly to think about that. There was still time to get away, wasn't there? He turned to Fiedler. "Put an explosive charge down the barrel of that gun, will you? Then, with a bit of luck, we'll all get away." Chapter 22. 9:30 p.m. The start line, Kidney Ridge, Samwell. It was 9:30, and still they had not moved. For the last 5 hours they had lain in the shell holes listening to the incessant bombardment. The midday briefing had suggested that they would go in at 1600 hours.
"It is clear that our position is precarious as long as our left flank remains open. The reserve company will walk across the gap and take the objective of the unit, which should be to your left. The intention is to bottle up any enemy in the gap and try to find that damned unit."
It had sounded so urgent, imperative, so why, he wondered, were they still waiting here? Naturally, Samwell had had a rocket for his folly on the first night's assault. How, he wondered, had he not had the sense to send men after the running Italians in those trenches? Apparently, they had simply run back after he and his men had passed, and shot up the reserve companies and battalion HQ who were coming behind. He still did not know how many lives, how many wounded his inaction had cost the battalion, nor did he particularly want to find out. Certainly the loss of officers had been horrendous. His 2 original forward companies now had only 2 officers between them, himself and a captain who had been transferred from the right reserve company. And Samwell knew that that company had only its CO and 1 subaltern left. Number 4 company had been dispersed to fill holes in the others, and the remainder of the company, which had been detailed to follow up with the tanks, had not been seen for 10 hours. In all, the total strength of the rifle companies was not more than 150 of all ranks. Sitting in the shell holes, they had been amused to see tanks come up in the afternoon and move forward to a rise in the ground. They had lined up as if they were on a review at Aldershot, and then had been hit by enemy fire, one after the other, like ducks in a fairground shooting gallery. It was about as depressing and demoralizing a spectacle as they could have witnessed, and he hoped that it had not had too bad an effect on the men. Thankfully, at 9 p.m, some rum came up prior to the attack, and Samwell thought of the First War and the way it had been. Officers had died then, too, in droves. His father, of course, had been spared, but he could not help but think that if this was Montgomery's great new modern plan of attack, how exactly did it differ from that employed in the Somme in 1916? The rum was not enough. The men did not get their regulation tablespoon swig each, and they were obviously disgruntled. Naturally, the NCOs and officers declined theirs, and Samwell wished that his whisky bottle still contained something more than water. They moved up to the start line, a long trench, but quite shallow. Again he thought of the Western Front, of his father. It occurred to him that it was cruel for 2 generations to have to undergo this ordeal. The 2 missing platoons had come up now, and the reserves left to rejoin their original company. Samwell did a quick head count. He had 32 men left, the company sergeant major, 2 corporals, and himself. The moon rose high in the sky. Sergeant Major MacDonald turned to him and spoke quietly in a lilting, gentle West Highland accent. "Do you suppose, sir, that the moon might tell Jerry that we're coming to pay him a visit?" "Yes, Sergeant Major. I think you might have a point. And with the new company arriving and the reserves being up at the start line, this place sounds like Piccadilly Circus." "Wouldn't know, sir. I have never been there, sir. But now, if you were talking of Sucky Hall Street on a Saturday night, well, I might just take your point." "Sucky Hall Street it is then, Sergeant Major. Perhaps I'll see you there after this lot's over." "That would be fine, sir. I'll stand you a pint in the Horseshoe Bar."
It's a deal, and I'll get in the chasers. Whiskey, or rum if you prefer it." They laughed together. Then a whistle blew, and they stopped laughing and looked to their front. Slowly, the men began to climb up and over the top of the sandbags. Just like my father's war, thought Samwell again. They stood on the parapet and began to advance, and almost instantly the German guns opened up. There was no artillery support, as there had been on the previous attack. The idea this time, he and the other officers had been enthusiastically informed by the CO, was to surprise the enemy. In any case, the position they were to assault was held only lightly by frightened Italians, who had apparently tried to surrender to the recce officer earlier in the day. He had reported that he had been forced to refuse, as they'd been alone, but that some of his friends would be along later to gather them up. The men had been heartened by the news. Now they walked on with confidence. They had gone no more than a few yards when streams of machine-gun tracer bullets began to whistle across their front, intersecting at a point 100 yards directly ahead. Alarm bells rang in Samwell's head. Again, he was a soldier on the Western Front in 1916. The enemy were firing across their front on fixed lines, just as they had 25 years ago. There was a heavy crump, and in an instant mortar shells began to land just to their right and rear. Samwell knew that it would only be a matter of seconds before the mortar commander found their range. There was only one way to go now, and that was forward. He turned his head and yelled to the men, "Come on! Into them!" He could still see the intersecting machine gun's tracer ahead, and it felt bizarre to be walking directly into it, to know that within seconds they would inevitably be among that hail of death. But there was nothing to be done. He stepped into the intersection and felt the bullets skidding past him. There was a cry from his left, and he saw one man fall, and then another, and another to his right. Then they were through the worst of it. Samwell breathed with relief, but then, looking to his left, realized that the company that had been walking forward there had disappeared. Again, the same feeling of isolation returned that he had experienced on the first night, and with it the nausea and tightness in his stomach. He could hear noise from that direction, shouts, and rifle and machine-gun fire, and realized that the company must have run into some enemy positions and encountered stiff resistance. He turned to the Sergeant Major. "Looks like they've found some of those frightened Itais, Sergeant Major." "Aye, sir, and there must be some on the right and all." He pointed to their right flank, where C Company was supposed to be, and again Samwell found himself looking into an empty landscape. His company was utterly alone, ahead of the rest of the advancing infantry and beyond the deadly machine-gun fire. "Nothing for it. We'll have to go on." Together they continued with what was left of the company. Soon they came up against barbed wire. Samwell ran at it and jumped, followed by the men. Ahead of them now he could see several sandbagged strongpoints. This was it. He knew that within them men would be sitting, their fingers poised on the triggers of machine guns and rifles. This, though, was the moment for which they had all trained. He yelled to the men, "Scotland forever! Charge!" From behind him, 30 voices joined in a chilling scream, the battle cry that countless drill sergeants had instilled in them during bayonet practice at Camberley, Aldershot, and all the other training camps across the British Isles. They held their rifles horizontally, the bayonets gleaming in the moonlight, and they yelled for Scotland and ran at the enemy through the night, as fast as their weary legs would carry them. As they ran, Samwell saw the tops of distinctive German helmets in the foxholes and cursed the reconnoitring officer for his lies. There was a rattle of fire, and 15 yards half left of him, a machine gun opened up. From the corner of his eye, Samwell saw the tracer bullets coming straight for him, and beyond them, the heads and shoulders of the 3 men manning the gun. The next instant, he felt a heavy blow to his thigh, as if someone had hit him very hard with a hammer. He spun round a full circle, and managing to keep his balance, began to walk on towards the enemy. He managed a dozen paces, and then, to his surprise and annoyance, his left leg suddenly gave way, and he lurched forward onto the rocky ground. He was conscious, as he fell, of seeing the men behind him do the same, although they seemed to be falling on purpose, and it occurred to him that they had not realized that he must have been hit. They had mistaken his fall for an attempt to take cover. There must have been a dozen of them, he reasoned, lying no more than 20 yards away from the enemy positions as the bullets whistled over their heads, only just missing their tin hats. Samwell, frustrated, attempted to get up, but found that he could not. He managed to raise himself on one arm and, looking behind, yelled at the men, "Go on! Charge them!" End of Disc 5.